time to seek justice. Survivors have until December 31st, 2022 to take legal action. Contact your manager and associates for a confidential conversation. Call us at 1-800-ITS-TIME, 12011 San Vicente Boulevard, Suite 700, Los Angeles, California. Attorney advertising.
The season of giving is here, and only the free iHeartRadio app is giving you all the live radio stations, playlists, and podcasts you love for free. Did you hear that? You pay absolutely nothing to listen to KFI anywhere, anytime on the free iHeartRadio app. Plus, you can share what you listen to with everyone in your life with just one tap. Don't just tell your friends and family about what you heard. Let them hear it absolutely free. The iHeartRadio app takes the season of giving to the next level. Don't be a turkey. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
You can't just declare something that falls. You just gonna lie? That's gonna get your votes. You just keep lying and lying and lying. 60% of the country's living week to week. There's ups and downs of the economy. The president can't control everything. But it's just completely lying. I'm so sick of this guy, John and Ken, of incessant public lying that goes on. We need to do on TRILLIONAIRE. Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. A bunch of stories that we are following. Walmart has agreed to pay $3+ billion to resolve thousands of lawsuits over its pharmacy's role in the opioid crisis. This agreement will allow other deals announced this month by CVS and Walgreens still being negotiated. It finalized the total amount from the three giant pharmacy retailers could reach about $13.1 billion. Russian missiles rained down on Kyiv today. Before we started the show, they said there were dozens that had hit different areas around Kyiv, including a residential building and possibly some energy infrastructure.
Widespread blackouts right now, and then a senior U.S. intelligence official said missiles crossed into NATO member Poland, where 2 people were killed. A second person confirmed that apparent Russian missiles struck a site in Poland about 15 miles from the Ukrainian border. National Security Council spokesperson said on Twitter that the agency had seen reports and was working to gather more information.
The rocket carrying the Artemis 1 capsule could be heading to the moon very late tomorrow night or early tomorrow morning. If it does get off the ground, NASA will finally overcome a series of technical difficulties and, hurricane interruptions that have delayed the Space Launch System's debut.
We are in the midst of True Crime Tuesday, but before we get back to what happened to Patricia Pitt, here is your shot at $1,000.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keywords on our website. Money. That's money. MONEY. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're looking at accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com. Make sure you put that code word in on the website. Do not text it, but they will still let you know if you win via email.
So True Crime Tuesday began with a family visiting Summit Meadow in Yosemite back in 1983 when the kids are playing. One of them discovers a human hand and forearm. Couldn't find anything else. Investigators could not until 1988 when a skull with no jawbone was found. Fast forward to recent years, and it seems that Yosemite investigators finally matched a name to the remains, and that name is Patricia Hicks.
Yeah, her ID, like many others that we've talked about, come through the breakthrough forensic genealogy. There was a DNA profile they were able to extract from the skull and from the forearm. They were able to recreate basically a portion of the family tree, finding DNA matches in other databases. Once the pool of potential matches was narrowed down, they did a DNA test with a relative, and in fact confirmed that those remains did belong to Patricia Hicks.
Patricia Hicks was in her late 20s when she hooked up with a guy in Merced who happened to be like a low-budget cult leader. His name was Donald Gibson, and a local yoga teacher kind of guy, and he got in trouble for sexually assaulting several teenage boys. For whatever reason, when he was free on bond after being convicted, he took off, and they think one of the working theories is that he took off with Patricia Hicks because she was last seen on a bus from Merced to Yosemite in 1982. Never seen again until her body parts started turning up the following year.
All right, so the cult leader, here comes the serial killer in all of this. Henry Lee Lucas. National Park Service investigators long believed that it was Henry Lee Lucas that killed the victim that was found in Summit Meadow.
This is a guy who they say
that is, investigators, they give you stuff.
Oh yeah, you get the good cigarettes, you get the good fast food, you get to take trips outside the prison to your alleged crime scenes.
Um, the police would say that Henry Lee Lucas knew the details that only a killer would know.
Except the problem is that they showed him crime scene photos. They asked him leading questions.
Until he would stumble into the right answer, which you could make anybody, if you ask the questions creatively enough, you could make anybody look like the killer. So in the end, they said there were only 3 murders. Even though he confessed to hundreds of them, there were 3 that they definitely tied directly to him.
Now, they liked him for this murder of this girl, and he kind of said that, he couldn't really remember the name of Yosemite, but he did pick up a young female hitchhiker somewhere around Fresno, between Fresno and Yosemite. He claimed they drank beer, ate fried chicken, that he packed in aluminum foil, and then engaged in consensual sex. Do people still pack up fried chicken, put it in aluminum foil for a nice little picnic, eat a little cold fried chicken?
Just throw it in the back
Still
seat
sounds delicious, doesn't it?
whenever you need it.
Yeah, a little picnic.
So, investigators went back to the Summit Meadow area. They were able to locate a possible campsite that was matching the description that Henry Lee Lucas gave them, down to the chicken bones and the crushed beer cans.
Now, it must be said, though, that was kind of a popular picnic item list back then.
Yeah.
Right?
It wouldn't be that's not a stretch.
Right.
The information wasn't proof of murder. In fact, they said at best it's circumstantial that he was even there at some point in the 80s, but it had no direct link to Henry Lee Lucas, to Patricia Hicks. In fact, like you said, he couldn't recall the name of the party, nor could he recall the name of the woman that he picked up, and described her only as having straight blonde or light brown hair and then silver rings on both of her hands.
Well, her identification, needless to say, is a major breakthrough, but they are no closer, her family, into how her body ended up there in Summit Window.
Yeah.
Summit Meadow. That guy, the serial killer, the alleged serial killer, he died in prison back in 2001. And like I said earlier, the other guy, the low-key, low-budget cult leader, Gibson, Donald Gibson, never has returned.
And if he's alive, he'd be in his 70s. And if he's alive, he's in Mexico somewhere, is what they originally thought, and may still be there. The other aspect of this is, and I'm assuming that it is probably the same, I don't know, but 40 years ago, if somebody went missing, would you have reported them missing? And there was a concern originally that because she was involved with Donald Gibson and he was known to have sort of this cult leader reputation, that they weren't going to report her missing, or never really expected them to. She may never have been officially reported missing because of her involvement.
Well, because she was a roamer, a wanderer, somebody susceptible to a cult leader. I hear about this a lot on podcasts of people not reported missing because, if you come in here and you're like, yeah, super high, met this guy at the bus, we're going to go check out the wildflowers, and I'd be like, cool, and then if you weren't here the next day, I'd be like, oh, he's out there traipsing around in flowers high.
My lead line to you is that I'm super high.
Yeah, I was trying to come up with a hypothetical.
That doesn't sound like me.
It doesn't. It would have worked with maybe anybody else in the building. Like if Victor.
All right.
Right?
Yes.
Victor, who teaches us about gathering.
Right.
If he came in here and he's like, I'm super high, been microdosing for 2 weeks, I'm hitting up some gathering and to check out the wildflowers, and if he didn't turn up for work for a week, you'd think nothing of it.
I go out of my way not to report it. This wouldn't take a lot of effort. You just don't do it.
All right, coming up next, Tasty Tuesday, we'll be talking about Turkey Day.
Getting down to the crunch time for the Super Bowl of eating. Neil's going to help us figure out our game plan.
Carrie and Shannon will continue. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and Mark Ronner's in the newsroom.
State Department spokesman Dan tells that U.S. officials are working with the Polish government and other NATO allies to find out exactly what's going on in Poland following Russia's missile strikes in Ukraine. Can't confirm the report or any of the details at this time, but I think certainly will determine what happened and what appropriate next steps would be. Officials say they're not going to get ahead of themselves and are figuring out the next steps. The Associated Press reports U.S. intelligence officials say Russian missiles have crossed into NATO member Poland, killing 2 people. The news is brought to you by Duffy Power Services. The race for mayor of L.A. is now separated by 29,000 votes. Aaron Bass is pulled ahead of Rick Caruso as mail-in ballots continue to be counted. The race for L.A. County Sheriff Robert Luna has 60% of the vote to Alex Villanueva is 40%. And West Hollywood City Councilwoman Lindsay Horvath is ahead in the race to fill a seat on the County Board of Supervisors. She's ahead of State Senator Bob Hertzberg by more than 8,800 votes. The county registrar says more than 655,000 ballots still need to be counted. A family in Anaheim is asking for help bringing back the body of their brother who may have been killed while on vacation in Colombia. The sister of Paul Newen says the 27-year-old may have hooked up with a woman he met on the dating app Tinder. Amy Newen says her brother's body was found early Thursday morning. A Peruvian newspaper says the body was found near some dumpsters. Newen says her brother's credit card was used near a pharmacy and a PayPal account sent money to someone at 5 that morning. She says this was a cruel and senseless crime. Amy Newen says the GoFundMe page to try to get her brother's body returned to the U.S. for funeral. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News. Southland weather from KFI, sunny today with highs in the upper 60s to low 70s in Metro LA, OC, the valleys, mid-60s in the IE. A wind advisory in effect from 7 tonight to 7 tomorrow night. We'll get down to the 40s tonight, and we are looking at the sun and 70s all through the weekend. Let's hear some quick news in Rolling Heights in the 60s.
The TV sound, this is Laboratory to Fullerton Road, and that is only a crash clear. The 2 right lanes have been reopened. It's still going to be a slow ride, though, from South Avenue for now. In Norwalk, 605 South on before Florence Avenue, that stalled out Big Ridge, still blocking the 2 right lanes. It is stacked up from Whittier Boulevard. South LA and 110 North Avenue for Century Boulevard. You were temporarily holding the 3 right lanes through that car fire. Looks like everything is cleared. Everything's over on the right shoulder. I still do see some slowing from the 105. And in Burbank, on the 5 north side of Empire Avenue, San Fernando Boulevard, had a crash block in the 3 left lanes. Looks like they're getting that cleared. Starting to ease up a little bit as you're making that 5 northbound. KFI in the sun helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Hunter. Imagine air travel that's simple, hassle-free, and fast. That's Surf Air. Save hours on every trip. Avoid busy, crowded terminals, and fly from airports closer to your home. No crowds, no long lines, no stress. With Surf Air's private flights, you're in control of your travel day, not the other way around. SurfAir.com, the most convenient way to fly. Get a free quote on your next flight at SurfAir.com. There's a better way to fly private.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar. Now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and your devices vary by plan area. Limitations and exclusions apply. Yellowstone, television's #1 show, is back on Paramount Network. I, John Dunn, solemnly swear to uphold the Constitution of the state of Montana against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Featuring an all-star cast led by Academy Award winner Kevin Costner and Agent Zolda. They will fight you dirty. Is there any other ways the Dutton family fights to protect their legacy? They'll learn power has a price. I'm used as a declaration of war. For all repeat war. Yellowstone. New episodes Sundays at 8 p.m. Eastern, exclusively on Paramount Network. Have you heard about the incredible savings people are experiencing with solar energy? With electric companies set to raise your rate by 4% annually. You may be wondering, how can I switch to solar? At Pine Choice Solar, they make it simple and easy to switch to solar. And even better, they'll pay you $100 just to see how much money you could save by making the switch. That's right, $100. Just go to PrimeChoiceSolar.com and follow these 3 steps or give them a call in less than 5 minutes. They'll give you a no-obligation savings and benefits analysis that can earn you $100 on them. Government tax incentives expire on December 31st, and there is no out-of-pocket expense. Call 888-282-2709. That's 888-282-2709. Or go to PrimeChoiceSolar.com. Offer expires 11/30/22. Each step must be taken. A $290 or higher electric bill must be uploaded. One per customer and property. Primary homeowner, renters, landlords, non-homeowners, and homeowners association don't qualify. After completing the steps and being reviewed by PCS management, you'll receive a $100 gift card. This promo is subject to cancellation at any time. By submitting this form, you allow PCS to contact you by phone, email, text, and other means. Hey y'all, it's Team Sharp with WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. I have depended on WBC since the 90s. Wow, where does the time go? Anyway, here's why. WBC has appliances in Southern California, hands down, especially since COVID. It's not even close. Bathroom faucets and fixtures, from common to custom, truly knowledgeable experts to help you get it right, and all of the best prices in town. WBC is your one-stop solution for all things appliances, kitchen, and bath. And no surprise, they are expanding again with a brand new luxury showroom now open at the Atrium Design Center in Lomita, right off East Beach in Pennsylvania, and coming this fall, Palm Desert, with a new 45,000 square foot showroom in La Quinta. To get your kitchen and bath done right, you need more than just an appliance store. You need the experts that I've trusted for years, WBC. Find the WBC nearest you at WBCappliances.com, WBCappliances.com. Get a full 28-point EC of feature and safety inspection for only $88, $8333 next day. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. AM 640.
An iHeartRadio station. Gary and Shannon. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Tuesday, you know what that means. You just have a little bit more to go. Just a little bit more talking to go.
I don't know what it means. I'm trying to figure out what does it mean.
Well, it means Tasty Tuesday.
Oh.
It means it's a Blow It Up Tuesday.
Oh.
True Crime Tuesday.
There's a lot going on today.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, where's the show from?
It's right here.
Before we get to food, Russia has founded Ukraine's energy facilities within the largest barrage of missiles we've seen, more than 80, according to President Zelensky of Ukraine. Now, a senior U.S. intelligence official said that some of those missiles crossed into Poland, a NATO member, and that at least 2 people have been killed in Poland. This would be, if confirmed, the first time in the war that Russian weapons have come down on a NATO country. In terms of the University of Idaho murders that we saw just the other day, they're getting more and more information. Police say that 4 University of Idaho students found dead in their off-campus home on Sunday were targeted, and that the killer or killers used a knife or other, quote, edged weapon. The Moscow Police Department said that investigators are trying to figure out a timeline and recreate their activities from Saturday night into Sunday morning, when it's expected that pointers believe that all of them were killed sometime very early in the morning on Sunday morning. Autopsies are expected to be later this week, but they've also said that they don't believe that there was a greater threat to anyone else who works at the campus.
I don't understand that, and I don't trust a police department that small to be confident in that information. We're still trying to figure out a timeline with these kids, and we're just in time out.
One of the coroner told the New York Times that this was not a violent death. How is stabbing 4 people not a violent death?
Yeah.
I do not get.
Any murder is violent, let alone a stabbing murder. Mondo.
Yashin.
What sound does a turkey's phone make?
I don't know. What sound does a turkey's phone make?
Wing.
Let me teach you how to eat. Neil Saavedra is the host of the foodporn here Saturdays right here at 2 to 5 here at KFI. Speaking of which, this Saturday, Neil's going to be out at the Smart and Final in Orange in the Tuscatella Shopping Center. You can come on out, you can meet Neil, see Neil, look at Neil, listen to Neil.
He loves hugs.
Touch Neil.
Touch him all over.
Neil. They'll give the Jesus hug that you love so much. Do your Smart and Final shopping for Thanksgiving and donate to you by Awesome Thank you, Rabbi.
That. Have you ever heard about the trumpet of Jesus?
Yeah, I listened to the show.
Isn't it?
I remember when I used to enjoy the show prior to the trumpet of Jesus. Did you hear the guy? There was a guy yesterday who left us a message on the talkback speaker, said that he ran an ultra marathon this weekend. He had downloaded the Trumpets of Jesus, and that on mile 4 of a 50-mile run, the Trumpets of Jesus came on. He said it was in effect for the next 46 miles. Kept him going. Record time. Yeah. yeah, we're on the move now. It's the trumpets of Jesus. By the way, did you see Shannon's booty picture? Sorry, with the family. Oh yeah, all the family is facing forward. Yeah. And she's like a scene out of 40-year-old virgin, where he's talking about parking the bike in the back, and she goes, yeah.
Well, they were making fun of the way that I posed for pictures, and so I
Did the most ridiculous pose ever.
Yeah.
No, it's a great pose. You look at it, it's like, here's the rest of the
They were
family.
like, let's pose like Shannon. And so and I had to just have fun with it.
It's all, which one of the family is a model? It's not. All right, so let's get into it. We're 9 days away from the Super Bowl. And Super Bowl is starting.
Gary this morning, I went out to the grocery store yesterday just to pick up stuff to make chicken noodle soup and just some a couple staples for the week. And
Yeah, 12-pack of wine.
The 6-pack. And I couldn't believe how much it was, you know. And now you think about Thanksgiving, and you're going to feed not 2 people in my house, but you're going to feed, what, 10 people? Well, how much is this going to cost you?
Look at the price. This article from Finance there on Yahoo.com is breaking it down, and I laughed. And it said that inflation is going to cause most Americans, between $100 and $200 on average to do this meal. There's no way in it. No way in
It's
it.
going to cost so much.
Shannon's walking out with, a breast
And broth.
There's no way that you're getting out of this.
Especially not in California.
I will tell you a couple things when it comes to turkey this year. Is the price up? Absolutely. Can it be up as much as 23%? EVP. On average, you're probably going to pay a little more than that in the sense that per pound was 99 cents last year, roughly. And this year it'll probably be like $1. So there's going to be a more cost to that. As far as the concern of whether you're going to be able to find them or not this year, California's going to be fine. California is local growers, and I've talked to the gents there at the butchery that has 4 or 5 locations in the Southland. My buddy John over at 200 Butchery in the Burn. Everybody's telling me the same thing. Listen, sizes may be a little hard, but they ordered back in July or earlier. They don't know the sizing, what they're actually going to get. Most of the places have good relationships. We had the folks from Talleyrand down the street that roast turkeys every day, all year round. They're one of the few places you can get a Thanksgiving dinner any day of the year. And she says that they're taking it. Curiosity, I don't know if I've ever known this answer to this question. How old is the turkey that I'm eating? Depends. If you're having a frozen turkey, it's probably older than you think.
How old?
It could be a year. No, my better question. At what point is my turkey processed for my intake? How old is he then?
What do you mean?
Where is taking turkey to get that big? That's an excellent question. I don't know the exact time. Let's say 3 years, possibly. But I will tell you that some of the sizes will be smaller this year for that very reason. That they die because of the avian flu. I almost said aviation flu, which would be gin. I don't mind going that way.
It is breed dependent, but modern meat birds are bred to be ready for slaughter at 14 to 18 weeks.
Oh wow, that's way incredible. Because now they're looking at less than that. So as far as here's the thing, if you're going to these massive birds, there's no way they're doing it. You're not getting above a 50-pound bird. Yeah, that's why you mentioned, or why it clicked in my head as you said that they made these orders back in June and July to prepare for 90 days, whatever it is, later when we're going to be putting it. A lot of people say we don't know what sizes we're getting, but we're getting this. They promise us the same amount we ordered. They just don't know the poundage yet that they're going to get. So that is probably 6 months. Well, that's depending on the size, and of course, I guess for the breed, whether in these palms, the ones that you're getting fresh, are going through a different process. My understanding is most birds are going to be partially frozen in one way or another when they're moving up from place to place, depending on their location. But if you're looking at smaller birds, you're looking at less time to grow them to a point, especially because I've seen numbers from 6 million birds to over 10 million birds that they've had to the dietary process of eating food. So, it hasn't hit chickens the same way, because that's one of the alternatives this year. But in California, because we have beef here in California, you shouldn't have a problem getting one if you want. You're going to have to be, um, you're going to have to choose which kind of birds. I would say don't go for a big bird, go for two birds.
That's a big bird.
That's a big
That is a big bird. Who booked though? You guys are the worst.
Well,
I don't know why I come in here.
but why did you like that? For we didn't say it. That's like,
Yeah, you don't have to play that. It's like if you have the worst things you've ever said, and then people play them back for you every day.
the young at the
Hello?
for making
Who goes though?
what is
You don't know what who goes though means?
Is it like okay?
You're sounding very white right now.
It might be that day. I go back and forth.
Okay, let's talk about White Castle's stuffing recipe. Let's back away from this. It's a regionalist collectively.
There is more. There is more.
You know what? If it makes you happy, I'm happy. Hola! Not you, Jacob. Very unashamed. We'll continue. KFI recording live everywhere on the iHeartRadio. Mark is in Israel.
A senior U.S. intelligence official says misses have crossed into NATO member Poland, where two people were killed. Florida Senator Rick Scott during a long-shot bid to unseat Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell. And a Chinese man may be the first to run an entire marathon while smoking cigarettes. He was smoking or lighting up during all 26 miles of a marathon in East China, finishing in 3 hours and 45 minutes. Well done, sir. SoCal weather sunny today with upper 60s at the beaches, below 70s inland, and a wind advisory from 7 tonight to 7 tomorrow night. This report brought to you by Lava Propane. Let's head out to a wreck in Anaheim on the 57.
Summit 57 southbound line, it's the 91. Now, fire department is blocking the two-way lane to that semi-involved in this city is breaking down, so you're going to be stacked up from Imperial Highway. You've also got some slowing due to road work on that 91 eastbound from 57 Kramer. The carpool lane is going to be closed, and it's already a slow ride. 91 east from the 5. In Norwalk, this is still here, 605 southbound before Florence County. East Angel Bakery blocking the two right lanes to Debbie from Whittier Boulevard. In Rolling Heights, 60 east on before Fullerton Road. That earlier class cleared, all lanes open, but it's still going to be on and off flowing from the 605. KFI and the sign helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Harmon.
This report is sponsored by ChooseMath.org. When you're young, let's put a choice. Things like opioids are highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life and your choices with just one pill. Find medically proven treatment options at ChooseMath.org. Termites are swarming in Southern California right now. So if you see bugs flying around your house or what looks like small piles of sawdust on the floor, termites, and I'm going to suggest you call Pacific Coast Termites. Even if you don't know you have termites, it's still worth the phone call. Call for a free home inspection, certain restrictions apply, and no tenting, no double bagging your food, no pet sitting. You can actually be home while Pacific Coast Termite does its work. I take that point. You don't want to go there. Mention KFI, get 10% off termite treatments, 2-year guarantee on their work. The last thing you need is one of those saline tanks over your house. Call 800-PACIFIC, 800-PACIFIC, PacificCoastTermite.com, 800-PACIFIC. Pacific Coast Termite, kills termites. The clean, friendly way.
In these inflationary times, you need a good value, especially when it comes to fuel. Lava Propane gives you 2 extra pounds more than other companies who short fill. You get more gas for the same cash. With the holidays coming, it's time to check propane tank levels. Visit lavapropane.com for value and location. Hi, Rick Alvin here. Join me for my new master class, Preparing Teens for Their Future, How to Prevent College from Ruining Their Lives. It's free, it's online, and it's premiering this month. This one's for your teenagers, but you should watch it first. And then tell your kids and grandkids to watch it as well. College can either set your children on the path of financial success and personal fulfillment, or it'll leave them in a precarious position with no degree, no prospects, tens of thousands of dollars of debt they can't afford, and lifelong regret. My new master class will help your family make the right decisions and show you all how to avoid expensive mistakes that you and they will lament for years. Come watch my new free master class and learn how to graduate college debt-free with a degree that prepares your teens for the world they'll be living in.
Sign up today. The truth, AYF.com. That's the truth, AYF.com. Are you suffering with knee pain? Have you tried shots, pills, yet you are still suffering with chronic knee pain caused by bone-on-bone osteoarthritis, a torn meniscus, a fall or accident, and you've been told that you need a knee replacement? Here is good news from Dr. Philip, founder of the 21st Century Pain Institute. You may now have hope of reducing or eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical painless laser stem cell treatment, the West Coast's only laser-guided stem cell therapy. This new treatment may reduce or eliminate your knee pain in minutes, and Dr. Yu is using this treatment on NFL alumni players with their knee and back injury. Here's a special offer. Dr. Yu is offering a special $97 new knees in a day exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, and X-ray MRI review. Normally $375, but just $97 for the first 27 calls. Grab your cell phone and dial pound 250
Make as much
and
money
say,
as you want
"Knee
website.
pain."
Go to
There is
the
only
make
a
as much
limited
money as
number
you
of
want website.
$97
It's long, but
So on your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say,
what's
"Knee
another
pain." Survivors of third child sexual abuse in California have limited time to seek
Everyone
justice. Survivors have until December 31st, 2022 to take legal
all the
action.
time.
Contact Jeff Anderson and Associates for confidential compensation. Call us at 1-800-ITS-TIME, 12011 San Vicente Boulevard, Suite 700, Los Angeles, California. Attorney advertising.
Sail with American Cruise Voyages, where history comes alive and discovery runs deep. Enriching adventures await in North America's mighty rivers, Great Lakes, oceans, and expeditions to the wilds of Alaska. Visit American Cruise Voyages at aqvoyages.com, cruising North America now. Call 844-744-0794 or contact a travel professional. American Cruise Voyages, discovery runs deep.
By the way, we have Rick Russo on the first hour. Answered all my hard political questions. I was drilling him. What's your specific order in and out? I do the double lettuce wrap with a bag of fries. Let's speak to the pie. You bet, man. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. He said he'd never come back. I was never being treated like that before. Sweet Bang 6X on JFI. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. A couple things to keep your eyes on later today. Number one, President Trump making some sort of big announcement coming up 6 o'clock our time is when it is scheduled. There's some speculation that he's not actually going to announce that he's running for president.
The State Department is not saying much after reports about Russian missile landing in Poland, killing 2 people. Principal Deputy Spokesperson Vidya Patel spoke with reporters after the missile reportedly landed in eastern Poland near that Ukrainian border. At the Pentagon, Air Force Brigadier General Pat Ryder said they're taking the report seriously. They are talking about it there, they're investigating it there. It's unclear if it was part of a planned attack or just a stray projectile, and I think it's going to be the latter. I think that's where it's going to end up being.
Russia has also come out with a statement and saying that Poland making these accusations is just that they're playing the game that the Ukrainians want them to play and escalating something that doesn't need to be escalated. Said the country who launched dozens of cruise missiles into people's apartments.
Neil has joined us. Neil Sabeza, our fourth reporter. We are talking about Thanksgiving, at least there's one person. And the best of Thanksgiving is, I think, everybody's favorite, except for Gary's, which is the can of cranberry sauce. The stuffing of proud Caesar. Everyone likes the stuffing, right?
I didn't when I was younger.
I didn't either. When I was a kid, I never touched it.
Yeah, it wasn't my thing. Now, I literally crave it.
Yeah.
There are times where I'm like,
I think once I was taught that carbs are bad, I was like, give them all to me. I will have every carb.
You go, what is this stuff that keep me away from this?
Yeah.
It's bread that's been darkened with meat juice.
Oh, that's great. I'll pick 3.
Yeah, because I did the same thing now. I crave it. Well, White Castle, which I've said on the air to the chagrin of many East Coasters listening, is trash. I'm not a fan. I was excited. I get, you get 80 burgers, whatever you get.
Is that what it is, value?
Oh, it is. They're like, you want the $200 or the $400? I wasn't crazy about it. Anyways, this does sound good, and they put out a Thanksgiving stuffing recipe that makes it both sides. Well, this is kind of a newer tradition where people will use
Did you make some
to make
Why?
or bake the stuffing. You know, now after all those
Well,
years of
what makes them
people
attractive?
getting sick,
They're small,
at
so
Thanksgiving,
children can
not
eat
the
them
best
and
idea
feel like
to
adults.
cook
That they like to
the
do.
Thanksgiving
Really?
stuffing in the actual bird. Yeah. So what we do is we make dressing, which is
I'm
stuffing
trying to get
with
interested in
stuff.
like what's more
You
hands.
just bake it in
I like to
the
see.
I think my husband makes some of it in a casserole dish and then some of it in the bird.
Oh my!
Here's that.
The
I know, yeah, just devour it.
it tastes great. So
Oh my!
you have to overcook the turkey to make it a 165 in the center of the stuffing.
Yeah.
And so you end up overcooking the bird. It really tastes stuffing. I agree.
Yeah, there have been some Thanksgivings where you've had to dip the turkey in the wine and then eat it.
Oh, well, that's
Because it's a little dry.
Catholic Thanksgiving.
Yes.
It's like
Body of turkey? Amen.
the turkey shin's got a fat, and they just dip the turkey in the whole thing and put it in. It's going to be perfect. Not only is it better, but yeah. So this is they have it on their website. You can go to White Castle's website, and it actually looks like a pretty tasty combination. But it's baked out of the bird in a casserole dish or in a muffin tin, which
Casserole,
is a great way to do it.
Yeah.
So you get
Oh,
on
yeah.
the outside and the softer inside. You get individual servings.
Oh, shit.
That sounds right. That sounds right.
Coming went in around there.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, that sounds like my favorite day.
Hey, dude.
I can't imagine. Am I eating it like a muffin? I'm gonna pick it up or whatever.
Yeah,
Kermit pose.
Literally.
Lady's beating off the Kermit's feet. It's a fucking muppet, lady.
Just one big. Yeah.
Do you eat it with a spoon? Is that how it works?
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, duh.
I'm not an animal. Usually I try to find a teaspoon or like a stirring spoon, so that the head of the spoon is actually smaller, because then it makes it feel like when you're eating ice cream, it just makes it feel like it's going on forever. Yeah. Well, I don't know why I want this on forever. But this is kind of kicking ass. I don't ever want you to look at that again. That was like, that was camp counselor if I react. I would say there's 600 or 700 calories in one stuff. Nobody's got to know. You're just trying a little cranberry sauce with your old man. We all need to know what our bodies do.
Comes a time in a man's life.
Your counselor's like, smaller the spoon, the bigger the eats.
Yeah,
I think there's about 6 servings per can. Eight servings per can.
So that's 8 times 86 calories.
So 700 calories.
700 calories. It's carb heavy, but not too bad. I thought it would be much worse.
It's all closely after that. Look, have you never experienced the problem? Which they just
got a pretty strong constitution.
Yeah, because they eat turkeys.
Because he ate dog food for 6 years.
It's also not true. Every guy eats dog food.
I know.
It's just reality. I've never had a problem. I've never noticed it that I was like, oh my God, what happened to me? I'll never do that again. It comes out exactly the shape of the kid. It still has the ridges on it. Like one of those musical highways. This Saturday, Neil's going to be live at the Smart and Final store in Orange, the Tuscatella Shopping Center from 2 to 5 Saturday. Come on out, meat meal. Yeah, I get to go to Smart and Final shopping for Thanksgiving would be wonderful as well. And while you are at the Smart and Final, you can donate to the KFI Pasta Fund.
Get your Jesus hug and your donation.
No, male, female, not one or the other.
How don't you think of a race?
It's like a whole inclusive, and some people like it, some people don't. It's like, this is not ugly. I need to explain it. I do too. It does me up. It's like, you don't have to get really strong as a husband. If you need to it, really do it. Yeah. Otherwise, that's you or by the way. Unless you're cold and you need some warmth. But I don't hug this one. All I can say is count me out. I'm not thinking like Hillary and Shannon. We gotta end it. Okay, what do you like? You know what makes sense. You know what? Two. Everywhere on the Anchor Radio app.
ABC on SoFi storage says Poland cost 30 cents because we're having an emergency meeting.
What we gotta say is that throughout the day, here as we pray, Russian launched an unprecedented wave of missile attacks and drone attacks across the country.
The State Department says it might confirm reports that missiles hit Poland. Polish media said 2 people were killed from a projectile in a village near Ukraine's border. LAPD Chief Moore says murders and assaults are on a downward trend.
This last week, we saw a significant reduction in the number of shooting victims. We now have 64 fewer shooting victims year to date, 5.1% decrease from last year's number.
So far this year, there have been 5 fewer homicides than last year. Property crime is also going down. The number of officer-involved shootings has stayed steady with 31 so far this year over 32 last year. At least 500 homeless women and their families living on Skid Row are getting some support from the state. This woman who used to live on Skid Row says she hopes the housing will help women transform their lives.
Well, I'll give them God. I hope they have a change of heart, just like I did when got out of the day.
So women are being housed from a $15 million grant from the state to fight homelessness in certain areas. The women will also get access to mental health care and help finding jobs. Federal prosecutors have charged a man from Irvine with stealing more than $2.5 million from his real estate employer. Assistant U.S. Attorney Brett Stagel alleges Varun Agarwal first got friends and family approved for legitimate contract work before switching to fake invoices.
For other work that was being done, I would say it'd be easier to use them rather than someone else so that you didn't have to have another company become approved.
The man would then funnel the money to his account, which the scheme likely went on for a decade because Agarwal was director of auditing for the real estate company. The man is due back in court next month. The Ventura County Fire Department is using a new tool to save millions of gallons of water per year.
It's called a pump pod, a large box trailer designed to recycle water during engineer training. Engineers drive the truck to manage the flow of water from the engine. Engineers also have to calculate and monitor the pressure. And now instead of the water being wasted on the ground, it's aimed into an opening in the pump pod. Firefighter instructor Ryan Burkett watching do it. The hydrant is filling out the pod. Correct. And then that becomes a reservoir. Correct. For you to pull from. Correct. Then your fire engine pulls from that pod and then puts it back in the hydrant, recycling it. But then the pod acts as a collection point. That's correct. While you're spraying the water in training. That's correct. Pump Pod USA built the new apparatus and says since rolling out the first pod in 2018, they estimate a savings of close to 70 million gallons of water. In Camarillo, Steve Gregory, KFI News.
Southland weather from JFI, sunny and windy and warmer tomorrow. Highs mid to upper 70s in Metro LA, low to mid 70s in the valley, low 70s in Inland Orange County, mid 60s in the Inland Empire. Right now it's 72 in Tustin, 70 in Mission Viejo, 71 in Van Nuys, and 64 in Chatsworth. The KFI market report, the Dow closed up 56, S&P 500 up 34, NASDAQ up 162, and the average price for a gallon of regular gas in California is $5.42. We are going to the 605 in Norwalk. 605 southbound. This is right at Florence Avenue. We've had a disabled big rig blocking the 2 right lanes for about an hour. It looks like they're just getting that out of your way, but the 605 southbound is still stacked up from Beverly Boulevard. If you're on the northbound side, it's going to be slow coming away from the 105. Valley Village, 170 southbound, right at the 101 to 134. Got a motorcycle down on that connector to the 134 east. In Irwindale, 210 westbound before the 605. Got that crash clearing to the right shoulder, but you're on off the brakes from Vernon Avenue. Also in Anaheim, 57 southbound to 91. That's still blocking the 2 right lanes.
I go by Espen. Some chicks go by ESPN. I go Ev. I go by Espen. It's been on yesterday. They'd be like, oh yeah, we have finally done it. We hired it. Espen at ESPN. Espen Steele. Why everybody on that fucking network has that last fucking Sage Steele, Samantha Steele.
Windows. I know there's a whole slew of reasons why you want new ones. Lower energy bills, more peace and quiet, better curb appeal, and how about just windows that actually open and close? I also know we can talk all we want, but if they're not affordable, it's just not there. I hear you. I have an answer for you. Call Gene and Karen at Window World. I love Window World exactly because they specialize in windows perfectly positioned at that intersection of quality.
I was like at some event, and I was like, oh, this guy's fucking drunk as fuck. I'm like, this motherfucker, and he didn't help. I was at some radio event. Like, this motherfucker didn't help. This motherfucker didn't help. This motherfucker didn't help. And what? He goes, Rolling Stones is there, and I was just like, I don't know what the truth is. I don't really want to know. Because if I do know, I'll be pissed off. I won't kill anybody. I just want the whole fucking world know about this fucking country. You done there?
You know, that uncomfortable feeling after you eat too much, after the deviled eggs, baked beans, and barbecue ribs.
No, but I had to choose about it, so I was just like asking, what is the truth? I want the truth, basically. I want the truth. But yeah.
Use is directed to keep out of reach of children. This is Jacob and Ron. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. More stimulating talk. John Tech Show, John Cobell, Ken Shambo, KFI, and 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome everybody. Chance for money. Still this week, you can win some of the cash. Inflation bonus cash for about 15 minutes. Just listen for the keyword. Well, I'm expecting you're really riled up. Oh, your people have died. Yes, I know, but I have been hit by a missile fired by the Russians, and 2 people are dead. They live in a farm, in a village. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9 letters, and only 3 of them are vowels in this village name. Jewoodov.
Disney, where Disney
Well, PRZ is the gist. Yeah. Then what's the J?
Why?
JRZ.
Are you annual pass members or no? Why? Real Disney family members? I'm not saying aren't. They're super fans. You can be a super fan and that's cool. Disney probably are.
Do you have any family there? You know, this is in
I could see how we didn't have the university and lived in Southern California, we would be super fans. Really? Yeah, every fucking year the thing would go up and it's like we can't afford it and blah 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 blah. And you'd still get it. Why? You want to have a fucking annual pass, stick around the back of the fucking cars.
Yeah, but well, are we going to war? Because they're a NATO country. Poland, they've been attacked. Well, they're going to start something. If it was intentional, yeah, they'd start something. Oh, the Russians are saying no. The Russians are even denying that any missiles could have gone into Polish territory. They deny, and the next thing they're going to say is, Ukraine did this. It's like the false flag attack, whatever, trying to blame us. One of the reporters pitched that question to a U.S. government official, and it just said, it's all nonsense, because they lie about everything, they make everything up, doesn't matter what they say. A Polish journalist, oh, here's your new radio station, ZET, Radio Z. Initially reported the explosions claimed that they may have been caused by the remnants of Russian missiles shot down over Ukrainian Pacific landed on Polish soil. Well, the other alternative is that this is just apparent because the Russians fired off a lot of missiles into Ukraine today. And maybe one of them went off target. Yeah, not far from the border. So, well, I mean, there's 3 possibilities. One, it was intentional. One, it was an accident. And one is they're just reckless. And hey, a couple hit Poland, who cares? I say let's go to war. We've got some sound from other country. Well, I saw, and it killed 2 people. This is serious. I saw a bulletin that said that Poland invoked Article 4 of the NATO treaty. Now, Article 4 means everybody has to get together and talk.
You like history?
Article 5 is we need the big guns. Let's go. And if the nation requests Article 5 and there is evidence they've been attacked, then all the other NATO countries are obligated to
Keep in mind.
jump in. US generally provide weapons, ammunition, things of that nature.
No, it's just like a bunch of German girls. What's this fucking blue girl or something? These girls got fucking attacked by like landslide or something. Really? Oh, these poor girls, their mascara's running down their fucking faces. They look like goddamn raccoons. Oh, they've been throated. Oh.
Some of them hit grounds, I guess, hit the target, but they're trying to kill the Russians because they're faring.
Oh, it's a Buffalo Jack somewhere. Buffalo Jack, this Jack and Diane. We know Jack and Diane. They're living together. Yeah. Jack never lived together. Yeah. And then we got Lion.
Rest of the Western world has given. So they can shoot down a good percentage, but not all. Here, I guess they shot down 70 out of 100. But Poland's still been doing things to help Ukrainians, and there's
that he'd be the head of it. Maybe it's gonna fuck it up.
But I think they've been on high alert because any day something like this can happen or worse. This is policemen. So they're going to have to make, everyone's going to do an analysis and then decide is this enough to really go to the matter. It should be based on something more serious. Yeah, I think the answer is probably not. Yeah, it's the worst. But, you know, the Russians aren't going to get away from it.
Just a good thing. I think it's still becoming a thing at Costco. Just going up there for example. You want a whole meal out here.
Two Russian missiles that appear to land in Poland. Meanwhile, Biden is sleeping in Indonesia. You see that story that he gave up last night in the G20 dinner because he was too tired? Oh, yeah, I heard that. He wanted to go back to the hotel and disappear.
You ever eaten a free sample?
He had a long day. You imagine? It was 19 other leaders, 19 other nations.
I'm normally like on a mission to do something. So I don't fucking free anything. Free's for me. Oh, cool, man. So how many of these can I take without getting in trouble? That's usually what
The Russians issued a statement. No strikes on targets near the Ukrainian Polish state border were made. Denying any involvement with whatever this is that happened. Maybe it was the maybe that's the wrong word. You know what? What do I want to do? I've told you one day one of this thing. We should just send a missile right through Putin's head. Nuclear missile. You do that. We're going to get there anyway, so let's just take them out now. Right through Putin's head. You have to. You got to fiddle to find out where he is. You got to fiddle with the settings, yeah. But they could be like a drone thing where they left a couple of actual nuclear missile. Right, it aims right at his office there. So there'll be a lot of collateral damage if it's a nuclear missile. We'll take out more Russian citizens and all wars that we never in the office. Some describe the office is down the hall. It could be a little small out of Western civilization. Wow. Maybe the office is down below. We got a lot coming up on the show today. It was a big day yesterday, continuing today on the witness stand for the wife of Gavin Newsom. She is testifying in the Harvey Weinstein trial. You got to see the break, by the way. There were 5 main goes. Recently, wife is number 4. Number 5 is bow down. So some of the charges against Weinstein were dropped because one of the accusers decided to do something about logistics. He couldn't be there. I don't know. James don't know the file. It's not going to show up. So we just get to producing the last one here. Yeah, we're going to read their description of his.
She's the hottest first lady.
We do. Yes. We do.
She would want to know, am I hotter than Nancy Reagan? I bet, yeah. Not by much. Nancy Reagan first fucking. You mean like Nancy Reagan in her prime or skeleton Nancy Reagan in the White House? Yeah. Skeletor? Skeletor.
Budget and Finance Committee has recommended approving $400,000 to the Department of Animal Services for more animal food. The $340,000 currently budgeted.
She was always in a red dress, looking like Skeletor in the White House. Really? Perm. Skeletor with a perm. Lady in red. Skeletor in a red dress and a perm.
And Foreigner is hitting the road for a farewell tour. Band will play 32 shows across the U.S. next summer. From the Southern California
Skeletor in a dress and a perm. Perm, Skeletor in a red dress. Perm, red dress, Skeletor. 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 Nancy. Perm, red dress, Skeletor. Nod, that's a red. Skeletor. Nod, that's a red Skeletor. Eating red. You shut the fuck up.
Since 1965, Southern California has relied on government for power in the most critical situations. Hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, homes and RVs, whether it's a new generator or legendary repair and maintenance services, or an emergency rental, Southern Power has you covered 24/7, 365. If you live in business in Southern California, you know it's no longer a question of if the power is going to go down. It's only a question of whether you're just going to let it happen. It's control. Taking control means it's time to call Southern Power. To learn how to protect yourself from the next outage and all the ones after that, go to SouthernPower.com. SouthernPower.com. That's Power.com.
Shop the Black Friday sale for the gifts that are free. You get a 10 bag for a queen size. Include up to $700 on select mattresses from top brands. Close sell out a free adjustable base with qualifying purchase. Shop in stores or at mattressbrand.com.
Fuck.
You'll be able to get some extra cash for the holidays by participating in our clinical study. Apply today at scholarresearch.org. That's ASCADA-research.org. Help your community and get paid for your next flu shot with Escada Research. Visit escadaresearch.org for more info. Survivors of birth and child sexual abuse in California have limited time for justice. Survivors have until December 31st, 2022 to take legal action. Contact your Anderson and Associates for a confidential conversation. Call us at 1-800-GET-TIME. 21 cents for people by 6700 Los Angeles, California, according to advertising.
Comments like making my kids messy with info mean a lot. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that has spread to other parts of the body, and even more, I take Ibrance, Palbociclib. Ibrance 125 milligram tablet with an aromatase inhibitor, which the postmenopausal women, or for men, is HR.
Is this the one that says addicted to pork?
As the first hormonal-based therapy, ask the doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell count that may lead to serious infection. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Igers, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plans to have pregnant or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet count, infection, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in the blood count, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Walking the streets.
People are gonna be like, that's what's on American advertisements? Yeah. What? It's not really good for medicines to be on the radio because they have to read all that shit on the radio. Normally, if it's television, it's like all at the bottom. You can't see that shit. But half that shit I heard was, oh boy.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keyword on our website. Dollar. That's dollar. DOLLAR. Enter it now at AFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet Jeans Accident Attorney. If you've ever been accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorney with Sweet James. 500 5200 or sweetjames.com. Enter dollar at KFIAM640.com/cash. Do not text the keyword. Go to the website. And you'll be notified by email if you win. Check your junk spam folder, and you can do it again next hour at 4:20 here at KFI. 3:20 here at KFI. Back to search using says that the smart people age couldn't have cared less that he was there. They were fine. On their daylight savings time. He said he would do exercise.
Well, we're going to have about the animals today, Mark. Last week, we talked about a new documentary, which is a subject of a story on the KPLA website, about the incredible police reporting this estimated number of feral cats in Los Angeles. 1 to 3 million cats wandering around. Anyway, it's the subject of a documentary called Crazy Cat. So we're going to talk to a couple of the documentary makers on 4 o'clock hour about this problem with the feral cat population. Now we move to the world human population. And depending on your outlook on humanity and the world's population, there are 2 stories here. Good news, bad news. If you hate humanity, well, you're going to have to wait. If you love humanity, here it comes first. We have reached 8 billion people. And in just the last dozen years, we went up by 1 billion people. India will become the world's most populous country by next year. So that's right. That is the China. Yes. To fight as much as was in their power. I know it is. China seems so bad. So he sent for Demeritos, the nearest was in the camp. When the Demeritos arrived, Xerxes questioned him about everything he had been taught, trying to understand the meaning behind what's lacking. Demeritos answered, "You heard what I said about these men before. We were just setting out against the Greeks, and you made me a laughing stock when you heard my view of how these mountains turned out. But it is my greatest goal to tell them to hear me now once again. These men have come to fight us for control of the world, and that is really what they are preparing to do. For it is their tradition that they groom their hair whenever they are about to live their lives. Now know this, if you subjugate these men, and those who have remained behind in Sparta, there is no other race of human beings that will be left to raise their hands against you. For you are now attacking against no king of all the Greeks, and the best of men." What Demeritos said seemed quite incredible to Xerxes, and he asked for a second time how they could possibly intend to fight his whole army, since there were so few of them. Demeritos replied, "Sire, things do not turn out just as I planned they do. They just decided to pick a certain day to call attention to it. And that day is today, and today is the day of 8 billion. I thought they should do it more count.
It was a capital crime.
Like the people have the homeless count.
This doesn't turn out.
So the global population is growing at its slowest rate since 1950, though. We're down with under 1% growth in 2020. You know what's funny about all these good words? Like the UN is warning that join us. 20 billion people on the planet. There's going to be challenges of feeding, housing, and keeping people from polluting the climate. And you know what? They're really
His father, Darius, was a great deal maker.
So
Xerxes was coming from a position of negotiation,
very worried about
and
climate
the
change.
Spartans basically
But
dressed
the
him
only
down.
thing that affects them, by far,
Things like the effect
That's
of
me every
the
night.
land already originated on us.
Jack
every
Cunningham.
country that burns fossil fuels has reduced poverty dramatically. So the place, because for energy for the economy, it's energy, it's a
Toxic
fuel. They
years after the event,
and
Xerxes sends another messenger to the
hundreds of
Spartan
products
supposedly
using
another
petroleum
message
to
from
employ
the king of the
people, right?
Spartans.
They either
It says to
consume
all
or they
of
have
them in
employment.
Europe, you can
I
all
mean,
go home.
somebody one day I heard it
All will be
list
forgiven. Just
all
put
product
down your
chemicals
arms.
that petroleum is involved in. And it's not as a fuel that the machines run for heat, the electricity running in the offices or
Translate
factories.
many different
That's
ways.
actually part of the ingredients in plastics, for example.
Come and take them.
Yeah, that petroleum products
Right
in
out your
plastics.
arms.
It is absolutely impossible
Having come,
to
take
have modern life without burning fossil fuels.
Well,
Well, that's two birds with one stone. You get rid of fossil fuels and plastics.
to
The
translate.
activists get involved. Oh, that's right. Well, because you know really what they want is they want people to die. That's the bottom line.
He
Because,
calls us all throughout
if
history
we got
because
rid of
it's such a great,
fossil fuels,
dramatic,
fossil
colorful,
die.
in the face of death line, isn't it? It's a
If we
cleanest
head
one.
for the economy should be, it would
Do
be
you feel
horrific.
like you punk? Come and take them.
Then say that
How
half
do
of
you
the
not stand up
population
in the theater and
increase
cheer when
by
that
the year
moment hits? That's
2050 of
every screenwriter's dream to have a scenario like that, and if it can be true, how wonderful is that?
India, Nigeria,
The
Pakistan,
Greek
the Philippines, and Indonesia.
chroniclers who wrote about this scenario.
Half of the growth of the year 2050
And
is
it makes it
coming from
colorful, it
just
makes it
those.
real, it makes it compelling. Even 2,500 years later,
Now we're going to bring you the
give you
good
right
but we
arm
all think there
to
is
have
too
this
many
kind of
people
stuff
on
right
the
out of the
planet.
mouths of the
There
old historians
could
from
be an
all
answer
these
coming.
places that didn't have
More and more
black
men
and white because
are firing blanks.
the Persian story must be
Yes,
magical.
I think the sperm count,
You don't have
the sperm count globally is
tradition.
declining and it's declining at a
Oh,
shocking level.
fucking my door.
They put together a study that combined 153
Throughout
estimates
history, they were always dark
suggest that the
Don't ask
average
for
sperm
memory, you know I
concentration
can't spell.
fell
of all time.
from
To show
101.2
the fact that they may have been
N per milliliters
gods.
to 49. Between 1973 and 2018, that's a drop of 51.6%. This is around the world, the sperm count. The average is, this is around the world.
This time
Although the
period,
claiming, like the self-finding did tend to
and in this
focus
area
on
of the
Europe, North
Mediterranean,
America, and Australia.
you have to be
I guess
a
would be a
more
bigger
specific when you
percentage
start
of
talking
white people in those three
just say God.
places. But also modern life.
Which God?
Modern life. Oh, they do believe that it's pollution, technology, it could be all these things. I think cell phones.
They have a lot of different things.
But what about this one? The way it is, going to make it up. The planet's warming. Sperms don't like warm. Oh, that's right.
Most of
Yeah.
these,
See, climate change is doing it here too.
Never hear that as much of them.
Your fancy
Some of them had this dominant
creates your little heat.
having
Your little sperm
gods was not.
friends. They die. Too hot. Too hot. Cold.
Only having one God.
That's why they suggest boxes where you're hanging low and
Together,
stay pure.
divine or
Well,
without
air conditioning, because you tighten up the tight lights, everything gets warm in there, it's
great
sweaty. Like
combination.
the tight jeans are really hot. They said, that's
Stories. Perspectives.
fertility is compromised if
Admonitions
sperm concentration
and
falls below 40.
It's hard to describe exactly what they
Yeah, check close.
It's also hard to know
That's
that it
why
was
I'm saying
written by
if
the
we run
accounts
out of,
from
if men run out of blanks, or if they shoot blanks, we don't have to worry about the low population. We be able to have babies anymore without sperm. It's gotta be something to do with that.
Nonetheless, we used Plutarch 500
They-
years
they-
after
they-
that. So does
they-
everyone else. So
Endocrine disrupting chemicals or other environmental factors may play a role even acting on the
places
fetus in
talks
the
about the
womb.
Persians. We should
Smoking,
probably
drinking, or obesity and poor diet also play a role.
and the attitude
An
of the
unhealthy
writers,
lifestyle
whatever they
can hurt your sperm count. Yeah, but smoking,
especially
drinking,
when it wasn't just
but
positive.
people are fatter. Unhealthy diets have really exploded in sport. So maybe that's what we should focus in on is all the bad food. Well, it depends if you want kids. So they can sperm, CBD, leafy vegetables, like Deborah Mark knows, they can make sperm. They think they're all
Which is so full of wonderful stuff. You know, you bring some out of the market,
and because of the sperm decline, it can take longer for couples to conceive.
And because a lot of radio sometimes are delayed south of the 50s or 40s, that's not good. Also, radio it's the
Well, could have been a few
mid-30s.
For real?
It's not the radio ended. I mean, there's a reason all our reproductive organs begin working in our teenage years. Because usually our life expectancy is so short. It's 30s. So you had to get it going and reproduce in your teens, early teens, in order to keep species on the planet. Which is really our only purpose. There is no other purpose than reproduction. So it's not when we come back, we'll bring you what we have up to date in the Harvey Weinstein trial. It is Jennifer Newsom, the wife of Gavin Newsom, who testified as James Bell number 4. Among other things, said that Weinstein made her feel like a blow-up sex doll.
Go for me.
Yeah, woman I've never heard that Weinstein or anybody. This is a unique
Scattered a bunch of Jews everywhere. Forced a lot of them from your favorite crowds
live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. We're all glad to 24 hours.
A senior U.S. intelligence official told the Associated Press two people in Poland have been killed when Russia's missiles crossed into the NATO country. Polish media report two people were killed from a projectile. The village near the same border between populated are holding emergency meetings due to the crisis. And this is also catalyst incidents for much of Moldova. A judge in LA found 4 of the 11 sexual assault charges against Harvey Weinstein. Prosecutors say they would not proceed with the counts involving one of his sisters. The judge dismissed 2 counts of forcible rape, 2 counts of forcible oral copulation. Weinstein was given a 23-year sentence in New York and pleaded not guilty. Now, for record of the year, Harry Styles, as it was, Luke Rose, About Damn Fine, Beyonce's Break My Soul, and Abba's Don't Shut Me Down made the list. Beyonce's 9 nominations for hit totaled at 88, tied with her husband Jay-Z for the most ever received in the show's history. Grammys are February 5th in LA. And it's running there with green and moldy and Darren and Frida. I don't either. That's why today was National Clean Out Your Fridge Day. Health experts say you should empty your refrigerator, throw out any recalled food items, and wash all removable parts. Additionally, they recommend we use a tablespoon of bleach mixed in with a gallon of water to sanitize the inside of our fridges. Let's wash everything with hot soapy water. Jennifer Jones, please. KFI News. Southland weather from KFI, sunny and windy and a little warmer tomorrow. Highs mid-to-upper 70s for metro LA. Logan is 70 in the valley, low 70s for Lincoln County. District Steve and the Inland Empire, we are going for brush fire off 210 in Rancho Cucamonga. Florida 210 westbound, right before Justin Cruz, Street to Boulevard. And fire department has the 2 right lanes blocked because of it. New just not traffic on the way from Cherry Avenue. In Grand Terrace, 215 southbound at Iowa Avenue. Got a crash block in the left lane. In Anaheim, 57 southbound toward 91. Those 2 right lanes are still blocked from an earlier incident. Stop traffic from Imperial Highway. If you're on the 57 north on Orlando, got a report of a brand new crash there and up ahead of Diamond Bar Boulevard. Another accident blocking the left lane. Hudson, 55 north 45, that's at right on the right shoulder. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Martin.
I'm Michael O'Keefe, managing partner in Jacoby & Myers. After serious auto accident, the road to recovery begins with medical bills, physical therapy, surgery, and loss of wages. Fast track with lawyers. You can stop to clear facility duty. Jacoby & Myers. We're the personal injury firm LA has relied upon for 15 years. With settlements that are often 10 times the original insurance company offered. So we need to get back on the side of the needs of the versions. Jacoby & Myers. When you're young,
And if they're so good in this story during the time of the Babylonians, how do they go from that to the Greek Sea, 2 or 3 years later?
Addiction is a disease that can affect anyone at any age. But there is a choice for health.
Kick off Find medical patients for great appearance on the world stage. Be a guy that is so unleashing
The revolutionary single-piece distributor with 3 wheels, 2 doors, 1 seat, 0 emissions, and price under $19,000.
first
Order your solo at ROTHSCHILD.com.
Are you talking about the
No one's just
available exclusively from the for just $14.95? So your song is when your home has
He's got some of the best historical press. Nobody has a bad word to say about the county. And it's a great fight. Xenophone will essentially romanticizing Cyrus as the greatest man in the world. Would you like to be like your secretary?
everybody like a blue band around. Everybody.
Cyrus becomes part of the
Yeah.
Greek
Either that or you had like
tradition.
Superman at least, or Ninja Turtles. Really, yeah. But then the kids who wore those got older. Ninja Turtle underwear.
Cyrus is fantastic. He builds up this entire thing with sense of Persians.
Really, yeah.
He becomes soft and rich, lazy, and great Cyrus came from so he had the Greeks perfect Cyrus to the screen.
Do yourself a favor and schedule your free consultation.
Oh, the little boys peeing at the fucking toilets. They go all the way to the floor. It has like this race thing. Everybody peeing all over everything. Kids pulling pants down all over their ankles. Like, what the fuck are you doing, kid? You do it.
Alexander bring his own publicist with him place to place so they can mislead his teens and saying Cyrus the Great travels last great empire, which black and white hero.
Why? Well, it's an interesting thing. Those kids had never gone to the bathroom in like a public place. You don't pull your pants all the way to your ankles in a public place. As a guy, you just pull it out. Get your dick out, piss, leave. After washing your hands. You don't fucking pull your pants all the way down your fucking ankles. But these kids did. It's a seaway. It's like a thing on which you would step on the water. And it worked. Yeah. And then all this water came out. Yeah. Probably. A lot of water came out. Wash your hands. They have this mirror, instead of mirrors, they went like this. And they used to watch these mirrors, and you could see forever. It's infinite. It's like, wow. That's weird. Are you?
Digressions and tangents represent things that are much better than live situations.
Yoshi.
Or just call their toll-free number 1-877-6
This is live show.
yesterday in a courtroom in Los Angeles. Today is the eruption one for the witness on the stand, who is none other than Jennifer Newsom, the wife of Gavin Newsom. This is the Harvey Weinstein sexual assault trial. They dropped some of the charges that was announced this afternoon. Jago number 5 apparently is not going to be available to testify, but the charges related to her alleged sex assault have been dropped against Weinstein. Jennifer Newsom is Jago number 4. This is a hell of a story. Yes, he took the stand yesterday. In case you were wondering, Gavin Newsom was there, but he had to wait in a room down the hall. The court would not allow him into the courtroom to hear his wife's testimony. Sure, he could do it. I would suppose that might be recognize it and say, oh, well, he's a governor. This celebrity, smile, his jawline, his hair, with the jury so smooth. Unfair benefit.
At the same time,
So some of this we got yesterday, some we didn't get later in the show. She met Weinstein to say that the Toronto International Film Festival, this is the year 2005, She was a 31-year-old actor and filmmaker who said, "Oh, he's top of the industry." She was, of course, asked to identify him, and that's when she began crying and pleading to him at the defense table, saying he was staring at me. She says at the film festival, she was talking with friends, and everybody backs away because Weinstein walks up to her and introduces himself, and he backs away. She says she felt it was like the Red Sea party. Everyone was definitely for nobody shouting at, "Hey, you fat throat kid, take your hands off me." So he said some nice things to her, and then he on a trip to LA a few weeks later, he stops by her West Hollywood home and delivers a gift.
Exhausted as all get out the very first line from the story is,
and invited her
yeah,
to
you
meet
have
him
to
the
church
next day
after
at the Peninsula Hotel in Beverly Hills
that sums
to
up
discuss
proper
her
mention history. That is
aspirations.
that you have
So
the
she
feeling
goes to
that
the
most of
hotel
what you're
bar.
reading here is the truth.
Then,
That these events did
Weinstein
happen, but there's a
assistant says,
lot
"No,
of
he'd like you to
fiction
come to the
mixed in,
suite."
and it's difficult to know
She
what's
waits
what,
for her
and it's
attempt
difficult to
notices a
separate
bucket
one from the other.
in a bucket, a bottle of
It's also
champagne.
difficult to know where to begin.
Testified to her,
This is a
it's
classic
a little bit
problem
more like a
when
kid,
you
so
start
she
explaining
stays anyway.
how do you begin
Quote, "You
stories
don't
of
say no to
Cyrus
Harvey
and
Weinstein,
when does
because
that
he could
start?
make or
All
ruin
history's
your
connected,
career."
as we know, right?
So he
Bunch
wraps
of
up this
tumbling
meeting, joins her on
dominoes.
the couch.
One event,
She
series
says,
of
"No, I
events
thought you were
leads up to
talking
other
about
ones
my
and sets
possible
all
film
up. Where's the
project.
logical
You need to get
starting
after
point?
it." He wasn't
I'm
interested.
terrible at this, by the
He
way.
says that
I
you
did
get
the
more
whole series of
comfortable. He
my
steps
involved
away.
in Republic hours and hours and hours because I was trying to find the logical place to start a story
From
about
a darkened
Cleopatra.
hallway of the hotel suite,
Got practically
can you have
Cleopatra
me,
was
he
all
says?
dominoes.
Well, when she went over, she found him bent over in a
Herodotus
bathtub
starts
in a
the
bathrobe,
earliest
big
thing he knows
pleasure
about it.
himself.
It's a miracle he knows
And
about
then
it at
grabbed her
all.
and tried to get her.
He begins by talking about the Assyrians.
He
He also talks about having multiple versions of these stories of Herodotus being Herodotus. He says, "Listen, I've heard a lot of different things.
Comes towards her
Here
and
are my
breaks the
sources.
breast, and she
The
keeps
story
backing
begins.
away
Boom.
for what she called a cat and mouse move. It was
From
delicately
here,
trying
our
to
story
get away,
demands that we inquire further about Cyrus and the Persians.
and
Who was this man who destroyed the empire of Croesus? And how did the Persians become the leaders of Asia? I shall write this account using as my sources certain Persians who do not intend to magnify the deeds of Cyrus, but rather to tell what really happened. Although I know of 3 other ways in which the story of Cyrus is told.
That's right. Did they make it a list for us?
Don't
Don't
should
think
probably
so.
be yours.
So she
Once
tried
upon a time,
to talk about
the Assyrians ruled inland
when she
Asia
was
for
a girl, I guess
520
her died when she was
years,
young,
and the Medes
trying to
were the
get her
first to
to see
rule
her
from
as a
them.
human
It
being
would
and not
seem
an
that they
object.
proved themselves to be
After
truly
45
courageous men by
minutes,
fighting the
she forced
Assyrians
her
who were
to the
called
bathroom.
Pharaoh, and they succeeded
He
in casting
broke
off
her breast
slavery
through her
and were
clothing as he
liberated.
fled with himself,
Afterwards, the other
because she
ethnic
felt like
groups
she was
freed
being used like a
themselves as the
blow-up
Medes
sex
had
doll.
done.
And she cried, shook, and resisted.
Well, the Medes needed
And
to explain.
eventually
Just
he
like
inserts
every
himself.
biblical story in Belshazzar
Yeah,
supposedly said that the empire was going to be divided between the Medes and the
he
Persians.
sort of
The
penetrated,
Medes and the Persians are
but it
related.
wasn't staying
The
in
Greeks
because
used
the
the term
genus is so weird.
interchangeably.
All she could
They were
think about
practically
was that
like
she would
brothers
get
in
some
those
horrible
stories.
disease.
When I was growing up, it was just starting to change from the brothers
He
sort
kept
of
talking about his ex-wife
interpretation
and
to
how
maybe
I
saying, oh, maybe
reminded
they were more like first cousins. Some of the more
her,
recent
him of
histories
her.
of the meeting, maybe you could say, downgraded the relationship
And
even
then
a step
start
further
the
to something like
journals, the thing
second
like
cousins who fought
some of the
sometimes.
fish.
Historians differ on when
What
these
kind of
related
fish? I
peoples
couldn't figure that
arrived
out.
in the area where they can now play a role in the history of this, enclosed sort of
Oh, the shape, huh? Oh, yeah, the shape. I wondered, or was it just really,
She had a few historians who are
like soft?
there
But
just to hear about them.
I don't know. Like I said before the break, I've never heard of a kitchen like that before.
It's
So
so
all the women are being
hard
asked
for
to do this. But I thought that
people
this morning. I said, well,
because it's
now
hard
it's
for us
been
to
so
imagine
documented
something
that everyone gets
2,500
understand.
years ago.
They're not going to
The
post
problem
this
is
all the
we
other
now
women have already
imagine
described,
something
right?
from
Then she
2,500 years before
apparently
that.
takes some pleasure in it.
That's what
Get him to get so he can get his
story
destination.
in 18 moves to
His
try to
destination,
give
by
the
the way.
reader a sense of how it
Oh,
was,
okay,
what it
okay.
was,
I
and
didn't
how
know
the
you
people
were.
who lived in it knew it was over.
He also suggested that they might be
Starts
girlfriend
by
and
talking
boyfriend.
about Cyrus
And I
II or
feel like
Cyrus the
the
Great,
was going to show up.
takes over Babylon,
What
tries
would
to
be like if
describe
you
how
meet your father?
is that Babylon represents Jesus
I
Christ.
thought, oh my God, this is such a
Cyrus entered Babylon in 539 BCE. The world was old. More significant, the world knew its antiquity. Its scholars had compiled long dynastic lists, and simple addition appeared to prove that kings whose monuments were still visible had ruled more than 4 millenniums before. Yet earlier were other monarchs sons of gods, and so themselves demigods, whose reigns covered several generations of present-day short-lived men. Even these were preceded, the Egyptians believed, by the gods themselves, who held sway through long eons. Before the universal flood, the Babylonians placed 10 kings, the least of whom ruled 18,600 years, the greatest 3,200 years. Other peoples, he writes, knew this flood and told of monarchs, Nebuchadnezzar of Iconium, for example, who reigned in pre-Diluvian times. He continues, the sacred history of the Jews extended through 4,000 years. Modest were their figures when compared with those of Babylon or Egypt. They recorded that one pre-Diluvian patriarch almost reached the millennium mark before his death. Greek poets chanted a legendary history which was counted backward to the time when the genealogies of the heroes ascended to God. Each people and nation, each former city-state boasted of its own creation story, with its own local gods created.
The defense attorney for two of them actually, Clark Workston and Alan
It
Jackson.
goes on to diagram
And
that in the 600s and 700s BCE, there were quite a few groups in quite a few of these old countries that became archaeological buffs, where they would go back and pay for the excavation of earlier rulers that were 1,000, 1,500 years before them. And Egypt may have dressed similarly, but it's the Egyptian fashion. My favorite story gives you an idea of the activities and how citizens of Egypt understood it and knew it in a way that you don't normally think about. Has to do with archaeological excavations. Some people don't play the game. They can't modern era. It's very much of the historical heritage called Susa.
But you hang in there, you hang in there, and hang in there, and then all of a sudden it really goes to hell. And some people don't get it. Like, how could you not see that this is going to a bad place? But you stay until the bitter end. But even in the story, you know, he's in the darkened hallways of the field going on, but yet he went back to the house and it went on for 45 minutes. But at what point do you realize there's not going to be a meeting about my career? So yeah, my story says, right, this is just a disgusting legend.
Giant 7 foot tall or something.
Unfortunately, I have a guy brain, so I can't put myself in their position. But I have that job in it. I have these ideas.
Now, if you
And,
think this
if I
cave
got
of
to a point
ROTHSCHILD
where this guy I'm supposed to be
circa 1700s
supposed to interview
BCE or
me
something like
is
that,
bent over
archaeologists
making
then
weird
find
noises
something
in the bathroom.
that's a
I
good
think I
deal
know
older than
that
that. It's called the
every
victor's
time you
state,
go.
not sin. It was
Yeah,
an Akkadian king
well,
of 20
sometimes people just put up with something because the career comes first.
So by the time they were making the steel
They don't know what happened. I mean, do they think it's he's going to settle down after he gets out of the system?
there were other activities that they found too. All of them
I've heard
were
people
elsewhere.
say it all happens so fast that it's surreal that you can't even, it's hard to even hold it yourself
The
logically.
stuff
I don't know about you, but
Israelites took
some
back with them when they sacked Babylon.
show me his penis.
And in fact, you could tell because somehow all this stuff was on display. And below the original inscriptions in the original language explaining what this was an Elamite inscription explaining when it was taken from the Babylonians as Luke and spoils, but as a piece of memorabilia commemorating a great victory.
Sheriff in a way that has
I keep imagining
included
a bunch of
former Long
trophies
Beach
like
Police
in
Chief
college
Robert
or
Luna
university,
will
there's
be the next
trophy
sheriff.
case.
A jury found a man known for pleading guilty to killing driver in Mission Viejo 38 of the guy's caught speeding more than 100 miles an hour on the 5.
The
In
steal of
2014, he was
Rabbi.
also caught speeding in 2016 and had a good driving
And
score.
by the way, it
The
wasn't
Morongo
just
County Mission Indians is
cultural
donating
artifacts that were
15,000
taken from the
turkeys
famous
this week to
Elamite
nonprofits
invasion
for
that happened in
Thanksgiving.
the
The tribe
1100s.
says the turkeys
They
will
took the
provide
god
around
of Babylon
200,000
with
dinners
them.
for
They took
families in need.
Marduk,
Southland
the
weather
statue
for
that
KFI
represented
sunny and
the
windy
god.
tomorrow. Highs
And this is one of my favorite things about ancient
This
history,
report
is this
brought to you
idea
by
sometimes that these
Matt
statues that
John
represented
Ford.
the
We
gods
are going to the
were somehow connected to the
215
god
Grand
him
Fair.
or herself. And sometimes
This
were. I mean, there were some who believed that they were the gods. And so you'll see, for example, the Assyrians. In a lot of their stone reliefs where they're showing the conquest of some civilization or city, they've got the god that their soldiers are carrying away along with all of the loot. And it's kind of symbolic You think about it, it's a sign our God's stronger than your God. After all, we've got your God. And in a lot of these Near Eastern civilizations, the history of we can't reestablish some of these cities until the God is returned. So whether it's when Babylon gets sacked and God is taken away, they can't do a big rebuilding thing until the God is brought back. You got your God. You talk about rubbing your nose. You need to defeat there. I was trying to think about what the equivalent would be in the modern world. Certainly, if somebody took over the United States, if the Edomites had done it, they would have the Statue of Liberty in our museum.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Shop the Black Friday sale for the gift of better sleep. You get a queen bed for a queen bed. And $700 on select mattresses from Top Room. Post that at a free adjustable base for qualifying person. Shop in stores or at mattressfirm.com.
Modern day for thousands of years, the big contemporaries and the big power from that region that rivaled the Babylons and Assyrians and the Egypts. There's no power in the north to northern Assyria, but that changes. It could be Mitanni, it could be the Hittites, it could be War II. Nonetheless, you have a relatively stable geopolitical balance going on for a long time, even through the ups and downs. And then that world begins to be consciously destroyed. And that opens up the door to instability where anything can happen. And shocking start to absolutely skyrocket.
Visit
myturn.ca.gov to find out your dominance
and to find a booster near you. That's myturn.ca.gov. Stay healthy and strong. Get boosted. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Termites are swarming right now. You want to get rid of the little buggers early before they do their damage. So even if you don't know you have termites, call Pacific Coast Termites today for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. Mention KFI. 10% off termite treatment. 2-year guarantee on all of their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. PacificCoastTermites.com.
Sometimes the greatest of the great hours, sometimes not.
Are you suffering with back pain? What about pain in your legs?
As far
Do
as
you suffer from leg cramp, pain when you walk, numbness, prickling, or tingling sensations? Have you tried all of the pain pills, the shots, the pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic pain caused by peripheral neuropathy, spinal stenosis, or a failed back surgery? Here's good news from 21st Century Neuropathy Pain Institute. You may now have hope of reducing or even eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical painless laser-guided stem cell that may reduce or eliminate your back, leg, and foot pain in general. Here's a specialized 21st Century Neuropathy Pain Institute is offering a special $97 back, foot, and leg exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a nerve 7 nerve test, and X-ray MRI review. This exam is only $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. If you are in pain on your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free for the special $97 exam. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free. Why? Literally, make a very small word.
That means
700s when the story really means something that's strange, or even on the periphery of the known universe at the time. To the Assyrians, the Medes are sort of the eastern edge of the known galaxy. Beyond those Median tribes were all
Quality health care for the warden
half human and half monster.
Portions of the following program will be recorded. It is holidays at the Disneyland Resort, and KFI wants to send you to experience the best of joy you've been dreaming about in magic. Is Sleeping Beauty's Winter Castle covered in festival lights. It's Disney's Festival of Holidays and Disney Viva Navidad Street Party. Magic. It's the holidays now through January 8th. Both dates and park reservations required. Visit Disneyland.com for important details. Offering subject to capacity restrictions and change without notice. Your chance to win and good luck for KFI AM 640.
more stimulating talk.
Knows the word from who knows where.
John Ketchup, Jack Cordell, Ken Champo. It's KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Well, LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva has completed the race to the man known as Robert Luna from the Long Beach Police Chief. She'll be the next sheriff of Los Angeles County. More vote counts are supposed to be released today by the LA County Registrar of Voters. I'm sure Lou's going right for it to clean up more homeless again, right? Did a fine job in Long Beach. You found out yesterday. Yeah. Well, what were downtown business owners who were about to close up shop? Apparently, no laws were enforced in Long Beach. Remember during during the riots in 2020? Yeah. There's all kinds of management destruction in Long Beach. And so they got, this will be a tough one for the LA County Board of Supervisors. And of course, if they want to do it, have no jail. There you go. Now, we're going along with that.
And rockets into the heights where the Syrian army, for example, say 700 BC. The equivalent of like the Roman empires always at their height.
Sheriff B wasn't picking up
Syrians were systematically smash great powers. And it's difficult, by the way. They're powerful, they're sophisticated. In some of these places, the Syrians often have to face not single states, but coalitions of big allies that align simply to deal with the Syrians, and they look to the divide anyway. I'll try not to geek out on the army too much, but it's the gold standard.
Coming up after 3 o'clock, Alex
Richard
Stone
Gabriel
from ABC
carried
News
that
will be on with us to talk about what
So to
happened.
describe it in a
Four
nutshell, in terms
University
of
of
just giving you
Idaho
a mental
students
picture
were
of
found
the
dead in an
capabilities of an
Oklahoma
army
home.
from this era.
They're saying now that they were killed with a knife. That, of course,
The
would
Assyrian army of
strong
the 8th
possibility
century
there was a
BC
murder
was
suicide.
comprised of at least 150,000 to 200,000 men, and was the largest standing military force that the Middle East had witnessed at this time. An Assyrian combat army numbered approximately 50,000 men, with various mixes of infantry, chariots, and cavalry. In modern terms, the size of an Assyrian field army was equal to 5 modern heavy American divisions, or almost 8 Soviet field divisions. When arrayed for battle, the army took up an area of 2,500 yards across and 100 yards deep. The Assyrian army was also the first army in the entire
quick way to expel the migrants at the border.
Doesn't that so in reference to
He announced he
Nonetheless, we
wanted
get
to
an idea that
obviously
we're talking
undo
about armies that were
border policy
exponentially
just by
larger
overridden.
than in the
Article
recent
Title
past.
42 was one of them.
The Bronze
But
Age
when
of
he tried
Naram
to
Sin
wind it
was putting
down,
like
he was
6,000 guys
he
in the
was
field
locked in
taking
court.
a lot of men.
Now,
The
the way
Assyrians
the
have multiple
justice system works in
divisions
this
of
country is
50,000
bizarre
each.
sometimes because if you have
They
somebody
will
that brings this
smash
thing to
the
the judge
power
agrees to hear
of the
this thing,
mountain
and
state
it's a
of
federal judge, well, he
R2.
can make a decision either for or against your
Word
suit.
on the
Well, Biden wants
They
the
will
court to
several
wind
times
down.
have to deal with
Title
Babylon.
42 today, a different judge, U.S. Judge Emmett
It's not
Smith,
going to take
has
care of
vacated
that.
Title
And
42
then they
as
just have to deal
arbitrary and
with
capricious.
Babylon's the thorn in the side
And he
perpetual.
has vacated the use of the policy and all
And the
memos
Edomites
associated
always
with
get
it.
in trouble with the Assyrians
So
because they
I
always
don't
support
know
the
where we go
Babylonians,
now,
because
but
after
if you remember when we were
all
covering
the
this months
noise of
ago,
the Assyrians come
the
to the
belief was,
sides.
boy, if the migrants
Eventually,
find
the
out that
Assyrians
Title
got
42
the Edomites
is
down to
wiped out,
size 2.
that's going
One
to
of the
lead to another
most
trial.
horrifying of all
Because
Assyrian
it was the pretext
You know,
for
there's
it
a lot
was
of them, and
being
historians
COVID
don't always know how to
It's
classify
very
them.
useful to use
You can't tell if you want to say that these are real scenes that they're showing
to the world
using
that
as cards
COVID
which
is no
were
longer a
painted
major
at one time.
Then
And
how
often
do you
displayed in their
legally
way
how
before
do you
you got to see
legally
the king.
justify
What are you looking at
using
while you're
it
cooling your heels
even
waiting
if
to see
the
the Assyrian
results
king?
of
The
using
things
it
he
are
did to
great
the people like
because
you
it can't stand in the
maybe
break.
turned against
Right.
you.
It's a useful tool.
Sometimes historians think that they're taking a
The
sadistic,
problem is
sort of cruel love in this. Sometimes it's meant to be terrifying and they enjoy that Saddam Hussein style. Sometimes they think of it as a convention. In the same way the Egyptians always seem to show them, wearing certain kinds of clothing, whether or not they did any more. It's an artistic convention, showing people getting their heads lopped off. It's just,
down the border
if you go to Assyria,
we
you
are
expect
at
to
this
see
ping
these
pong
things.
game
That kind of
and this
That's what we are. It's just interesting.
terrain of all that.
Nonetheless, one of my favorite Assyrian relief shows the aftermath of the era when the Assyrians finally decided to deal with the ongoing Ukraine problem. It shows the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal reclining on his Eastern. The kinds of things that they used to lay down like a couch. You can have some Norwegian drinks or something. They sit there drinking wine or eating
How
food.
does it work? Is it legal? Is it effective? Bob, those are topics to shoot in the head. They spent 15 years arguing about the ingredients of the cocktail.
You get the feeling like he
Same thing here.
Yeah,
Don't argue about Title 42.
by
Well, from the
side
wall.
of a wall
What do you
poster
believe? This crowd just wants to repopulate the United States, where they just believe that anybody who wants to silence them has a chance in this great country. That's why they don't care about it. I know, well, they're destructive. When we returned, the big story yesterday was three college football players for the University of Virginia were murdered. The other story that shocked people also involves college students. 4 University of Idaho students were found dead in a home across the street from the campus on Sunday. Find out more from Alex Stone.
No, it's not color. It's not like eroticism.
AM 640 live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app. Getting more live for 24-hour KFI newsroom.
I should point out that folks I so much on GP is I hate when you sort of color the picture of everything. Because to live in the Syrian city during this time period would have been awesome. I don't know the height of civilization. It was a society that was in some respects one of the most literate time periods. It was wealthy, it was cultured. I had been great to live in Syria. You just didn't want to
The incoming sheriff, well, I wanted to succeed for a simple reason. The safety of the community, enzymes succeeded. You know, to also use the time to admonish the board of supervisors and others. He said, holding back progress on reform. He also announced
very well
his
after
personal
that.
Twitter account
Systematically battered down the structures of this region. Now, battering down the structures of the region were very important if you wanted to kind of make it amenable to being incorporated into the city. Everybody is into ritualistic nature and to be curtailed somewhat. The problem will come when the unifying force that did this disappears. To get an idea of how many people there's a wonderful way to sort of contradict the version of the story was told, which was focusing on people's illness. The Syrians were spending
It marked the first time in the war that Russian weapons have come down on a NATO country. Yellow County DA has decided to file charges against 2 deputies who killed a black man in South LA, causing multiple protests.
The DA's report concludes the shooting of John Chitty by 2 LA County Sheriff's deputies could reasonably be considered self-defense. The report says in 2020, deputies tried to stop Chitty for riding his bike on the wrong side of the street, but the man ran. When deputies caught up, the report said Chitty punched one of the deputies during the struggle. The report says Chitty dropped and tried to pick up a handgun.
Just so you
The
know,
report says
look at
Chitty
how
was
many
shot
people there are as part of the world. They're all interacting all the time. They're intermarrying. It's
in
an
LA,
ethnic
4 big
melting
stars
pot.
in
This is
KFI News.
to a distant and yet discerning eye, the near east in the days of Nebuchadnezzar would have seemed like an ocean in which vast swarms of human beings moved about in turmoil, forming and dissolving groups, enslaving or being enslaved, or being killing or getting killed endlessly. Behind and around the great empires, Egypt, Babylonia, Assyria, and Persia flowered this medley of half-nomad, half-settled tribes. Sumerians, Phoenicians, Cappadocians, Bithynians, Ashkanians, Mycenaeans, Meonians, Carians, Lycians, Amplians, Pisidians, Lycaonians, Philistines, Amorites, Canaanites, Edomites, Ammonites, Moabites, and 100 other peoples, each of which felt itself the center of geography and history, and would have marveled at the ignorant prejudice of a historian who would reduce them to a paragraph.
And police say the college students from the University of Idaho who were killed over the weekend were targeted. They say those responsible for killing the 4 students in an off-campus home with a knife or other edged weapons. Investigators are still trying to put together a timeline. The body was found around noon Sunday. Sunland, what is the KFI sunny medium with warmer tomorrow? Highs mid to upper
This
70s
ruthless
for
spirit
metro
perhaps
LA.
proves not so much that the Assyrians were inhuman monsters, as it shows the sternness required to break and harness the Near East. The Assyrian period was in reality one of the greatest turning points in civilized history of the area, and in this fact must be sought the justification for the beauty in the tribute empire, if empire means justification. Politically, such kings as Tiglath-Pileser III took decisive steps towards uniting with their oppressor. The next great empire, the Persian, reaped the benefit, and so went forward to exercise its sway in style.
On the northbound side of
This
the
is actually
57 Diamond Bar, just past Brea Canyon
the
Road,
fact that even
a
though the
vast
Greeks
strip
portrayed
that middle lane
the
from
Persians as sort of
Jams
Darth
all
Vader
the way
of the
from
empire,
Imperial Highway.
history outside the Greeks knew them as a comparatively tolerant empire.
Empty commerce with the rent on the side, counts down
Where they
past
being
7
compared
cents.
to
Looks like he's trying to grab a lane to the right shoulder, delay on the road steals from those Cedars Boulevard, and in Rancho, Pizza Monday, the Black Fire, Two-Cat Mustang coming up on Gay Street. That's where the two right lanes are off limits. And what is this clown getting out of Rancho? Hey, that eye in the sky must get you there faster. I mean, come on, tonight.
You want to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage. Everyone has different reasons for selling. Some people want to downsize and move. Some have inherited a property they want to get rid of. Or business opportunity. Whatever your reason for selling, Seller's Advantage has a custom solution for your needs. From a competitive cash offer with no repairs needed, and it can close in days. No complicated closing process or contract falling through. Seller's Advantage has been making sellers happy for decades, and they have the reviews to prove it. Call them today to get a no-obligation offer at 888-302 as is. 888-302 as is. 888-302 as is, and sellersadvantage.com.
to resist revolutionary military challenge. The first thing is to
number 01961658.
figure out
At Eastern, neutral work is our thing. It's literally all we've done for 15 years. Whether you need a big meeting or the whole company, we're trying to make sure the food is professionally delivered, on time, as ordered, and all within your budget. No wonder we get orders from 93% of Fortune 500 companies. Neutral work is what we do, and no one knows it better. Order 24/7 from over 95,000 restaurants on Instigator.com. Instigator, food for work.
Compliance retest here. So you tested positive for COVID. What's next? Treat yourself. COVID treatments are free. Taken by pill, these medications can stop these illnesses period. So treat yourself. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. That's 833-422-4255. Again, 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. PrimeChoice Solar. Get started with zero out-of-pocket expense to make the switch to solar. Visit PrimeChoiceSolar.com. More stimulating talk. Live every year on the iHeartRadio app. We continue to roll along. Another hour brings us another keyword, and around 3:20 it will be revealed. And part of the instructions, you have a shot for $1,000 in inflation bonus stamp money. Well, yesterday, a big story was the killing of several college football players at the University of Virginia. Also, over the weekend, 4 University of Idaho students were found dead in an off-campus home. The detail being revealed today that they were butchered with a knife. They do believe it was the case of targeted murder. Let's bring on Alex Stone with the news to clarify with
not yet. We take it for granted that this is an obvious thing.
Well, there was a press release. There was one happened in Moscow,
Cavalry first appears,
Idaho,
and
just like
generally
the city
appears
in Russia, MOSCOW.
in a way that once
The
again
mayor
makes you
there
think
said
that
the
these
crime was
people are
committed
not very
probably between 3
right? You remember
and
there are no
4
saddles,
a.m.
there are no
Sunday
spurs, there
morning,
are no stirrups.
Saturday
There's a
night,
lot
early Sunday morning
of
frame.
to knowing what
One
you're doing
police
here.
official
And
used the
remember
term
also that
crime
riding
of
horses can
passion.
be
We
injurious
know
and
from
fatal.
the Johnny Penn show,
If you're not
going
used to
back
riding,
to the
none of
days
these people
of
are growing
the
up to
murders,
a horse
Nicole
riding. And
Simpson
about
and Ronald Olson,
900 BCE,
that
you can
somebody
see
who kills you with a
carving
knife
showing the
is
Syrian
very
cavalry,
worked
which is
up over
probably,
something.
if you think about it,
Very
cutting
personal
edge for the
with
time
the
period for the southern civilizations.
stabbing,
And they send the cavalry riders out in pairs because one guy has to hold the reins for the other guy's horse
So
when
the
the other
fact
guy
that
is
it
not
was
he's going to shoot the
conducted
ring.
with
In other words, they don't even feel comfortable enough to ride alone.
we didn't know how to
You gotta have someone there to hold the horse with you. In other words, you can watch the evolution of it. It's different when you are those from the Middle East, ancient Near Eastern. First running into the steppe areas that would make up one of the dominant tribal areas in history.
It appears that
Almost
the people was a man and 3 women.
that the
And
Eurasian steppe,
one of the
part
men,
of which
one of the
referred
men,
to
and
Central
one of the women
Asia,
was probably involved
Kazakhstan,
in their relation.
those kind of places. It's only in the last couple of years those places have gotten massively relevant too. You know, What's going on?
The three girls
I was reading not that long ago that was going into all of the things that China and Russia of the 1700s seized only a couple hundred years ago. All the things that they had to do tribes, all this stuff. And it's crazy because, when you look at history, you're very accustomed to watching these so-called civilized societies just rolling over tribal peoples. Certain once the momentum gets going, you have like Julius Caesar and Rome just rolling over Celtic society. You're already prepared to get to the part where the colonial Europeans show all these distant shores and running people with clubs, bows, and arrows, guns. It's a foregone. But you look at the steppe, you see the one place in history where, for a number of different reasons, the odds are much more equal between settled and tribal peoples. First of all, it's likely that the odds in terms of fighting power, in terms of manpower, was probably pretty close. The settled societies had a lot more people, but a lot of them were fighters. The tribal societies usually had most of their people as fighters. Some females. The weapons technology was probably comparable. The bows used by the steppe people were famously some of the best ever made. But there were other things that the so-called settled societies had in their favor. So probably wish they would imagine the Native Americans with a rough parody of fighting men and a rough parody in weapons technology. What would the Native Americans have done to the settlers then? Who knows? But at least it's a fair fight. Add to that the geographic conditions of the distance, right? This is a harsh environment. The steppe, sometimes if you're not adapted to it, and it's a long way from point A to point B, no matter where you're going. And you had a part of the world that was protected by steppe peoples for millennia, where they maintained their way of life and were, shall we say, relevant to non-biased in any direction, but relevant to the societies and world powers around them. No one forever, right? You see wave after wave of these people coming forward from the Magyars, the Turks, and the Huns, and all of them. This is the first period in recorded history where these people were there, and someone's there to other people would know what the relationship was between this period represented earlier versions of these kinds of invasions. But this is the first one recorded. You get to see the kinds of steppe armies you would expect for the next 2,000 years. On and on, people who are, as we said about the Spartans, they were sort of a laboratory experiment from culture that created a super soldier. The steppe societies are kind of a laboratory experiment to the man that's been accused of hammering bows and burying from numbers later and have to ride all the time to do everything on horseback. Using those today in orange jumpsuit, tactics where they never really get into contact with those that don't want to come right.
It's like not joking. Federal charges system
So effective.
family member.
Even after guns were developed, modern societies were having a tough time.
Paul Pelosi managed to call 911.
Even up until relatively modern times.
Listening in the background.
Now, when you think about how long that is, people try to continue with the steppe people. Think about how much admiration you should have for the first people who entered the tribe with no track record or experience.
They do apparently knock on the door.
These
The door
heroes
opens.
develop kind
And
of
that's when
broad
they
policy.
find two of them.
These
Sort of
tribal steppe
holding
people
the
sounds what very sophisticated people who dealt with them for a very long time came up with Chinese and Byzantines, for example, use what makes them diplomacy, intermarriage, warfare, and keeping the tribes divided and fighting amongst themselves. The Assyrians did all this stuff too. They use some of these people as allies sometimes. They have mercenary to people from these tribes, the tribes like the Cimmerians and the Scythians and various Saqqat
The other
tribes,
development
massive
with this story, which is worth talking about, is that NBC Today Show
one is
correspondent has
scary
been
and next,
suspended.
if you're one of those settled
This
society
was a
people,
story that came out a few
barbarians
days
in here
after the
always
attack.
scared you. There was just something scary to settle people.
Alma
People like the Celts, for example.
reported
The Scythians are
Paul
no different.
Pelosi
The various
hit
steppe
him
peoples
on
are
that he
no
was
different.
engaged
They're
in a cop
headhunters,
showed
for
up at
example,
their house
famously
right before he
drink
was hit with the
from
hammer.
the skulls of their
He
dead
answered
enemies. We
the
cuts
door,
out.
and the cop police didn't know it was
Wonderful
closed.
continuity of steppe filters and victims were doing this. In ancient times, they were doing this up until relatively modern times to drinking cups and all. But that's just a cultural thing. I mean, the Assyrians are hanging these heads on walls so that they can watch their wife have relations with the Assyrian king who killed them. I mean, everybody's got their thing, right? At the same time, these people are scary. They're effective. They are entirely military. They have amazing challenges to the military today because this entire army. These are huge challenges to the Assyrians. We managed to ward off most of the attacks in a sense. You can make a case that they protected this entire area of civilization from marauding the scary peoples who were not going to leave it intact. We know this because there were several invasions that did break through. There's a horde of Scythians that will raid and pillage all the way down to Egypt. The Egyptians either buy them off or terribly turn them back. They go bouncing around Egypt like a snooker. The fact that in a lot of these steppe armies, every single person was military. It was also revolutionary. Huge. Unless he was sometimes quite a bit less. You still know if it's those troops. If you don't, if you bring the cavalry out there and operate independently, you'll have a small cavalry entirely. So nonetheless, an army that they moves at the speed of infantry. These armies that the settled societies in this geopolitical realm and China are trying to deal with the speed of force. That's a devastating thing to now. The fact that the Assyrians could is a testimony to how great the greatest military was. And how well led. You can see how major challenge was in 705 BC. Sargon II, arguably the greatest king Assyria ever had. Will as an elder, the Assyrian army in person up to our southeastern
rarely happens. I mean, news organizations put out nonsense every day, right? I mean, entire hoaxes, like a whole. Was anybody ever fired for a whole Russian hoax involving Trump? No, nobody was ever fired. They didn't get a Pulitzer Prize for that nonsense. And so when you hear this, it's like, well, what? And NBC doesn't want to talk. They don't want to explain why
the body is not recovered. The assumption is that
why he went with it. Why was
because one of the last things you would do is
corresponding like that, you gotta run this stuff.
It's like saying your flag.
And they gotta be convinced as well.
I mean, the Jews
Just go for well, we're gonna do is good here, put me on.
stay on the battlefield. They end up getting it later and mummifying the body that's been mutilated on the battlefield.
I mean, sometimes if you're a long-time trusted correspondent, you get short versus, a newer reporter. Right.
I often thought it's not a coincidence, it's some scenario actually.
But you got more coming up. The next thing you'll hear is
That's
the
the
keywords
Jews.
you need to possibly win some cash. There's $1,000 up for grabs. Follow the instructions that John will read. KFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app, and get alert live the 24-hour KFI newsroom.
Katie Young is supposed to be a former political aide to LA County supervisor. She was school and her daughter-in-law, longtime councilman Judge her opponent. Dan Debris has conceded. Long Beach City Councilman Rex Richardson won the race to be that city's next mayor. Councilwoman Susan Price conceded. And the world population is now almost 8 billion. Suffering weather from KFI sunny and windy tomorrow night, mid-60s in the 70s. This report brought to you by Yamava Resort and Casino with San Manuel. From the Southern California Toyota dealers, traffic center was still places before the Song 5 and Heights. Just before Mission Road, that's where the left lane is on, and delays are backing up all over the road. Out of Los Feliz from Los Feliz Boulevard, 10 minutes southbound, just past 710. Earlier record history and the drive remains slow ahead anyway, 5605. And you can still be visually out on the 57, starting on the southbound side in Anaheim, on the 91 freeway. As the
More
crash
speed
gets out of
forced to
line now,
appear,
the pickup continues
and they're
its
still
away from the
managing
Imperial
to
Highway.
totally
And
disrupt
on the North
the
57
huge
in
areas of this
the Valley Park area, the transfer
ecosystem
can be
is
heard.
for them.
Little lanes remain blocked due to this route to the backup from Imperial
Filter is
Highway.
good
KFI
because it
in the
also
summer
allows
helps
for
get you there faster. I'm Martinez.
warfare, so
I'm
it
Deal
doesn't
Lovers
dominate
Rejoice with Speak
its
What Takes Over Yamava Theater on November
sudden
17th. Come to the hits like
tribes
nobody interested. It's on sale at YamavaTheater.com or the casino box office. Speak What Live at Yamava Resort and Casino at Skyline now, November 17th. Plus 21 to enter.
This report is sponsored by Dick's Auto Collision Center. Don't let a traffic accident ruin your day. Call 1-800-INFO to find the nearest Dick's Auto location. Their highly trained and certified technicians will have you back on the road in no time. You have a choice on who fixes your vehicle. Tell your insurance agent you want to go to Dick's Auto.
is that these beds are
I'm
much more
kidding. I can remember the beginning. Then I take the
and
credit.
if so,
And
it might not be that much different than this Indians
And
and
now we got
Americans
five
coming
reasons
here
to live in
marrying.
Toronto.
This could be much more like a tribal relationship where these Indians and first or second cousins who fought sometimes. These two peoples are like third cousins who fight a lot.
You can win $100 in scholarships.
They can
With over your card. Here's the idea.
that
Beat
close
the Black Friday value in our
used to be
factory.
called
Shop coats, jewelry, LCD, season and many more top brands. The 25th, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. And you can pay with points. Thanksgiving official giveaway. It's open and you can 500 points on your report card. The 21st or 22nd.
And the number one reason.
Tyler Henry, live February 10th. Get tickets now.
Morongo Distillery Bar. Morongo. Good time. Want free money for college? The state of California has a new program, Cal Kids, that starts college savings accounts for newborns and eligible public school kids. You can get up to $1,500 in an account for free. Visit calkids.org for more info. Exactly that time again. What time? Rejuvenation. We can rejuvenate everyone's furnace. Yes, just $129. Rejuvenating your furnace is extremely very important. If you have a gas furnace, there are 5 life-saving systems that need to be checked before you fire it up. And if you have electric, rejuvenating your system is even more extremely very important. $129 is all it takes to keep your family safe.
about how
Well,
the
air conditioning and furnace,
eventually threw off that nomadic yield was impressive. He tells a story about how they invited the skin workers to a banquet, and then got them all drunk and also
Last week,
tactics, drunken mass homicide, whatever you want to call it. It seems like a motif of his recurring sorts of things you see over history and writing. Those aspects of the story that oftentimes professional storytellers discount because of you see this time sounds just like blah blah blah, and they're almost always right. Here's the weird part though. This is something you actually see confirmed. Information is shared with some sort of dramatic
One of those popular people we have is one of those popular segments we have in history. That's one of those popular segments.
In American terms, it was treated sometimes multiple times. It's like a recurring motif. Might actually be a recurring historical occurrence. How would you tell the difference?
AM 640 live everywhere on our radio.
This story, which once again makes you say, is this just a recurring motif? This is a tactic that last time someone tried it again.
That's credit. CREDIC. Enter the now at
Freedom of action.
Powered by 3 teams active in attorneys. If you're looking at accident, warning of everything, call the winning attorney. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or
Blood, sometimes tragedy, from time to time. The guy who was supposedly the king of the next turns.
If you didn't get an email, say so. Check your junk and spam folders for it. It's all in there. Listen to KFI. Another winning keyword every weekday from the 9 a.m. hour all the way through 5:20. And next chance to win is next hour at 4:20 here on KFI. So something's going to happen at 6 o'clock tonight. Including Trump. We'll talk about it.
Component parts of archers and calories before that they all fought together in a chaotic mass, which is not true at all. Some historians
Back on
think he's
November
preserving
4th,
some
there
sort
was
of
quite a story up in the remote part of Northern California,
organized the
Nevada
military made
County,
it much more powerful.
where
Considering what he
a
was
man
about to do
said
with
that
it,
his home
there
caught
seems to
fire
be some
because it was
historical
struck
evidence
by
for the
a
means all of a sudden
meteorite.
becoming very
In turn,
formidable indeed.
there was video
Right
evidence
about the same
of
time
a
when the
flashing
great, traditionally
substance
great
in
power
the
in that
sky
region
floating
gets
over that part of the
mortally
state.
wounded by Assyria.
Believe was house fire may have been caused by meteorite.
Laying
We
waste
covered
to
the
all
story.
these
Rather
your
fascinating.
competitors from your
The
superpower status, but there's not
homeowner
going to
went
be
on TV.
anybody
His name
who gets to
is
put up
Justin
a little
Ootd.
resistance.
He called the local television
Let's once
station.
again get on the hit
Felt
list
an
for doing the
impact.
same thing they
He
always
went
do.
out. He discovered his
Babylon
front porch
revolts
on
against
fire.
Assyria.
It was an
They
800
love
square
helps
foot home in
Babylon.
Canada.
As soon as the
It
Assyrians
did
take
burn
care
down
of
to the
Babylon,
ground.
they come.
Unfortunately, it took a dog named Tug and two
This
rabbits with
happens
him.
under the last
But the
of the
family
great
escaped.
Assyrian
They have a
rulers.
GoFundMe to raise quite a
Usher
number of
Ryan
dollars. But
who's
the
a
update
very long
today,
ruling guy
the
at the
official
start of
fire
his
department
reign. The
investigation of
empire
Penn County
could
Fire
not be
Protection
in a higher
District,
place by the end of his
it was
reign.
not a meteorite.
You know, he's writing these woes
And
and
there are
tales.
a
What
number
did
of
I do
reasons
to
for
have the
this,
gods
including
turn
physical
against me?
evidence.
Everything
Well,
sucks.
that's what we were saying.
You know, but I'll
If
die
there's a
soon in these
meteorite,
kinds of
the meteorite has to come in the
writings.
house somewhere or where the house used to
Syria
be.
will go
Well,
from
you
the
may be
height of its
surprised to
fortunes
learn
to
that meteorites are actually
1945
often just
Berlin,
the size
fall
of
of the
a
Third
baseball.
Reich,
By the
devastation,
time they get to the
never
ground,
to
they're no
rise
longer hot.
again.
They burn out. You see
Very
them in
short
the air
period
there
of
looking
time.
like bright,
Some have
bright
argued
shooting stars.
that part of the
Gleaming.
reason
If they
why
hit the house
is
and stay
because
on
of what
fire,
they can't
then
do
there would
around.
be remnants of it. But
They
they don't
destroyed
think it
other
would have been on
powers
fire.
who
But it's
might
just
have
an
acted
incredible
as barriers
coincidence.
against new rising
Nobody's
between
ever
the new
heard
rising
of
ones are
a
skinheads and
meteorite
Camarians from the
house.
Eurasian steppe,
Everybody in the
where
area
they're
saw the
an
fireball.
obscure tribal.
And his family, I guess, saw
Notice
the
the
fireball
needs
as
of all of
well.
a sudden are really
By
getting
they taking
powerful and
advantage of the
led,
situation,
who otherwise would have been
their
dealing
own
with the
area.
Elamites.
And this was
But
their
the Elamites
fire
get
for a different
smashed by
reason, and
Usher
they thought,
Bonneville.
you want to raise money, this is a good way to do it. Yeah. So tell people that the meteorite could be their house. I mean, that's sympathetic. Or it could be like a strange act of God. It could be the hillbilly thing, right? Because if you know, every, and what do I know about hillbillies, huh? Every aunt is religious.
Usher Bonneville's
Every
mind was
sure,
couched
same thing. We don't
there,
live among
and
hillbillies.
his severed head.
Yeah, so-called rural people, they want to southern. So I same mentality, they just get every accent. You know, saying, what are you going to say about them? Well, they're the only ones who ever see aliens. They're the only ones who ever see spacecraft lately, right? So why did they show up in the first place? It's true, yes.
For a distance of 1 month and 25 days march, I devastated the districts of Elam. I spread salt and thorn bush there to injure the soil. Sons of the kings, sisters of the kings, members of Iran's royal family, young and old, prefects, governors, knights, artisans, as many as there were, inhabitants, male and female, big and little, horses, mules, asses, flocks and herds, more numerous than a swarm of locusts. I carried them off as booty to Assyria. The dust of Susa, of Madaktu, of Haltermash, and of the other cities, I carried it off to Assyria. In a month of days, I subdued Elam in its whole extent. The voice of man, the steps of flocks and herds, the happy shouts of mirth, I put an end to them in its fields, which I left for the asses, the gazelles, and all manner of wild beasts to people.
Since 2005, and all the time he's only aware of one house being struck by a meteorite. It happened last year in Canada. A woman in British Columbia apparently slept through one that crashed through her roof and landed beside her in bed. But obviously, if she stayed asleep, it wasn't hot enough to ignite the bed. Yeah, like I told you, they're only the size of a baseball. It's smaller than everything.
Particularly awful
It's
spots.
fine with meteorite, yeah, meteorite can wear that. Probably glad of my wife. They don't know. Hey, Heather, you're something else to be terrified of in the middle of the night, huh?
No, I played it full.
A meteorite.
I can't add another thing.
It was in his bed.
You know, I'm just going to have to use my hands. I think I'm more in fear of an earthquake, and I think it would be more likely
Syrians would
that
stop
an
the Statue
earthquake.
of
Putting
Liberty.
that phobia on hold.
Leads to
The
our
expert is
Constitution. They
Robert
take
Lundgren,
Washington
who
Monument.
is
They snuff out the flame at John F. Kennedy's grave
coordinator
and
for the
take the
American
bones with
Meteor
them.
Society. He's the
The
FRC.
Syrians were sort of setting the bar for this region, people like the Babylonians to come after
He
them,
said
just
that
as early,
according
like
to
they're trying
their
to imitate whatever the standard of the day is. But the standard
actual
of the
place where
day
that meteor hit was
even today, I mean, try making a movie at home. It's gonna be a gamble one for sure. And the story Austin tells of the parades that a good word when Usher brought it all and his army arrived back home in displaying the loot and the prisoners eating out the punch money.
I could see in an excitable country like this
Is
that
frightful.
if you're seeing
First of all,
walls of
the
fire
head
and
of any
stuff,
white
it's
ruler
something
that
that
would be
happens
sitting
for
up on
years
Usher
and
money
years.
balls
They've raised over
was
$16,000
transported
to get
from
themselves
Susa
travel
on
channel
a
to
boat
Olympics.
around the neck
I
of the
just seemed
Elamite
cynical
general.
at him as I was last night. I felt much of a prize.
To walk in chains.
This will be $17,000 to the family. I mean, because he has no homework.
Various generals are brought out and punished. There's a psychological twist to a Syrian punishment. That is part of kind of what the Persians resorted to right. Here's what
I mean, that's not even really a high school.
I'm going to try my best on
Something
some
you would do on front
pronunciations
of the
of
fire.
these
This is all
specific
adorable.
are
If
wonderful.
it covers to take advantage of a current food story to get yourself.
Usher Paul was about to leave Arbella for Nineveh, and the severed head of the Elamite ruler was entrusted to his general, Danunu's neck for transport. As the musicians led the ghastly procession to Nineveh, the terrible sight crazed Hamadara and Abu the ambassadors who had received their commissions from the dead world. One tore his beard, the other thrust his girdle sword into his bosom. Abliah, son of Nabu Shalom and grandson of the famous Merodach Paladin, was extradited from Elam. Manukiahi, Danunu, and Nabu Shalom, the Gamulu chieftains, had spoken blasphemy against the Assyrian gods, and for this crime they had their tongues pulled out by their roots and were skinned alive. The horrible scene is represented on one of the reliefs, although, strangely enough, the names had never been filled in the blanks left for the purpose. Danunu was placed on the rack and slaughtered like a lamb. His brothers Zemgunu and Abliah were slain, and their flesh distributed among the surrounding land. Nabunaid and Belatir, sons of Nabu Shurish, were forced to crush the bones of their father, and the head of the Elamite king found its final resting place over the gate which led to Ashur. Ashur the forcing his sons to crush the bones of their fathers was really psychologically. You see this in other occasions. The Babylonian king, for example, was supposedly once he took Jerusalem to war.
Going over the border increased by 1.1% in October. Some organizers
Sons in front of his eyes, and then had his eyes put out so that the last thing he saw was that he knows the inextricable abilities. Just seemed calculated to so to somebody who's willing to resist, but you can easily see how it might have the opposite effect. You can see how people coming after this time might be able to make all sorts of political hay, selling themselves as the alternative to this kind of cruelty. You can also see
also testified
on
in trial.
Syria,
She says she altered the company's general ledger to remove a dozen references to the CFO at his
was
request.
gone and
Southland
frightened.
weather for KFI. Sunny and windy tomorrow, a little warmer, cool highs in the mid to upper 70s for Metro LA. Low to mid 70s in Valley, low 70s in Orange County, mid 60s in the Fire. We're going to the Q10 in Pasadena. Downtown river delays are staying in away from Lincoln. The drive remains slow ahead all the way to Foothill Boulevard. It's some natural opening that some more delays are heading upward from Baseline. All the way to just past the 15 freeway. There's some traffic delays on the 57 starting northbound into the Vandenberg area and the Vandenberg Boulevard. The pass is being cleared out of middle lane. And that's setting you back from almost the 91 freeway now. And the southbound side of the 57, a crash right at the 91 in Anaheim has been cleared. That side remains a mess away from Imperial Highway. And on the side, helpful to their faster. I mean, to Martinez.
Astonishing
There's another way to fly.
can have
Instead of being stuck in endless lines and crashed on the plane, try simplifying your travel with Surf Air.
there's
Even
going to be some
average of 2 hours on
massive
every
jaw
trip
dropping
and
is
avoid
going
crowded
to the
airports. It's
future.
a new way to fly private. With Surf Air, you'll fly from smaller airports closer to your home. There are no
That
lines,
astonishment
no
is how
waiting,
mankind
and
is
no stress. SurfAir.com, the best alternative to commercial air travel that makes flying easy. Get a free quote on your next flight at SurfAir.com. There's a better way to fly private.
is he just
By now,
chooses not to
you've
shoot
heard the
now?
news. Vaccine boosters are available for eligible Californians.
I think it's more than the Soviet
Stronger immunity and help maximize protection against COVID-19 and its variants. Visit myturn.ca.gov to find out if you're eligible and to find a booster near you. That's myturn.ca.gov. Stay healthy and strong. Get boosted. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Do you know what the three biggest problems are that people have with most plumbers? Think of that for a minute. You could probably write those yourself. You don't come in and say they will. Because your last of the job and what they quoted for a firm. And they don't fix the problem after first. You just have to that kind of aggravation. The service champions are on your position. We'll be there. Right when we say we'll be there. We'll give you a firm price in writing before we start. And all of our plumbing services are backed by it's simple. If you're not happy,
In fact, the stuff you thought you couldn't count on, like those wonderful series,
for
the
you,
pronouncements by the King of
I'll
Kings,
say champions
right
right
in
now.
there, and
For all of
wishes I killed everybody. That is 639 ominous.
777 or find us online at servicechampions.com.
I love the different ways the historians try to describe this to you. One historian says it was unclear.
Addressing hair loss has never been easier thanks to advanced hair restoration. Simple, one-day treatment. The most difficult part? Make
And it is
this
in the
call for
silence
your
of
free
those years that is
consultation.
written
Call
the fate of the Assyrian Empire.
844-333 hair and get $250 off and
So the
250
important
free
stuff is
hair.
happening.
It's advancedhair.com. When you send in the serious activity, you need serious help. I'm Michael Akiva, managing partner for Toby and Myers. We get our clients out 10 times the original insurance company
You
offers.
start to see things
So don't
right.
insult the injury.
You begin to see places that were under Assyrian's control on the margins.
Introducing Spectrum One.
A lot of historians think it's rather telling that all of a sudden we have these sinking tribes with roughshod
security and privacy.
used to
Spectrum Mobile with unlimited talk, text, and data, plus nationwide 5G. Get it all with Spectrum One. Spectrum Internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and online. Spectrum Mobile Unlimited for only $49.99 a month. Visit Spectrum.com or Spectrum Store today. Parents for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply. There are American food voyages where history comes alive and discovery rescue. Enriching adventures await in North America's mighty rivers, Great Lakes, oceans, and expeditions to the wilds of Alaska. Visit American Food Voyages at atvoyages.com with a North American watch. Call 844-744-0794 or contact your travel professional.
It's a not as effective copy of the Assyrians. The Assyrians copied the Babylonian civilization, not quite as well as the Babylonians. And the Babylonians copied the Assyrian
More information about contacts on this station, go to KFIAF640.com/.
half of your army against the outrages of the Assyrian tribes. That's why they're so ruthless. When you have outside powers starting to control over you, what you and your army be divided in half and fight against each other. Worst possible thing that could happen. The Babylonians starting in about 660 started sending out an army.
Alright,
Taking some of these borders
right
between
now,
Syria
of course, most major news
and
outlets
the
are
war heats up a
projecting
little
that
bit. They're fighting
Republicans
back and
will
forth, and the
control the
Assyrian
United
army
States
seems
House
to be
of
a shadow of
Representatives.
its former self, but you can see how strong it still is
With the
because they're holding
majority
their own against
in
these
that
Babylonians, pushing them
favor
back, sometimes chasing them back,
272
sometimes.
races
But it's
for
all
the
they can
Republicans.
handle.
They're expected to get as much as they need. They may control the House by a
The means jump in from
They
the
already
east.
made their decision. Nancy Pelosi was replaced as House Speaker.
They start
It
taking
is
cities and
kind of strange because California only has a handful
next
of
year.
Republican
It's
congressmen,
come
but
forward.
one of them is now the
She
House
acts
Speaker.
raise
His name is Kevin McCarthy, and he will be the new House. He was the House Minority, and he will be
fortified.
Speaker of the House. Funny
Fortified
story I saw yesterday,
west
there
of
is, of
China.
course, a contingent
This whole human
of
history of
conservatives in the House of Representatives. If they were threatening to vote for Trump.
pushes these means inside.
Yeah, you don't have to be a member of Congress to be House Speaker. I did not know that.
Unfortunately for the
I
Syrians,
had
if you
heard
can't go
that
out there and
idea
defeat that many army,
some months ago,
whatever they want.
and it's
So
true.
they go sacking their
Maybe
house,
that
and
is
it's
a
not as well
down
defined,
back
which just
out.
happens to be the hash.
Oh my God, imagine Trump is House Speaker and all the stuff he was pulling. Anybody could be House Speaker, right?
Morale and
Didn't
everything
know that.
else.
They should get a majority of the vote, yeah.
the last minute, the Babylonians run up to be a part of it. This is a famous event. They don't want to allow the elite to take this important city by themselves, be left out of the spoils, the reputation, everything. But they arrive too late when they're already. The means of armies tactical plans may be Russian attempt so that they make the Babylonians there. They treated the Assyrians with a true
Well, some people wanted to do it just for that moment. Yeah.
pledge their friendship to each other.
Tonight, at 6 o'clock our time, Trump is supposed to begin gathering from Mar-a-Lago, and most major news outlets say he's going out, and he's in the race for president in 2024. It's strong. Tonight, there have been a few stories that say, well, we're not sure. He's done this before in a couple of rallies. They were promoting to make the major announcement, and it happened. So, can't say for certain. It's a wild part of this stuff. I hang on to because we had a bad election day. A lot of his marquee candidates failed. DeSantis had a huge historic landslide for him. And he and so he's going to get ahead of the whole game. Clear out the field, scare everybody away, grab the news again, become the center of the attention. They're 76 years old. Hey, that's young. Biden will be 80 in just a few days, November 20th. Joe Biden turns 80. The other development with Trump,
By the way, notice how he's couching this in terms of liberation.
is that the House Committee investigating the January 6, 2021 attack on the Capitol
I
is
slaughtered
considering
the
the
land
next
of
step
Safari.
because Trump
I
failed
turned
to
the
appear
hostile land into
for
heaps
his
of growth.
deposition today
The
following the
Assyrian, who
influence of
since
the
distant
Latino
days had
last
ruled
month.
all the peoples, and with his heavy
So
yoke
we're going to have
brought
to figure out
injury
what
to
they
the
want
people
to
of
do
the
and how
land.
they're going
His
to.
feet
Now,
from a cod I
somebody filed
turned
a
back.
lawsuit because
His
everybody's
yoke I threw off.
challenging the subpoena. They're
You have a
claiming the
basic
Democrats that he is hiding
discussing
from them.
events of the past.
The former president initially
Discussing
suggested that he
something
would
for
testify
reasons
before the
to say
committee.
the
He has since filed a lawsuit asking the court to protect
all
him from
that
giving
emotion was
testimony.
still felt.
His attorneys have been
You
doing
know,
such a
the
negotiated
kinds of
case
things
in court.
historians don't want to touch once you get back. You
You
certainly
know, just
distance
got now go
someday
on
they're
for
not
another
going
2
to
years.
look at the
And
Nazis
the Bannon got
as the
more
kind
time
of
for this,
evil
right?
that we do.
Yeah.
They're going to
So
somehow
is that what
say,
they're going to
well,
say?
they
Wow,
were
this
the far
yeah,
end
but
of the
they're going to run.
spectrum.
By the way, what happened to all the boxes of documents?
Which is kind of what a lot of moderns would say about Assyria. They're not doing anything anybody else isn't doing. They just may be at the far end of the
There's a
spectrum.
lot of possibilities to
Your
get indicted.
conduct,
That's why you run for
it's all
president.
kind of relative, right?
Well, and if you win, she'll be dead. It's true. That is because the Department of Justice does not prosecute everybody or especially when it comes to politicians, ex-presidents, presidential candidates. You do end up with a special halo around you because you don't want the impression of a Democratic Department of Justice going after the leading Republican president, right? So you are compromises their image as being
The conquerors set out to destroy the cities of Assyria, taking revenge for the humiliations they had suffered in Assyria's hands. On the wall reliefs of kings, Sennacherib and Ashurbanipal in Nineveh, for example, they identified the representations of the kings with the help of the inscriptions accompanying them and ritually destroyed them by cutting out the ears and eyes. These were not random acts of mutilation. The detailed depiction of Ashurbanipal's defeat of the Elamites, for example, only the face of a soldier cutting off the head of the king of Elam was similarly destroyed, probably by the Medes, who saw the Elamites as their ancestors. Likewise, the records of loyalty oaths that King Esarhaddon had forced Median bodyguards to swear, and which had been stored at Calvin, were smashed. The palaces were burnt down only after the lengthy task of defacing images and destroying symbols of submission to Assyria.
They might otherwise not have because they don't want to stick with fight.
If you go to British Museum today, the Assyrian beliefs, you can see the facing done by some angry, vengeful, and probably rightfully so, soldiers that took down Assyria. These were the ones with stunning
I mean, you know, okay, what do you get? Don't do anything possible.
while they're making no more
Meanwhile,
products.
the funny side of all this is that last weekend we had a wedding at Mar-a-Lago. Tiffany Trump,
One of the
who
most
is the
colorful
daughter of
sections
Donald Trump and Marla Michaels,
deals
got married.
the fall of
This
Assyria.
brought out the entire
And I'm sure
Trump family,
Assyrian descendants
which
of people
included
were
a photo
Assyrian
of the women,
This is very
which was posted
unfair.
to social media
Sort of
by
propaganda.
Ivanka Trump.
Again, it's just their
Well,
bad luck
one
to
of the
get
women
bad
was
PR
cropped out.
sometimes in the Bible.
That woman with the Kimberly Guilfoyle
Was prophesizing supposedly that you're going to get it. And then once they did get it, they were sort of saying, see, this is what you get.
But the thing is,
Now,
all
what's
the
kind
women
of
in the
interesting
picture,
about Nahum,
was
unlike some of
Tiffany,
these other prophets,
the
is there's
bride,
a decent
and
chance
the
he was a
the
contemporary.
sister,
A lot of this
and
stuff
then
was
you
put
was
together
Marlon
in the
Michaels,
Hellenistic
mother
period
of
later,
Tiffany,
for murder stories or all kinds of things that deal with that era. But some of this goes back. It's tough to know. Historians argue it's possible that this prophet Nahum guy was maybe even a predecessor to some of these events. No, you know, something like that I just found
they were a very
interesting.
nice dress.
Because when Nahum recounts what happens, first of all, he gives you the color, tells you a little bit about the story in a religious sort of framework. It still doesn't sound like a lot of just there's religious tone to it. But at the same time, it's very colorful. He describes, for example, what the battle is like after prophesying that you're going to get it for a long time. He says, he that shatters in pieces has come up against thee. Guard the wall, guard the way, guard thy loins, make thy strength the utmost. The shield of his heroes is red. His warriors are clad in scarlet. They prepare the chariots today. The chariot horses are eager. The chariots rage in the field. They rush to and fro in the plazas. Their appearance is like that of torches. They dart about like lightnings. He reads out the list of his nobles. In their eagerness they stumble. They hasten to reach the walls. The battery ram is made ready. And Nahum describes the unleashing of the rivers. I guess the dams were broken or rerouted, and they reroute the course of the rivers or what have you to help undermine the walls. That's not very usual tactic.
Actually, look at a situation like this that I think
The river sluices are open. The palace walls are crumbling. The queen is stripped of her clothing. They are leading her away captive. Her handmaidens moan like doves. Upon their breasts they are beating. Nineveh was a tank of water. From it they are now escaping. Stand, stand, they cry. Not one of them looks back. And then he basically tells everybody to take back the stuff that Assyria took from them, that their housing is well, he says, quote, take ye the spoil of silver, take ye the spoil of gold. There is no end to the store, an abundance of all goodly objects. She is empty, and void, and waste. Hearts melt, knees shake. There is pain in all loins, and pale are waxed over faces. Then he does trash talk comment. He says, where are the great lions now, and all the people who took all this stuff? And then, like again, so many of the people during this era, this was seen to involve, a little proof that their God was superior. Or in the case of some of these people by this point in history, the only God. And Nahum says, behold, I am against thee, says Yahweh of hosts. Thy lair I will burn with smoke. Their young the sword shall devour. I will cut off thy prey from the earth. No more be heard thy messengers' voices. He continues to run the name. Basically playing this on carnal. Woe to the bloody city, full of lies and robbery, the crack of the whip and the thunder of the rumbling wheel, the prancing horse and the bounding chariot, the horseman mounting and the flash of sword, the gleam of spear and a mass of slain, a heap of corpses, there are no end to the dead bodies, for the many infidelities of the well-favored harlot, the mistress of incantations, who sold states for her wicked deeds, and plans through her incantations. Behold, saith Yahweh of hosts, I am against thee. I will strip thee of thy clothing, and show thy shame to the nations. Filth I will cast upon thee, and disgrace thee. I will set thee up as a warning. All who see thee shall flee, shall cry. Desolate Nineveh, who shall bewait? Well, listen, they may not have a ton of dramatic stuff from the Near East during this time period, but that's awesome. All history aside, that's awesome stuff. And it doesn't
away from the
The emotion of the
405
time
freeway.
period made
And
me
beyond the crash, the
feel
air
that it's
opens
all
up
been
for 5
drained,
minutes.
that
Long
somebody
Beach
is
from
cleaning
110
it,
all the way to the
and this series is
605.
a
Let's
remake.
take a look at Diamond Bar
She's
with
up.
Mike O'Brien and at
Again,
Iron
I
Sky.
needed more Syrian people who have to live with one
57,
piece of horrible
57
PR
northbound
being
and
prepared
Diamond
through
Bar
the
Boulevard.
years.
Just like
The
that
most
accident
widely
completed the right
read book
shoulder.
in history.
However, still recovering back to enough. But Chapman, a lot of that point for the shift
The
up
last
ahead. Up to the
Syrian
mercy of the
king is
60 East Diamond Bar. And troubles on the southbound 57. That's the south 57 at the 91. There's 3 to 2 right lanes there.
was
That's still
closing
back
in.
at 2 Imperial
High
Highway.
of
And in
all
one clear, the 10 westbound at
possessions
Huntington
that raised
Square.
powers
First to the
around
right shoulder.
gold
That's
and
back up to
silver and
4th in
family was
Ontario.
killed
Mike
in
O'Brien,
copyrights
KFI,
to
and this
go on
one.
in the
We
purple
are finding
higher
time.
stuff
Let's
and
go
have it
faster.
all
I'm
settled
Michael
like
Martinez.
City Unlimited.
Hey, this is Kennedy. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Merrill, a Bank of America company.
2022
It was
All-Star
among
pitcher
teams they
Tyler
started
Anderson
coming
earned
back
the
to
Dodgers one-year $19.65
short
million
time.
offer.
And the Syrian successors, they maybe you could call it,
Dave
become
Howard,
the
one of the
last
finalists for
gasp
NL
of
Manager of the
resistance
Year,
trying
along with
to
the
make a
Red Sox
stand by
co-author of the
605
Brandon Prime
runs.
Snickers.
Struck
A major
two,
retail bookseller
and
is
the
full of
Syrians
controversial
turned
book.
into
And historic
a
Kyrie
never
Irving shared on
disappeared,
Twitter due to its
but
anti-Semitic
whose
content.
destruction was so
I'm
massive
Frank Aaron.
and so
With
sustained
Merrill,
and so
the
total
Bull always
that
has your
this
back.
evening
Learn more at
the
ml.com/bullets.
Syrians trying
Investing
to
in
tell
God's
the
risk.
world still
Merrill
today,
Lynch,
we're
Pierce,
still
Center, and
here.
Smith Incorporated,
And trying to
registered
fight that
broker-dealer.
idea that every last
Registered
one of them was
investment
killed
advisor, member
in their version
SIPC.
of the
This
Holocaust.
report is sponsored
That
by
era.
Vanguard University in
It's
Orange
not
County.
true.
Earn your
You can
bachelor's,
certainly
master's,
say
or
that
nursing degree in the
in a very
classroom
short
or
period
online
of
at
time,
Vanguard
those
University. Ranked as a
massive
top 10 university in the
top
West
of
by
their
U.S.
era
News and World
cities
Report for 12
universities
consecutive years. At
almost
Vanguard,
already
your
got
story matters. Visit
the famous
vanguard.edu
passage
to learn more.
General
Going
Xenophon
halfway
is
into
10,000 Greeks flee
For instance,
a
when
Persian
people
civil
do child
war
sacrifice,
and chased all the way through
or go out and
South
steal
North
from
Dakota.
African ground
Yeah, that's nothing.
would you
These
still
great,
have a haircut?
massive cities where their standards
That's what
today
people are done. Don't go halfway,
rotting in the
especially
dust.
if you're immunity to COVID-19. To stay up to date with your vaccine
Walls
passes,
were so
visit
high, and the
myterm.ca.gov.
workmanship in the streets and everything
Brought to you by the
so
California
modern
Department of Public Health.
that
The
he
National
doesn't
President is
understand
still
the
alive,
urgency.
trying to young Americans
The
in
locals
fact.
don't know
Showcased
anything about
September
Syria.
9th
They
and
think the
18th at
needs
the
built
beautiful La Dorada Theater. They showcased the holiday music from around the globe, amazing costumes, and
They're
a
still
giant light
larger
wall
than
that has
most
beautiful images.
built
This
at
is
that
an all-new
time.
show that features favorite moments from Christmas shows past, new musical numbers from holidays present, and a magical peek at Christmas shows yet to come. It's something magical for everyone in the family. The kids will be talking about this show for years. The tickets go to YoungAmericans.org. YoungAmericans.org. Hi, Rick Edelman here. Join me for my new master class, preparing teens for their future. How to prevent college from ruining their lives. It's free, it's online, and it's premiering this month. Listen for your teenagers, but you should watch it first. And then tell your kids and grandkids to watch it as well. College can either set your children on the path to financial success and personal fulfillment, or will leave them in a precarious position with no degree, no prospects, tens of thousands of dollars of debt that you can't afford, and let them regret. My new master class will help your family make the right decisions and show you all how to avoid expensive mistakes that you and they will remember for years. Come watch the new free master class. Learn how to graduate college debt-free with a degree that prepares your teens for the world they'll be living in. Sign up today. The truth, AYX.com. That's the truth, AYX.com. It's how you just buy your water and money to what's the big shares right there. So they spend on bottled water for $50 a month. Okay, for nothing down, and only $45 a month. Get on a Puritan water, whole house water filtration, conditioning, and dairy system. It comes with a free 6-day outline water system and free installation. And if that wasn't enough, don't forget the free annual testing, unlimited service calls, and lifetime servicing. Get pure water from your tap, no chemicals, and nothing down to just $35 a month. That's only 7 lots. You can do that, right? Oh, you gotta mention you own the system. Go online and look up Puritan water. Their 5-star reviews are everywhere. Get going with this fresh water. I've had Puritan for about a year now, and I love that my family's safe from harmful chemicals. Pretty cool, right? So dump the bottle, call 844-80-WATER, 844-80-WATER, or the website, PURagainWater.com. PURagainWater.com. That's PuritanWater.com. The expert Stanco has been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever.
Maybe that's the case.
That's why architects undergo rigorous training and certifications. So they can
Really does have sort of an end of the second
complicated repairs that
sort
come
of
with
feel
some of
like
the latest
everything's been
technology.
devastated.
After
A bunch
60
of
years,
people
there's nothing we
had
haven't
aligned
seen before.
together for this common interest of taking down the Assyrian Empire. We're now staring over the rubble, wondering who gets what. And all of a sudden, like in 1946, in Europe especially, allies were turning into potential adversaries very quickly. You know, if we look at this as a encapsulated microcosm of speaking to nonetheless, in this geopolitical setup, we have four great powers. Now you go from one hegemonic power, Assyria, to battle, Assyrian
The documentary film got a great
also have the Medes obviously doing the same thing, moving into territory in the north of Syria. You had Egypt, always a great power when they can be. But not that long ago, you know, under Syrian domination, like everyone else, they started moving towards the modern day area around Israel. And in there, and they are a player in finding a fourth power called Lydia. Lydia is the power that's now in modern day Turkey, for the most part. Like everyone else, they benefited from the Assyrians going away. They expanded to other areas. They are generally credited with the ones inventing metal money in the Western world. And we need to see long-term things with all sorts of conflicts breaking out now as all these new powers sort of vie with each other. The Egyptians and the Babylonians, for example, go at it several times trying to figure out, who's going to conquer who's the more, that kind of stuff. And a lot of the littler states just get totally screwed in this deal. It's a little like the Cold War, where some states in the middle try to decide who decide. The Soviets are going to decide the Western, and then you screw up. All kinds of bad things can happen. That's exactly what happened to Croatia. Sacked by the Babylonians during this era for continually swaying sort of between the two powers that were vying for them, Babylon on one side, Egypt on the other, and finally exasperating
There are
Babylon.
reports about a popular weight loss drug called Wegovy. They also know
Jews in Iraq today whose ancestors were part of the Babylonian king, who taken them out of the city of Judah and was just destroyed. That's where, by the way, Solomon's temple was destroyed by the Babylonians. Again, earning them bad PR in one of the most important PR books of all time. The Medes will scare the Babylonians to the point where the Babylonians will build something called the Dead Wall to hopefully slow them down. And Xenophon solved that too. About 150 years later, there's a wall that's supposedly right across the narrowest part of the division between the Tigris and Euphrates River. So you have the river on two sides and then this wall in the middle. And Xenophon says that 200 years later, it was, quote, made of burnt bricks laid in bitumen. It was 20 feet thick, 100 feet high, and said to be 60 miles long. It was quite close to Babylon. Again, if he's lying about that, there's a lot of people who would know that he
So
was.
some of these obsessive women on TikTok have been reporting what's been happening to them when they've taken one of the drugs. The
The
hormones
Medes
are
will
meant to make a
famously
person
go
feel
forward
and with these
with
statements.
Lydians.
One woman's tasty rice was
This is
gorgeous,
what
that
some
they're
of
ruining some of my
Herodotus is
simple
bringing.
spices.
Herodotus has a little bit of
This I found surprising.
horror story, an Alfred Hitchcock side to him sometimes. Or maybe just the people he talks to happen to. Because during this little period, which really only lasts like 45 years, between the fall of the Assyrians and the rise of the Persians, there's going to be incidents that are eerily similar, and you start to wonder whether the guy telling you about them were the people existing in this era have a certain weakness for that sort of incident. In this case, Herodotus says this is how the war with the Medes and the Lydians started. There were some Scythians who were hunters for the Median king. That guy, Cyaxares, right? And normally they bring back food, but one time they show up, Herodotus says, empty-handed. actor, who supposedly, Herodotus says, has this awful temper, freaks out and starts abusing it. Kicking Scythian archers. Now, the Scythians were never known to have particularly non-excitable temperaments. Showing the valley, is that fair? And Herodotus says that they rented in their anger, killed one of the boys, probably from the royal court, that the Median king had sent to learn archery from these same Scythians. One of their great archers, let's send some of the royal boys out there. They can learn how to shoot bows like an ancient Eurasian steppe archer. And they killed one of these boys, Herodotus says, and cut him up like the game that they normally give to the Median king. Showed up, gave him the food, watched him eat it, putting urine in someone's beer before you give it to them. The king finds out, goes after them, they run to Lydia, and then the Median king says, I want those Scythians who cut up that boy and made me eat him. And Herodotus says that the king of Lydia said, no, can't have him. Run into Herodotus telling a similar story with an even greater psychological twist very soon after this. Nonetheless, this war with the Medes and the Lydians went on for 5 years. Herodotus says, and we have a fact here. We play with something that's real. To say he says, she says, this historian claims, we've heard from Herodotus, there is a solar eclipse that happens in May 28, 585 BC. And at the time that solar eclipse happened, which, by the way, Herodotus says a Greek predicted, I mean, it was the first time that had ever happened.
That's part of their marketing.
Hold off a few minutes.
No, not being religious, but you mean
Modern astronomers, of course,
the fact that you could eat your favorite apples and not get
is
much
precision calculating
past story about it. They prominently, describe the side effects.
this moment in the story.
Right? Yes.
When that eclipse happened,
Exactly. I remember the commercial.
and the Lydians happened to be fighting about it. And Herodotus says, as it was warming up, as the battle was getting hot,
We're going to be talking
there
to
goes
a
the sun.
documentary filmmaker. It's crazy
Now,
cat
if
lady.
you are an ancient person,
Cat population explosion.
with a religious belief, you must imagine many of these ancient people. There are few atheists,
live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app.
and sometimes it can be very superstitious, as you might imagine. Now you're involved in a battle, man killing man. Both sides almost certainly had sacrifices, and the omens examined and looking at the deliverance. I guess it's a good day to attack and all these kinds of things. And then in the middle of the battle, the sun goes out.
Alex Ian conceded the sheriff's race to his opponent Robert
Well, you
Moon.
might imagine
Press conference to
the
review
Medes
his
and the Lydians stopped fighting.
years.
In the heat of the fighting, they stopped fighting. We're talking about tens of thousands of people on each side, and then everybody just stops.
Remember,
That's the way it's portrayed anyway, but think about it this way. If an eclipse is really going to stop a battle, it's going to happen fast because the eclipse doesn't last that long. The peace was broken, we're told, by another of the Greek powers, Babylon.
A family in Anaheim is asking for help bringing back the body of their brother who may have been killed while on vacation in Colombia.
The sister of Paul Newman says the 27-year-old may have hooked up with the woman he met on the dating app.
In the traditional way, although the Greeks did it a little differently, but I'm told how both rulers slit their skin and sucked blood from each other. Also, you gave daughters in marriage. That's the part left out too of the deal. When the Babylonians and the Medes, sided with the Greek, probably the same way. They were hearing the blood sucking their whole minute outside of Asher as they destroyed the Syrians. They also married off daughters to each other, and it was one of these things where all of a sudden the families are related. As though that's really going to stop anything given the history. Nonetheless, that's the exact same deal here. Got a few daughters we can spread around, got some blood we can suck.
And then
Forever.
leave the body there and leave. Because case delayed, saw a man visit the murdered woman's apartment. And this just in, Karen Bass now leads Rick Caruso by more than 36,000 votes in the race to be the next mayor of LA. Hundreds of Hollywood women are moving off the streets of Skid Row.
At least 500 women and their families will be housed and given services in the next 2 years. This woman now lives at the downtown women's center on Skid Row. She says her days of living on the streets were terrible.
I used to wake up when I was on the ground, as soon as you go,
one kind
my color you go.
Which will be housed thanks to a $15 million state grant. It's about a $700 million fund dedicated to fighting homelessness in certain
and they
areas.
had relationships with the Greeks.
Hey, I do.
Still have gas is reminding customers of our program to save money through the winter. Still have gas is John Wijaya is the company offers rebates on many energy efficient appliances.
Located in modern-day Turkey at this time, much the more sophisticated the more cultured, the more modern. The Greeks, methods and smarter ways either more effeminate or corrupted the more
Still have
basic
gas
or
as customers often overuse energy for poor insulation and old not so efficient appliances. House Republicans have nominated Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy to be Speaker. Arizona Congressman Andy Dick made a last-minute challenge for the position, but McCarthy won it easily with a vote of 188 to 31. The full House will meet early next year to choose the Speaker. And a spokesman for Ukraine's Air Force has Russia fired around 100 missiles in a countrywide strike at least 10 regions and cities reported that they were targeted. Officials announced emergency blackouts. Some facilities and residential areas pulling for the Russian-made missile hit its territory and killed 2 people. Southland weather can stay up by sunny and windy and warmer tomorrow. Highs may go up for 70s for metro LA. Low mid 70s in the valley. Low 70s inland Orange County. Mid 60s in the Inland Empire. Light has 69 in Orange, 62 within a beach, 70 in Sun Valley, and 67 in West Hills. The KFI market report, the Dow closed up from 6 S&P 500 up 34, NASDAQ up 162, and the average price of the gallon of regular gas in California is $5.42. We're going to the 101 Dora Hill. We got past 75 children in Washington out taking away from Liberty Canyon Road, which is continuing all the way to the 170, 154th foot. We're pulling ahead in Hollywood from Sunset Boulevard, heading into downtown Los Angeles. Check out Rancho Cucamonga. It's Michael Ryan, AFI in the sky.
And how that even happens, I mean, recess are
Right here on the 210 westbound at
between the fall of the last great Syrian monarch and the rise of Cyrus the Great, there's no mention of these Persian people in any text in any politically significant way. They are virtual nobodies. Within a generation, they run the show for everyone. How did that happen? Judging from the ancient times, writings,
Turbine on the
lion's
5
share
southbound,
of
delayed
answer
or
seems to have something to do with this
Parkway. The wind moving ahead towards the
Cyrus
Parkway.
II.
Northbound delays out of Mission Viejo from Avery to continue towards La Paz. KFI in the sky.
There are lots of stories, by the way. Some of them are fantastic. One of Herodotus' best is one of the ones he tells about the rise of Cyrus, but you have to remember something. This person, Cyrus the Great, is to Persian and Iranian history sort of what George Washington is to American history, or King Arthur is to British legend. This is a legendary figure. And because there's so little that talks about him during his rise to power, historians are really thrust into the detective role, trying to figure out what it is that is going on. And the historian Rabbi tries to explain what sort of assumptions you should maybe build into this. And I'm not a historian, so he was writing as a historian trying to explain to a layperson like Foster, that's not a layperson understood. And he kind of said, listen, if something appears to happen out of nowhere, but it's unlikely that it could, you should assume there was stuff bubbling up under the surface, a foundation taking place, but that's hidden from our eyes from the historical event, right? So when a Cyrus the Great all of a sudden takes over the Median Empire, it looks like a lightning bolt strikes, it's probably safe to assume it's leading up to this somehow for a while. So yes, it was permanent.
Rejuvenate everyone's harness. Yes, for just $129. Rejuvenating your harness is extremely very important.
Part of our early history is because it's impossible to quantify
Before you buy it, rejuvenating your system will be even more extremely very important.
generations, tougher times are tougher than modern day. There is any truth to that, that the nature of past how history is measured. So they don't. Written in 1935, and I love it. Written in 1935, historian Duran tries to tie the downfall of the age to the generation, and the fact that they were so good.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Their degeneration was even more rapid than their rise. Osteogenes, who succeeded his father Cyaxares, proved again that monarchy is a gamble, in whose royal succession great wits and madness are nearly allied. He inherited a kingdom with equanimity and settled down to enjoy it. Under his example, the nation forgot its stern morals and stoic ways. Wealth had come too suddenly to be wisely used. The upper classes became the slaves of fashion and luxury. The men wore embroidered trousers, the women covered themselves with cosmetics and jewelry. The very horses were often comparisoned to gold. These once simple and pastoral people would be glad to be carried in rude wagons with wheels cut roughly out of the trunks of trees, now rode in expensive chariots from feast to feast. The truth is, though, that what Durant writes there in 1935 is not a whole lot different from what the ancient Greeks saw. The ancient Greeks sort of saw themselves as moral men. Compared to these people from the East, who were at best sort of metrosexuals. The Greeks like to point out the use of makeup as part of their identities. These Jews were effeminate, writing hundreds of years later. By the way, Xenophon talks about Astyages, the last king of the Medes, and his guyliner, I guess you would call it today, his stenciled eyes, the rouge on his face. Xenophon had no way of knowing.
So where is this movie
Says
running?
a week of fake hair.
Right now it's
Now here's the thing, though.
Amazon Prime.
In the East, these kinds of things were cultural norms. It wasn't a sign of effeminacy that the Pharaohs and the Egyptians had been using dark kohl around the eyes forever. Just a different cultural thing. The Greeks saw it as just another sign. These Oriental, effeminate, opulent, weak, clever, sneaky, fill in the blank Easterners. But we'll even do the criteria to decide whether there's any truth to this motif about the Medes slouching towards reform. Most of the laws government today as a terrible old-fashioned situation. But as I said, how do you quantify something like that anyway? But if you follow that narrative the way a guy like Herodotus is taking it, or a guy like Durant writing 1935 is taking it, there's an almost opportunity created by the decadence of the Medes and the cruelty of their law. And that can be exploited by something that has the opposite values of the people that are busy slouching towards the law. In other words, people that are less corrupted by luxury, we're not as decadent, or, shall we say, possessors of time. Now, this gets us back to a secondary value that a guy like this house was. Like I said, it's like the color hero of the first Instagram. This showrunner. And we learn two things from a guy writing the way he writes and the way a lot of people after him write. One, you learn about these events he's trying to link, which may or may not be true. I don't know the combination of the two, right? The rise of cyberspace, the story that this guy heard. But at the same time, you're having like the Vulcan mind well with a 2,500-year-old, basically alien mind. One way conversation with a 2,500-year-old guy. I really wish I could speak the ancient Greek and understand the little nuances so I could really hear this guy in his own words as he meant every specific word. You're getting a chance to see, what this guy from a completely different time period likes and dislikes. His worldview, what he thinks is good, what he thinks is bad, his biases, his prejudices. You're learning about he and his world stuff. Or, well, you have to filter it so carefully because just like all of us, his world pollutes his worldview. So that, we don't get as non-biased now as we might want. But what Herodotus does in the story is kind of say that because Astyages was the way it was, Cyrus arises on the scene. Modern day historians can't decide or argue over whether or not to be something more far between the Persians. Remember, these are who were the most part semi-tribal peoples probably at this time. They used to control the United States. Now, no one sure if they're a combination of some cities with some pastoral people that are allied to it. It's an interesting sort of hybrid, and there might have been a lot of these kinds of societies around them, transitioning from, an old tribal world to something more along the lines of a centralized bureaucratic state where it's without a two-horn zone, if you will. So either a war between these Medes and these Persians or the tribes that they control, or sort of like, as one historian describes it, the Median Empire getting a change in management. Maybe some Median nobles helping to rebel against this Astyages person. And modern historians have some interesting, understandable, sort of common sense reasons why they might want to. The theory is that this Astyages guy is trying to convert the Medes into more of a typical centralized Mesopotamian government, where the king is more autocratic, has more authority. It sounds like maybe he has to share a lot of authority with these different tribal rulers. And as you might imagine, it's almost like a law of nature. They're unlikely to like that. This may have led some modern historians to sort of an uprising, internal coup, if you will. And this Cyrus II guy might be the person who gets to lead this. Now, as the greatest earliest great writer, Herodotus has his own views on turns the tables on this. Now, it's one of these stories that he maybe tells us more about Herodotus and the audience he's trying to please. But he must have heard this story somewhere. This is a typical tale, by the way, Oriental tale. But he's setting up something that actually seems to have happened in the story, trying to give you a reason why it happened, without having any real way of knowing who he's talking to. He tells one of the most horrific stories in his writings, but he tells it like Alfred Hitchcock or Wes Craven or someone like that. We alluded to it earlier. Is it an earlier story? Those skinny, killed a boy and served it to the Median king. He didn't like that. Well, this story, it's that same thing with an extra tourist. I have several different versions of it. But let me set this up. What happens in the story is it concerns this Astyages guy, the son of Cyaxares, and nowhere near his father in terms of greatness. Kind of a joke, that's the way he's portrayed. And he has a dream. And these dreams, you gotta love ancient history because they're always so wild. Herodotus records the dream has something to do with his daughter urinating over the whole world or something. As I said, and he asks the Magi to interpret it, and they say, not very good. His daughter's going to give birth to something, or she's the seed of something that's maybe going to overthrow you. And so, to play it safe, Herodotus says he marries her off to some Persian. Maybe a Greek Persian guy, but this is the Median Empire, and no son of a Persian is going to be ruling the Median Empire, so that's been taken care of. But then about a year later, Herodotus says he has another dream of his daughter, who's about to give birth to her first child. In this dream, he says, I think it's like vines coming out of her womb and then encompassing the whole earth or something. Yeah, we can't do that. And the Magi come in and interpret that, and as you might imagine, it's not good. And it scares Astyages, who thinks that his daughter is going to give birth to a person who takes his throne. So in a story that you see in other tales, in other words, it's a pretty common motif with different twists. Astyages calls in a Jew, a guy named Harpagus, who seems to be a historical figure, and tells Harpagus to get rid of the baby. Now Harpagus, Herodotus says, doesn't want to get rid of the baby. Just stop for a second. In this story, Herodotus is lovingly telling the story. He knows what the colorful pieces are. And he says Harpagus doesn't want to get rid of the baby, but want to kill the baby. So he gives the job to a shepherd. He gives the shepherd the baby and says, get rid of the baby. Expose it, out into the open and let it die. Now, the shepherd doesn't want to get rid of the baby. It just so happens his wife is pregnant, and she gives birth at just this time to a stillborn child. Doesn't this sound like a bunch of Grimm's fairy tales at this point? So, as you might imagine, they take the stillborn child, wrap it in royal clothes, keep it alive when they were supposed to kill him, get the stillborn child back to Harpagus to give to his boss, the king, and say, see, fast forward, like 13 years later or something like that, and a boy is brought before, this is the Herodotus story, Astyages, because he's not bad. Boys higher on the social standing scale than he. After a bunch of questioning, it is determined that this is the wonderfulness of the
We'll go to the 5 and we will check in
And
with
basically,
Steve. They have 5 in the
Astyages
sky.
can tell that this boy is a king. Like in your DNA, you can tell the difference between blue bloods and non-blue bloods. By the way, they just handle situations that's inbred. Besides that, Astyages notices that the kid looks like him, and after all, he is his grandfather. He calls him Harpagus, and he calls him Shepherd. He does a little investigation, figures the whole story out, and pretends he's not mad. Tells Harpagus he's often felt, I'm paraphrasing, but tells Harpagus he's often felt bad about the whole thing afterwards, so he's secretly relieved that the whole thing went the way it did. Why don't you go home, tell your wife we're going to have a banquet to celebrate all this, and come over and highlight you in the banquet. Send your son over, your 13-year-old son, so he can keep the new boy and my grandson company, and, we'll have a party tonight. And Herodotus says that Harpagus goes back home, relieved, because he knows he's going to get in trouble. Life is happy, and they go to this banquet, and this is where Alfred Hitchcock, Herodotus of Halicarnassus, takes the story over. And again, I keep telling myself, I don't think Herodotus is making this stuff up. Somebody told him this story. This is what somebody somewhere
We have a trash on the 5 in Norwalk. I just have Norwalk full of our cars away
the
on
Babylonians
cars out
or the
into it.
ancient
Now,
Mesopotamians, they just didn't write this way. Herodotus' story has a 13-year-old son of Harpagus moving to the palace as requested. Says, this is from December. When Harpagus' son arrived at the palace, Astyages had him butchered, cut up into joints and cooked, roasting some, boiling the rest, and having the whole properly prepared for the table. Dinner time came, and the guests assembled, with Harpagus among them. Dishes of mutton were placed in front of Astyages and of everyone else, except Harpagus. To Harpagus was served the flesh of his son, except for the head and hands, which had been put separately on a platter covered with leaf. When Harpagus thought he had eaten as much as he wanted, Astyages asked him if he'd enjoyed his dinner. He answered that he had enjoyed it very much indeed, whereupon those whose business it was to do so brought the boy's head, hands, and feet in the covered dish, stood by Harpagus' chair, and told him to lift the lid and take what he fancied. Harpagus removed the cover and saw the fragments of his son's body. As he kept control of himself and did not lose his head at the dreadful sight, Astyages asked him if he knew what animal it was whose flesh he had just eaten. I know, was Harpagus' reply, and for my part may the king's will be done. He said no other word, but took up what remained of the flesh and went home, intending, I suppose, to bury all of it together. And that was how Harpagus was punished. If that had been in Syrian record, it would have said something like, his son I divided, the pieces I fed to him. I mean, it would be a straightforward sort of thing. You wouldn't have anybody setting up the suspense of, having him cooked and not know what it is, and then having the platter brought in, and having the king ask the question, do you know what you ate that you liked, and then the platters lifted up. I mean, those moments where you set up the tension and the drama, it's
California, you deserve more.
you could do that
United Healthcare, you'll
and
get more.
change
Annual
nothing.
enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today.
What's
With
more,
United Healthcare
Herodotus is
Medicare
clearly
Advantage plan,
setting
you
up
get more
these
from your
moments for
Medicare
his
dollars.
audience to
Now
be the
including
equivalent
Medicare
of
dental, vision, over-the-counter, and
some great
prescription
scene
drug
on
coverage.
the screen
Call
happens
United
in all
Healthcare
glad
at
to see the clappers.
1-888 call
He's got these moments because we were making Astyages out to be such a jerk. He gets what's coming to him in the story. It's a crowd pleaser.
Survivors of clergy child
Story,
sexual abuse in
of course,
California have
does.
limited time to seek justice.
Well,
Survivors
it's
have until
tempting to
December
think
31st,
that the
2022 to
entire
take legal
thing is
action.
just a great
Contact
tale.
Jeff
So
Anderson,
many great
associate for
tales.
confidential conversation. Call us at 1
There are definite facts mixed in, and you can see Herodotus trying to explain the reasons behind the facts today being a sort of called dramatic license, because Babylonian records indicate that there was a general who responds to this Harpagus guy, and that general was involved in a battlefield betrayal, meaning
Something big. Buy smarter, dream big.
battle Astyages had in large part of his army. deserting battle
We're keeping track of these new subvariants of COVID-19. You know, the BA5 was all the rage. What subvariants are supplanting BA5? BQ1.1. See,
He was a jerk, and now this is what he gets. And I would think that you can trust him. His son served him for dinner with the entire army in the first place, but nonetheless, the moment when Harpagus and the beads cross over to Cyrus' side of the battlefield must have been a crowd of satisfied. That's right. Sure, got me. In the Babylonian records, it's much more stark, as you might imagine.
Oh, we're giving away money, yes. Now, you're going to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keyword on our website.
Astyages mobilized his army, and he marched against Cyrus, king of Anshan, to conquer. The army rebelled against Astyages. He was taken prisoner. They handed him over to Cyrus. Cyrus marched towards Ecbatana, the royal city. Thereabouts. Cyrus and the Persians basically controlled my territories.
You'll be notified by email to check your junk and spam folder.
Empire, which was already one of the great empires in this particular state.
36,349
Kind of
votes now
possible that the
separate
Lydian
Karen
king,
and
for example, that in 3 years Cyrus will be at war with, doesn't even really have a key idea who the Persians are. I'm not sure, but I mean, judging from the sources, this is quite the turnaround. And as I said, in 547, Cyrus and the new Persian Empire is fighting those same people that means we're fighting when that eclipse, caused everybody to fight. And it's a great story because the guy who runs the Lydian Empire now at this time is a guy named Croesus. I'm just saying, rich is Croesus. And that's the stereotype of the Lydians at this time. As I said, as people who invented coinage, that's their reputation. And it's attached to them because they're doing quality. And Croesus is supposed to have gone to one of the famous oracles, maybe the most famous oracle in the entire Greek world, the oracle at Delphi, which may have been giving money to influence those open problems.
And as we mentioned, the only county sheriff out of Theodore has continued it's about 60-40 in that race. Robert Williams will now be the next county sheriff.
Donald Trump,
I know you like to look at this. The accident that contacts the map. How did your neighborhood vote in the mayor's race?
If I went to war with
It's a
the
map of
Persian Empire,
114 neighborhoods in the city of Los Angeles.
sidetrack here,
The
maybe
purple
only
color,
worthwhile for
I
a
guess
bit.
it's shades of purple, the darker the
But
purple,
if you went
the more
to
the
an
back
advisor,
vote.
in
The
Los
darker
Angeles,
the
gave you that
green,
advice, and you
the
said,
more the Rick Caruso
will the
vote.
Green Bay
It's
Packers
just fascinating to look at. We're looking at it
The
there.
answer
On
was,
the west side,
if
it's
the
much of
Green
the
Bay
valley.
Packers play in the
Right,
Super Bowl,
and then
they
we
will
took the
add to a
whole
great
center,
legacy.
LA South, and the east side of LA.
Croesus was told by the oracle at
South of
Delphi
Santa Monica,
that if Croesus attacks the Persians, he will destroy the great empire.
San Pedro, yeah, is that
You can take that a number of different ways.
bottom of Long Beach.
You can say, hey, the Green Bay Packers are going to win. You can say, listen, the Dallas Cowboys
Yeah, but
and the Green Bay Packers, they've added to a great championship legacy too. It's just the Dallas Cowboys championship legacy.
Densely populated
Croesus and the Lydians fight
But I
Cyrus and the
thought that they
Persians.
vote less.
He
They would
loses.
be less voted.
Destroys a great empire.
One precinct here has 4 votes. No, you're looking at
The kind of army
you're
that
looking
Cyrus
at
had
fertile soil
to
to harvest
accomplish
that.
the victory over the Lydians. But
Yeah,
their key
that's
military
like
system
Central Valley.
is not well understood anyway. It was only in the 1980s that they started putting together realistic reconstructions of the army in the days that are much better known during this period. During the Reconversion Wars or after against Alexander, in this period, it's all conjecture. What the
I'd
heck
like to know
Cyrus
what
was
should these
using
precincts that they come
for
from?
promoting resistance logic for that, but nobody knows.
In those districts in southeast LA,
Herodotus has always got some
far
little
fewer
strategy
shares
in
on
play
that
to keep you
side.
from having to know
Because they knew
what the army was doing in one of these big battles against Croesus.
Boy,
The
you gave it a
Persians
great
were
shot,
told,
and
take
it
their baggage
didn't do any good.
and take the
Well, they
baggage off
thought
them
that
and
he
put them
was
in front
making
of
a
the army
dent
so
with,
that when the Lydian horses,
ran a lot of
whenever
ads.
the camels ride up to the front, they'd be scared off by the camels. ViralRabbi just with that.
I mean, there's a couple of green spots out there.
Much about it
But
already.
it's part of the city. They ran a great story saying that he was making inroads with a lot of
He does look
Latinos
like a very
on the
bold
campaign
commander.
stops. Now,
From the
there's a
sources,
lot of black voters who
just talks about
fantastic.
is this, should we
But
call it a
that's not a big
misunderstanding
percentage of the
to
vote
increases
because
in Cyrus after this
are
big
not
battle that
that
starts
big
off
a
the
percentage of
campaign.
Los Angeles.
It's bloody and
They're
inconclusive.
not anymore.
Like there's
No, I
counties,
think
so
only like
Chris's
8%,
does what he
something like that. Or,
does.
yeah, either 8%. 50% Hispanic.
To the capital of Sardis, this giant fortified city, dismissed as mercenaries, let most of the army go home. Told
The
his
white areas
allies,
went for
you know,
Caruso, and
let's show
generally
up
they
here and deal with
have a
this
very high
emerging
turnout.
Persian threat.
Well, when you look at this map, the area you always forget, people obviously is the valley.
Egypt, so maybe
Part of the city
Cyrus
of
was
LA,
starting
people
to
are always
see this
thinking of it that way.
the
And then
destabilizing
just the
force of
northern part of the valley, just north of the city,
ecosystem.
way up there, it's like, I forget that part of the city.
Cyrus
I mean, you're always heading up to Burbank. This city is ridiculous. It's something like 465 square miles.
pursued the
Yeah,
lead
it's
is right on their heels. This is
tremendous.
bold
Which is why it
strategy.
doesn't work.
And forced another battle
You know,
that
you
we're
really
told
should be
was
broken
after
up into
Greece had already
smaller
basically sent
towns.
most of the people home.
Yeah.
First,
I
that
mean,
battle
where I
against the
grew up,
camel battle.
Burton County,
And then they
had,
raised
I
this
forget,
monstrous
57
fortification
separate
in
towns.
Sardis, the capital of Libya, that could
And
easily
I
hold
was
out
in a
until
town
all
of
those
15,000
allies show
people.
up in
Very
March.
manageable.
They
Everybody had their own police department, they had their own town council. And
about
it was, I think the largest city in Burton County where I was, 43,000 people.
founded by a Persian
And you add it all
spies,
together,
one of the
and
guards,
I
hats
think it
falling
was like
off,
maybe
helmets falling off
100,000
the
in the
guard,
county,
which
if I
are
remember right.
council.
It's a substantial amount of people that live
Know
in
about what
the
amazing
county.
siege
But it's
engines
broken
maybe
up
Cyrus had, because we
57
always have some
different
little
ways.
story that
So
accounts
they've
for
broken up here
how
by
great
LA is
fortified cities in this
48%
part of the
Latino,
world gets taken
8%
in
black, there's your answer,
Nonetheless, we
12%
also
Asian,
get
28%
some accounts
white.
now of something we spoke
And
about how Persians
obviously,
maybe like Darth
the
Vader to
black
the Greeks,
majority voted
but
heavily
they
for
have
that.
something, and you know, you don't
The
know if you
majority
want
of
to call
Latino
this
neighborhoods split the vote between the two
propaganda
candidates, and the wealthier neighborhoods
a
heavily favored
sincere
Caruso.
and
Don's West
clever
Side
and
people, they
common
voted for
sense
Caruso.
and a
Yeah, I
realistic
saw more
approach to
Caruso
things.
one
You
side.
can sort of take either way.
Thanks.
Shall we call it the tolerance bomb?
53% of LA households make about 60,000.
That Cyrus gave the deal to the Libyans before this whole thing started. He said, listen, submit to me,
The poor
and I'll
people,
leave you in charge of this whole area. It's
have
basically the same deal Xerxes offered the
right? Probably,
Spartans at
and
their
they
own. Like,
have
come on, let's make a deal.
more
Down those
signals.
weapons, and not only will you get to go home,
And
I'll put you in charge of all
they
these
have
people
got
you'll
to hire
benefit.
somebody who's good at this
Submit
job.
and profit.
There's
Maybe
no
you
executive
recall
skills.
this
There's no
combination
executive
of
decision-making
sort
skills.
of
How
Machiavellian
does she bring
thinking
people together? She's
with a sort
bipartisan.
of Gandhi-like
Really,
ethic. That's going too far, but I love
is
the
somebody to
connection.
execute properly, to make the
A
machine
realistic,
run.
hard-headed,
That's what
knife
we
in
need.
the back sort
We
of
need somebody to say
diplomacy
yes
with
and no
tolerance
and
and
have
mercy
certain
and
priorities
leniency
and
as your weapon.
to achieve those goals. I don't want to hear about this bring us all together.
And, you know, you would have
I
to
don't want to
suggest
bring it all
perhaps
together. I want the
that
homeless
there were
and the
two
criminals
ways
off the
this
street.
lead
That's what I
idea
want.
could go.
More coming up Jimmy from Terrify AM 640 Live everywhere. The iHeart Radio. Please come over my
Well,
ass.
because the Assyrians were as harsh as they were
Never
in the
mind
battle
about the
which
24
followed after the
A real estate executive from
Area
Irvine
was
has been
ripe
charged
for
with
somebody
embezzling millions from his former
And if everybody was going to be under somebody's control, would you want to go with the tolerant guy? And remember, we are grading on the curve. Talk about tolerance. Persians could be every bit as atrocious as any other ancient people on occasion. It just so happens they took over their
vendors to submit invoices in which ultimately the money is made back to himself. Bagel says friends and family thought they were helping out. Plus, he says Agarwal was the director of auditing for KBS, which says he was the person in charge of catching embezzlement in Orange County. Four big charges by his
murder is going down in LA.
more says the numbers are decreasing week over week.
Intimidating things like, you know, hands of your enemy staring up at you.
We have 5 homicides this year than we did last year.
Live
Abortion
captives.
rates are also
You don't
slowly
get the
decreasing as well as
writings
property
where there's
crimes.
a
So
boasting
far
and
this
a
year, there have been
propaganda
31
value where you're
officer
saying,
involved
this is
shootings,
what
14
happened
of
to
which
you.
were fatal.
You
Last
rebelled
year, this
against
time,
us.
there were 32
Raises our
officer involved shootings. Steve Gregory, certified
The news is brought to you by Albert Homes. At least 500 homeless women and their families living on Skid Row are getting support from the state. This woman used to live on Skid Row says she hopes the housing will help women transform their lives. Well, she was lost. I hope they have a bigger heart. Just like I really got out today. Women are being housed from a $15 million
out of
grant from the
hunger,
state's
the flesh of their sons and daughters they
women
ate.
will also get access to
Afterwards,
mental
I
health
ripped
care
out the
and
tongue of
autonomous
those
jobs.
officers whose
And
mouths
shots
had
to China, the
blasphemed
Biden
against
administration
Asher,
could
my
be
master,
slowing
and then
down. Dow
slaughtered them.
Jones rose
Any soldiers found still alive were flogged in front of the winged bulls built by Sennacherib, my grandfather. I whipped them on Sennacherib's tomb, and then tossed their quivering flesh for the jackals, the birds, and the fish to eat. In this way, I placated the wrath of the gods who had become incensed by their ignominious deeds. Sargon
If your teeth are rotting and decaying and you're worried, you really
This
want to
grisly passage related to events that transpired in Babylon precedes a brief description of the restorative work that Ashurbanipal undertook in that city. That the Assyrian king was unabashed about intertwining the account of his brutality with that of his clemency indicates that Mesopotamian royalty did not frown upon the infliction of vicious reprisals against conquered populations. This attitude enabled the Assyrian and Babylonian kings to base their policies largely on terror. During the 2 centuries preceding Cyrus's rise to power, the Assyrians and Babylonians had sacked nearly every major Near Eastern capital, and their preferred practices of population deportation and kidnapping sacred images had deeply traumatized the people of the ancient East. If you had ever wanted to find any military strategy, this might be the time for mercy, tolerance, and aid.
And
The
he
cool
sometimes the 105
conquerors
loads up
really
leaving a
want you to
405 now on the brakes to head all the way to the 605.
Cyrus is the one who
Same
initiates the
thing every day
cycle.
on that side.
And
We thought my boat running, no
we're not
long
going
way
to
up on
impale
the side.
everybody, and we're not going to fight them, we're not going to force them to convert to our religion. You join us, pay your taxes, and we have some representatives in the garrison in your city, but life will be good. This Persian deal was very seductive. Now, here's where the story begins to dovetail. We've already talked about the peoples that we spoke about, these Greeks, were in Anatolia. Some of them spoke a language that is called by other types of Greeks there too. Asiatic Greeks is a term that sometimes used. These people had been paying tribute to Croesus and the Lydians, and Cyrus had gone to them before the war with Croesus and the Lydians and said, listen, how about you revolt against Croesus? And they said no, and some of them fought on Croesus' side. So after Cyrus wins, all the people in the region are coming to him to kind of say, hey boss, I always wanted you to win, I'm glad you're victorious. And in the case of these Greeks, they went to him and said, can we have the same deal we had with the Lydians? And Cyrus gets mad at him. He basically says, you could have had that deal if you joined me and fight against me. Now you want a special deal over all the other people in this region who didn't fight against me.
Join me for my new master class.
Got mad. And those Greeks went back home, had a big meeting amongst each other, started rebuilding the walls of their cities, which they had knocked down. Part of the deal with Croesus.
You should watch it first.
Word out
Then
for
tell your
help.
kids and grandkids to
They
watch
sent
it as well.
word to the
College can
Spartans.
either sit your
Now,
children on the
the
path of financial
Spartans had also
success and
promised help to Croesus.
in a precarious position.
Supposedly they were just getting in the boats, getting ready to go help. And in 14 days, the Lydian capital walls didn't give them enough time to get there. Now they get, in a very short period of time, a second call for help, and this time from the Greeks. It's about the Persians, just like that last couple. These Persians must be troublesome people. The Spartans were a little busy when the message came, but they sent an emissary to talk to this Persian. Now, every historian that I'm reading is assuming that these Persians and the Spartans do not know each other. That this may be the first time they ever encountered one another. It seems illogical considering all the training and whatnot going on. But let's understand, best case scenario, it's unusual. These people don't know each other. And a Spartan diplomat shows up in front of Cyrus and we have one of these wonderful variants.
One-day treatment as your own
Imagine
natural hair growing back the very next day. Advanced hair is the best of the best.
In
And
front
we're committed
of
to the
this
highest standard of care, has and
I
always
try to
will exceed
imagine
the CDC
Alexander the
guidelines.
Great, like
I've had the
a
treatment,
figure on the
and I know
rise.
that reversing hair loss
Must
is
have been a
truly
pretty
life
good looking
changing.
guy because
You
we're told
deserve
that
to
the
know what this
Persian
feels like.
standards have
The
been
first 10
a
calls
lot
get
lower than ever
$250 off and
afterwards.
250 free haircuts. Call
This is the way Herodotus
844-333-HAIR. Locations in Beverly Hills, Orange County, and Ontario. One-day treatment
Cyrus was just covered.
Or
Just about to put the hair.
or go to advancedhair.com. He's wearing T-shirts here. So you tested positive for COVID.
When they arrived at Vakia, they sent the most distinguished man with the name Macrenes to Sardis to declare to Cyrus, in the name of the Lacedaemonians, that he must not inflict reckless damage on any of the Greek territory, since the Lacedaemonians would not tolerate it. This people that Cyrus has never heard of has just told him not to mess with any of these people. He basically turns to the Greek advisor next to him and says, "Who are these people? How many of them are there?" He says, "They say that when the herald had delivered this message, Cyrus questioned the Greeks who were with him, asking them who were these Lacedaemonians who had sent such a command to him, and how many of them were there?" When he heard their response, Herodotus says, he said to the Spartan herald, quote, "I have never yet feared any men who have a place in the center of the city, set aside for meeting together, swearing false oaths and cheating one another. And if I live long enough, Lacedaemonians will have troubles of their own about which to converse, rather than those of the Ionians." Herodotus then says, "Cyrus thus insulted the Greeks because of their custom of setting up agors, which are markets, in their cities for the purpose of buying and selling, which is unknown among the Persians who do not use markets, and indeed have no such place as an agora in any of their cities."
Offering subject to capacity restrictions.
This is worth a little digression for a second, just from an interesting. First of all, Herodotus would have probably known what Persian cities were like. He himself was an Ionian Greek or lived in an Ionian Greek city. He would have known this, and that's fascinating to consider. When you think of the Middle East now, the bazaars, the marketplaces, and all that. But the Persians had this really interesting cultural Hellenistic thing going themselves. You know, we talked about this human laboratory experiment a few times in this program. The Persians had a different one going, and it's fascinating to me. Everything you read about them says that, you know, of the top 3 things that society places in one of them is the church. And the funny thing is in our world today, they go, "Yeah, sure, everybody should tell the truth." But what if you made this like a commandment that people took ultra seriously? Smart Zark says about the Persians, he said, "If I'm lying, you treat me like a liar." And I told you that that's a death penalty. The Persians took lying really seriously. Told that the education of Persian male youth was to learn to ride, to learn to shoot the bow, and to learn not to lie, to tell the truth. Isn't it fascinating to imagine a society where this was both a state and legal requirement, perhaps, and certainly a heavily encouraged and incentivized cultural norm? Thou shalt not lie. It almost becomes like the plot to one of those movies, you know, where the main character drinks some potion and all of a sudden, you know, is forced to tell the truth all the time. What if you had a society like that? What Cyrus is saying to the Spartans is, I can't respect any people who have these places in their cities set up where people can specifically go to lie to one another. And by the way, without going too deeply, there's a lot of connection to Persian religious beliefs during this time period, and how that plays into the question of lying. Persians were worshippers of Mazda, was a god's name. Yesterday, used to worship God Mithra, and connections between good and evil. Some religious experts tie Christianity and Judaism and all that. So all you know is that it's not just a cultural and legal question, it's a religious one too. It's interesting to speculate how much people still love in a society where that anything's failed in the truth. It's interesting. Another human laboratory experiment in the truthful society, and how realism is that. Nonetheless, we have now set the stage for problems between the Greeks and the Persians. This will involve what you want to call the clash of civilizations, who have marketplaces and lie, and we who don't. It's about to happen. Lucky for the Spartans, they'll get to stay out of it. Because Cyrus isn't done conquering, turned up by bullshit.
It didn't happen so far this year in this experimental program.
Cyrus should be seen as an intentional, conscious conqueror. I would say that the
It will now operate downtown LA, Lucas Heights, South LA, and the Northeast Valley. I wouldn't be hard on this.
Or somebody
But
that
wouldn't
got
it be the
involved in
same
a bunch
people
of
that
conflicts
do
in
quote
their
the outreach anyway? These people going back
you
to
take
stand
over
there
their
and
territory.
it would just be but now with a 911 call, yeah, you could be dealing with something far more serious. It's almost like you come across. Listen to this guy's Facebook. This is awesome.
Motivational areas.
The expansion of this program will ensure that our unhoused neighbors are met with compassionate care they deserve. And as a next step toward our ultimate goal, ending homelessness in Los Angeles.
After his
That is a load of Swedish voices, isn't it? Proactive teams are deployed in areas of high need in the circle area for 8 hours a day. Other circles are active in the need to look at
to reduce these Asiatic living cities, and he will go. It's assumed
How crisis and incident response to community litigation.
and conquer further and also shore up his defenses against the powerful tribes that surround his territory.
An acronym,
A combination
just
of fighting
fancy
some of
catchy
them, showing
names
the
for
flag,
right?
some of them
Proactively de-escalate situations and provide sustained outreach,
some of them
connect to
some
resources,
past
and
legislators.
engage
I mean, it was
engage in
years
life
of work.
sanitation services.
So this guy is
the
doing
proof. Life
the
sanitation.
hard,
That's what it says. Life
slog
sanitation.
and
Life
creating a
life
stable
club.
state requires years of constant effort and disappears from historical records to
Now they got themselves $8 billion to expand with the new budget. You know something, this is a press release that we're reading from. Oh, I'm reading from oh, no, I got LAmail.org. Yeah. And so at the end,
Cyrus is going to
at the end, they do the ROTHSCHILD paragraph. Since taking office,
and I have to remind myself that his career is already incredible.
To confront a
This is a guy
homeless
who
housing
by
crisis.
5
From expanding the homelessness
about
budget
20
to
years.
over 20 times what it was 8 years ago. Same old garbage. Look how much money they
Back
spent.
where nowhere's available.
We spent 20 times as much as
Half
we
of
used
the
to,
great nation states
and it was a failure.
ecosystem that exists
Everything got worse.
in this area.
Everything got
And
worse.
he's outside the gates of
We
number 3
spent $370 million from more than 2,600 total housing units.
Very soon,
Oh, I don't know if
referring
you
to
can
himself
that.
as
I
part of
think I
his
will.
official
That seems like a bad
title
number.
says the king of
370 million with 2,600 total housing units.
That's a wet joke. He's kind of a self-made group.
370
Compare him to someone like
yeah,
Alexander
2,600.
Grant, who's of course awesome. Alexander reminds you of a historical rich king who inherits his father's already thriving corporation, tons of ready cash, and does great things with it.
Oh, it's not one of those little really old. Oh, boy. All right, that is
Cyrus never had
that's
any of
like
those
BS.
advantages. Look where he is, only 20 years
What are they building for 100? If it's 142,000, they could have solved the whole problem.
What Cyrus is about to do to Babylon
I'm not so sure that's all the money.
is strange.
But
We
remember,
can't
this is
tell.
proposition money. Oh, it's just
Different
part of it.
histories
It's
have
just
different
part of the
approaches to
funding.
it as we've argued about it.
That's right.
And the views have changed and updated
Right.
over
So,
time.
right.
There's
So
just
this
not
must be
enough
the
hard sources though
$700,000
for anyone to really
housing
know.
unit.
Pretty hard to
Yeah.
tell who's I'm certainly not
All
going
right,
to take
we
a
got
position
more coming up. We've just been told
sort of the weirdness
that
of
we will have a
the first thing you
conversation
have to
with
ask
County Sheriff
is whether or not
LSC and
Cyrus
Arabia,
arriving
who officially
outside
conceded the
Babylon
race today to
was
the
a
full profit.
coincidence. Because the timing is awesome if you were to take over Babylon.
Unfortunately, it's not going to be the
Is that
sheriff.
just because it's
Actually,
lucky? Or is that just because it's the Babylonian propaganda?
live everywhere, the iHeartRadio and every more live 24-hour KFI newsroom.
And then the disclosed the carbon dioxide in or working in an electrical utility room in LAX on Halloween night.
Did Cyrus and the Persians
Governor
have
Newsom's wife has
advanced
told jurors
information
in
that
LA
they suck
that
about?
former film producer
You
Harvey
come
Weinstein
now
raped
and
her
half
and
the
moved her
population
life
ready to vote
in a
for
hotel in
Arts.
Beverly Hills 17 years ago. And stocked at the end of the day up on optimistic news about inflation. The Dow goes up to 6, the S&P 500 rate was up 34, and the NASDAQ gained 162. We're going to go to the Q10 and we will check in with KFI with Trinette.
If you're ever hurt in an accident, we want to call a firm that has a reputation for helping injured accident victims
Something has
in a
changed
big
in
way.
history.
Well, of course, we're talking about since days actually
When I was
returned.
growing up, the attitude was that 539 BC,
Who
this is
gave
when
the
Cyrus
world
arrived.
$100 million
So
to
something
the
happens and occurs in Babylon in Cyrus days. Go, so this idea that he had this propaganda underlying Babylon
put behind by another driver by a stop to the lights.
when was that going to happen?
$500,000 recovered for a car that was injured from a dog
A
bite.
lot of historians is that
So many
maybe
more
the
like
Persians and
Every
Babylon
case is different. They can't guarantee the outcome. But having an experienced law firm by your side is a must.
outside
Listen to
of
this.
Babylon.
Every
That's
time
like the end of
CJ
the
settles
Second
a case, they
World War.
donate
Russians
meals
show
to
up
families
outside
in
Berlin,
need.
and your
They donated over 65,000 meals in 2021 county. So if you've been injured, you got to call Sweet James. Go to Death Attorneys in America, 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200, sweetjames.com.
Southland weather today, up by sunny and windy tomorrow. Highs mid-60s, mid-70s. This report brought to you by Dell Technologies. From the Southern California Toyota dealer traffic center, let's go places. It's slow on the 210 and Los Central. We are looking at the westbound side and it's going in stretches moving the two happen towards the 118. And here's something that could be adding to that slow drive. Here we responded live shots of a grass fire along the 210 freeway, not at the freeway, but above it in the foothills. And fire crews have a handle on it, but it is sending up a bunch of smoke, and it could be that a lot of people are slowing down to take a look at that. Look at our preventive people months out. We've got Michael Brian, KFI in the sky.
Angel, we have a little brush fire on the 210 out that way, too. The 210 westbound at day 3 as they finally cleared out of the 2-right lane. No, it's still recovery out of Rialto back towards Alder. Now, it looks like 57 northbound. We have limited time to get back to Clark Boulevard. It's long clear, but it is still jammed up. North of Lincoln Boulevard, up to 260. Michael Brian, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Hope that you there faster. I mean, come on here.
Black Friday event starts now with up to 50% off select business PCs powered by Qualcomm and Chocola processors. Savings on accessories and free shipping. Call it Dell Technologies Advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. Hiring is over, but hiring is still scary. Indeed, Sense and Solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates. Apply for a job and instantly receive a short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Have you heard about the incredible savings people are experiencing with solar energy? With electric companies, that's a rate your rate by 4% annually. You may be wondering, how can I switch to solar? At Pine Choice Solar, they make it simple and easy to switch to solar. And even better, they'll pay $100 just to see how much money you could save by making a switch. That's right, $100. Just go to PrimeChoiceSolar.com and follow these 3 steps or get them a call in less than 5 minutes. They'll give you a benefits analysis that can earn $100 on them. Government tax incentives expire on December 31st, and there is no out-of-pocket expense. Call 888-282-2709. That's 888-282-2709. Or go to PrimeChoiceSolar.com. Expires 11/30/2020. Set up to pay $109 higher electric bill must be uploaded. One person per house. Primary homeowner, non-homeowners, and homeowners associations don't qualify. Give your steps and be TCS benefits. Give a $100 gift card. This fellow subject to cancellation anytime by submitting a form. Allow TCS to contact you by phone, email, text, and other means. By now, you've heard the news. Vaccine boosters are available for eligible Californians. Boosters support stronger immunity and provides protection against COVID-19 and its variants. Visit myturn.ca.gov to find out if you're eligible and to find a booster near you. myturn.ca.gov. Stay healthy and strong. Get boosted.
Who has a special relationship with the gods?
California Department of
Like
Public
the
Health.
gods, who doesn't work with the gods, who knows what the god really wants, what he needs to. Religion, right? So the only other source of legitimate power in societies before modern times are often the priests and priests of martyrdom. Like this Nabonidus guy, part of the reason why is he seems to be kind of favoring another god or theirs. This is what I mean by it's hard to get your mind around the other dynasty because he made like an
Survivors of crazy contact abuse in California have limited time to seek justice. Survivors have until December 31st, 2022 to take legal action. Contact Jeff Manager and Associates for a confidential conversation. Call us at 1-800-GET-SIGNED. 120 Life Center, Central Boulevard, 2700 Los Angeles, California, and Bernie
his face off. That was trying to figure it out. Nabonidus may have been one of these guys to completely change their religion. His mother was supposed to be this religion devoted to a god named Sin. And so Nabonidus, right before his time period, gives the
Cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
just some great oasis. Historians in modern times have found all sorts of really good, logical, patriotic reasons for why they came back to their past actions or trade.
He had about 30 hours worth of Denny's food. He got caught circling a lot of force. That bag was full, and he just wants to know
and he appreciates it.
moons over my hand. It's Jim Conway Jr. show. Yeah, okay. Good night.
But he's missing at the same time. The Babylonians required the king to be there. Once he
640 live everywhere.
was in
On the iHeartRadio, there's a wild video on the Daily Mail. Did you see this? Back in San Francisco? Yeah, the wedding photographer who got mugged, wrestled to the ground, hit the whip in front of the bride and groom in
the
daylight.
Babylonian records will say
The young Asian couple were getting their pictures taken, and two thugs show up in hoodies, and they just beat the foo out of the photographer. And they whack him in the face with a pistol. Like, what the hell? They
and you
wanted
can
to
just
put
see
her, I
it
guess.
boiling over,
Yeah,
right? And
they
then the
tried to
king's
grab
not
the
even
camera and the
there.
gear from
His
the
son
bag.
Belshazzar is
Happened,
ruling
remember,
as a
like news
regent, and
reporters,
he's not
news
popular
crews are out
either.
there. They've got mug too,
So
but
the
they
king
can't
is part of it.
because there's something to do.
Babylon is going
It
through
was the second
tough
attack on
economic
wedding
times too. And
photographers
that's putting the squeeze on
that
people.
day
They're having problems
at the
with
Palace
disease,
of
and that's
Fine Arts.
causing unrest.
That's a nice place.
Archaeologist Dr.
Yeah.
John Oates
Well, just people like
describes
getting married
the
there.
down
And,
and
yeah,
dirty
beautiful
parts of
grounds.
day-to-day suffering. Let's remember some of Babylon's banking system and financial system was developed enough so they had great banking houses there and were very powerful for the long after this period.
Wedding day.
And that's just another one of those dynamics that makes us think about modern times. These are powerful interests that have
We want to hear from you to the voice line. Leave a message. Radio app, microphone icon.
and then times are bad, and you start getting Persian propaganda about this king.
Call the toll-free number
It sounds like things are going his way, which remember during this time period caused a lot of people to figure the gods are smiling.
It will now be the outcome
Our
of the
king's not even showing up to shake the
Let's
god's
get
hand
away
every
and
now
continue
and
to
then,
race
right?
the Robert
Here's the way Dr. John Oates describes the wrong situation. Considering also, remember that this king was like a guy who's trying to change religious traditions, trying to change
Now
much
remember
better things.
last hour, we told you about
Clearly,
possible
Nabonidus'
breakthrough when it comes
religious
to
and
weight loss.
administrative reforms
Drugs
provoked
that
great
your
resentment.
cravings,
All
tell
the
your
wars and
brain that
extensive
you are
building
full.
programs of his
Food
predecessors had
You may
proved a severe
reject
burden
your
on the
favorites
country's
if it's not
resources.
being
Large
pleasurable.
numbers of economic texts were
Seems like
severe
like
inflation,
a
a
win-lose there.
situation now made worse by the spread of plague. Between 560 BC and 550 BC, prices rose by up to 50%, and from 560 to 485 BC, the total increase amounted to some 200%.
You really enjoy the steak or the Chick-fil-A.
Not just that.
Get off the drugs, you'll be
But
out of your
again,
mind and
take this with a
good.
grain of salt. It's our
And
king.
they always said that. They always said if they come to with drugs, it's always going to be for people that are in that
Might
orchid
be considered, shall we say,
But you can see in the story we get, people playing around that there are women that consider themselves overweight. They're not fat. Well, everybody wants fat-burning drugs.
were there
But you end
because
up
they
having
were
to take
forced
it.
to take once
Right?
upon a time
Oh, yeah, that speed up
where they
system
came
is crazy.
from. And some of the propaganda afterwards
Science development, which could be a bit of a
maybe some of the
communication.
great propaganda
Apparently,
too from
researchers
science.
at the University of Houston may have developed a vaccine for fentanyl. It blocks the ability of fentanyl to enter the brain. So I guess if you're
There are
going to
still
probably go and get a, what is the social media, like a pain reliever pill, just to think is that you're worried it could be laced with fentanyl. Well, if you get the vaccine, hopefully if this pans out, it could block the effects of fentanyl. The findings were published in the Journal of Pharmaceutics, and fentanyl, of course, is 50 times stronger than heroin, 100 times stronger than morphine. Dose of only 2 milligrams, which is a couple of grains of rice, could possibly kill you. The study proved off that the vaccine is able to generate anti-fentanyl antibodies that bind to the consumed fentanyl and prevent it from entering the brain, allowing it to be eliminated out of the body through the kidneys.
And even
That is
eventually,
fantastic.
maybe for some of
Everybody's
them,
going to have to get
the
their
second
kids
temple,
injected.
the
I
second
would
temple,
think there would be a lot of interested parents who believe that
they're
kids
actually
might
going to do that.
experiment.
Maybe you can say that this propaganda is a lot more
Because
like
maybe they
dropping
want them to get the
leaflets
fentanyl
for
vaccine
enemy
whenever this
military
becomes
lines.
a
This is something
reality,
like,
right?
surrender to us. We don't
The individual will not feel the
a
euphoric
few bucks
effects
in your pocket, some cigarettes.
and they get back on the wagon to sobriety.
Maybe this is like temple.
Anti-fentanyl antibodies were specific to that, and fentanyl developed derivative did not cross-react with other opioids like morphine,
This means that a person vaccinated with fentanyl could still be treated with other opioids. So if you weren't getting a painkiller, that if like with fentanyl, the opioids don't work.
He says the way the market really is a lot more like viruses. A series of practices which is essentially promising
Really? This is a lift on show, yours. Really? Yeah, no.
they're accustomed to doing. It seems like
80% of those dependent on opioids suffer relapse, according to research.
even before this time period.
So far, clinical studies have not caused any adverse side effects.
Gods are upset when
No,
we fix that.
rats tested.
The economy is bad and we'll fix that. You were kept away from your home and your God. I will fix that.
So no bad side effects yet. I don't have any idea when clinical trials will soon begin. We're going to save children and humans. It's worth killing the rats. Right, Deborah?
What? It's worth killing the rats?
Yeah, they're going to save children from fentanyl overdose.
Yes. Yes. Oh, again, that way. Wow. But again,
I would have predicted
I'm going to say something else, though.
rats over kids.
Within 2 days,
Rats are not up on my, they're not at the top of my hierarchy, but I'm assuming that there is a way, one day, where we won't have to experiment.
he's eventually captured
Yeah,
his
they always said that they can use
Alzheimer's just like
computer
all
simulation.
Right, exactly. But rather than not, but
Herodotus, of course, has to give us some
Rats
strategies.
don't care.
no, I do. They're just not my favorite. They're not at the top of my dogs.
But you had a rat in your kitchen. You'd get out a gun and blow it.
I wouldn't. I
Marshes or
screwed
what
it
have
out.
you, and capture the
With a
city.
drone, very gently, let him kill it.
And the city didn't even know it
All
was
right,
being captured.
only short Alex Vidalia has conceded the race to the former Long Beach police
Religious
chief Robert
cult in
Lewis.
the city so
We'll
big
talk to Sarah
anyway.
Vidalia next. Johnny Kim, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app and everyone's live at 24-hour KFI News.
Whether you love us, hate us, or have a change your mind, we're glad you're here.
KFI.
And KOST,
Natural
Los Angeles and Canada.
live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
New sheriff in town on Deborah Mark live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Sheriff.
Sheriff Vidalia has completed the race to his opponent, Robert.
That's what I told you. I thought it was
Yes,
cat.
recounting the list of
Religious rights,
accomplishments
and you'll see this
taken
increase
up
in
4 years ago.
Golden Jado. Right?
Sheriff I wanted to succeed for a simple reason.
the Babylonians, especially
The
the
safety
holy
of the
city
community,
of
and I'm succeeding in a way to also use the time to admonish the board of supervisors and others that are holding back progress and reform.
right, the
He also
seriousness
announced
with which
his
they take
personal
this
Twitter
is
account
straight
was closed
militancy and
by
all
saying
that.
he could have used
But
4 more
it
years
might
to
be
accomplish his
commanded to
goal.
party. It's a party for God. And if you're not there,
walked up to the lectern to cover it, and then he said, "We're back to Gregory, simplify
I'm
your
inclined to
And
think
being away but will be on with John and Ted after the news. LA City Councilman Mitch O'Farrell has completed the election for his seat on the City Council. Challenger, Kimbo, Soto, Martinez, Reed, O'Farrell, 55 to 45%, he's ahead by nearly 5,000 votes. Karen Bass now leads Rick Caruso by more than 36,000 votes. Raised the mayor of LA. Members released yesterday had Bass ahead by about 29,000 votes. Caruso was ahead the day after election day,
Yeah,
but
it's
Bass
something.
was caught up as remaining ballots are counted. The news is brought to you by the County Dental Implant Center. The LA County DA has declined to file charges against 3 deputies for the Black Man in South LA causing multiple protests.
The DA's report concludes the shooter of John hit by 2 LA County Sheriff deputies could reasonably be considered self-defense. The report says in 2020, deputies tried to stop Kippy for riding his bike on the wrong side of the street, but the man ran. When deputies caught up, the report says Kippy punched one of the deputies, and during the struggle, the report says Kippy dropped and tried to pick up a handgun.
Is the
The
same
report says Kippy was shot
Cyrus has made it out to all the
10
kings
times,
and
with the final shot
which by the
coming
way,
several seconds after the 15th shot.
but
In
it's
LA,
not even
4 big
true.
cars in KFI News.
High wind warning is in effect across LA County.
We're actually a fairly strong unit on the vessel. That's developing today, and so we're starting to see some of the winds up and out. LA can now very have some damage wind up, but winds up
What is the message Cyrus is
National Weather
trying to
Service
say?
meteorologist Todd Hall says that's strong enough to knock down trees and power lines.
Himself.
He says a red flag warning will be in effect tomorrow because of the fire season. So Gas urging people to take advantage of its savings program as temperatures drop.
The company is reminding customers about rebates on its website
So this is
for
not
any energy
standard
efficient
procedure.
appliances.
It's
So
one of the things
gas
that
is diet that people often lose a
Because the countries are approach to history, which is the right way to go. What else are you going to do? Is to assume the most logical things rather than assume illogical. So the assumption always is that someone like Cyrus is
One time, David, I thought, and Michael, they could have been different. People have a corner. Logan country. There's this fucking billboard that was there for years. Out there for like 5 years. So when I knew there was a fucking pandemic, I was like, oh yeah, I fucking called it. It was on that fucking billboard 5 years ago. I was there for a long time. So this, usually movie posters don't go there. Why? Movie posters are big, but it's like they're big in LA. They're big there.
They were expected to go for 60 grand, but the value behind that estimate turned out to be
If I remember it this long, I'm trying to consistent. It was just this poster that was up for too long.
Right now, 64 in Steel Beach, 72 in Glen Park, 64 in Gore Hill, and 58 in Terminal. The Japan market for the Dow Jones up 56, S&P 500 up 34, NASDAQ up 162, and the average price for gallon of regular gas in California is $5.42. We're going to 14 in
What did you task it? Just on them.
Statues and representations of their gods and antiques of the Babel. You don't want your Statue of Liberty in the hands of the Eloites and ending up in their trophy cages. Village gods back to Babylon for safety. Places are not the most interesting take. Discovered Cyrus does a great job of finding something interesting. System of the ground is gods, and then how we perhaps gods in this town holding them hostage for good meaning. Right. Stay loyal to Babylon or your God gets it in the name. Something like that. Here's what sarcophagus. Now remember, this only makes sense. If Nabonidus is seriously worried that some of these towns are just going to go over to Cyrus because of the propaganda or whatever, he writes, quote, faced with the very real prospect that his cities would open up their gates to the
Basically, like,
gods,
it's very important where you're born
Nabonidus settled
and
upon drastic policy. He decided to hold hostage
where you're born in the year compared to your class, where you'll be in it,
their inhabitants.
how old
Some
you'll
of
be.
Cyrus and his army resumed their march in late summer 538 BC. A series of caravans laden with divine images and other religious artifacts made its way to Babylon. Living today, we can hardly grasp the full psychological impact of Nabonidus' action. The idol was the centerpiece of the ancient Mesopotamian cult and the most important symbol of the community.
No,
An inanimate statue
another
was
time,
treated
no
like
head.
royalty, bathed, perfumed, groomed, and even fed lavish meals by an entourage of domestic servants, priests, and personal attendants. Ancient Mesopotamian cults were geographically centralized, and the god's powers territorial and limited. That is why Cyrus could not receive the divine approval he desired with the gods concentrated in Babylon. But Nabonidus was playing a dangerous game by invading the cities of their idols. Proximity to the cult statue meant everything to the superstitious masses, who believed that the sacred images of their gods could perform miracles, cure illness, and most importantly, protect their settlements. Cities lost divine protection when their gods left.
Go online and look up Puritan Water. Their 5-star reviews are everywhere. I've had Puritan for about a year now, and I love that my family's safe from harmful chemicals. Pretty cool, right? So dump the bottles, call 844-80-WATER, 844-80-WATER, or the website
having their gods back. Once again, speaking of Iran's Cyrus's water.com. That's
PuritanWater.com. Call Service Champion for an $88 precision gear tonight. Or visit ServiceChampions.com.
Assyrian tradition.
More
Some historians suggest ashes hearing someone singing coming across some proclamation like Usher
Then he come over that night.
Really?
I dreaded it. My friend wanted me to go there.
everywhere on the iHeartRadio. One more keyword with the day here on KFI pops up at 5. Listen to the words, follow the instructions, and maybe you.
Cyrus was starting to use these ancient titles for himself.
So today, 1 week from Election Day, more results are being dumped by the LA County Registrar of Voters. They continue to sort through the mail-in ballots or ballots dropped off on election day. And the incumbent LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva has officially conceded the race to his opponent, Robert Luna. He was described here in the El Segundo Times as a little known retired police officer who left Long Beach disaster. Yeah. So we're going to talk about it now with Sheriff being away from Sheriff. Wow, I'm really sad. I'm really sorry you didn't win. I appreciate that, guys, and thank you for your support.
Two Phoenician cities, two tribes that existed off the edges of the Eurasian steppe.
I'm doing good. My wife and I, we're doing good. I think we got a monkey off our back in terms of just fighting
Much is made
a
of different
massive corruption
strategies
that people are just starting to appreciate
trying
the
to shoot
fighting.
everybody into one
When you ran 4
cultural
years
style,
ago,
convert
how
everybody
different
to
were
your
things
religion.
now that you've been sheriff for 4
Made
years?
good Assyrians
What
always
was
conquered
the
people.
most shocking to
The
you?
Persians used a much later touch that the idea
How
of
literally
toleration
the
was to allow
size of the
local
corruption
customs
on
to
a government
continue.
is breathtaking.
The Assyrians wouldn't have
4 years
tolerated now
ago,
the
we
fact that
caught
the
up
Persians
guys
didn't
to
try
the
to change all
envision
that
the
with
fact that someone
question
could come out
religion
of nowhere
or
and
language
take
or
one of the
anything else. In fact,
components of county
the
government
Persian
away
Americans
from
have
them.
been running
And we
Persians will be
did,
put
but
in
then of
all the
course
most
they
important positions.
reorganized and dedicated themselves
But
for 4
Persian
years
will
of
not be the
activity,
language
and
anymore. There will always be
and
only
they
a
tried
tiny
the
minority of
official
people actually
tribe of the
speaking
county
Persian.
board of
All of the
supervisors
official
would have done.
proclamations will be
How does he
multilingual
that?
so that different
Why
people
were they
Don't you
afraid
love
of
that Ripple UK,
all the local
Ripple
governments
France, all
will
these
be
guys you can do
speaking
with not Ripple Switzerland?
Now, again, is this some sort of a humanitarian gesture on Cyrus's part, or is it a guy who is a humanitarian and thinks this is telling you the best way to treat people and work out past another person guy who believes his own humanitarian beliefs and morals dovetail into good outcomes? Or is it somebody who cynically looks at this and just says, listen, just tell you, if we do it this way, we'll have less problems and be much better than the Syrians.
It was the budget. It was on emergency management. It was part of COVID. It was on personnel
Regardless of which one
decisions.
of those things
It
is
was
true,
on hiring. You name it, and they always had an angle that could satisfy their
satraps and
political needs.
satrapies, which are
And I was told early
administrative
on by an
units
elected
that are
official from the
called
city,
by
you
his
can get
successors.
reelected or you can be a reformer of your choice.
And then the next major thing we hear about Cyrus
In
is
other words,
always
you
like,
cannot win against the machine.
you get the highlights of their lives, right?
Pretty much turned out to be very accurate. However,
Conquest of India, highlight number 3,
bigger
Conquest of
war,
Babylon, highlight
and
number
now that
4.
the progressive, the wolves are claiming victory, they need to actually deliver. They're great at destroying things, but they don't have anything to say, let's do this.
Central Asia.
Because what we've seen so far is
Now, the fact that there
and
is
now
a
let's see how they
clear
deliver.
role in the story should tip you
I don't
off to
think
the
people
idea that
realize
it's
that
going to
the
be
only
a good
county
war.
board of supervisors
And Herodotus,
literally
by
wants
the
to
way,
shut down all the
knows that
county
he's
jails.
going to get to this
They want
story.
to send
He's going to
people
spend a
to
ton of
what they
time
think are
setting
conversion
it up.
programs. They just
Once his
show what's
audience is
going on.
ready, he's got a
This
little
is
moral
going to be
twist
a
and maybe
big
about
impact on public safety
reality.
if this sheriff
But you
carries all this out.
25-year-old mind that you're running.
The prospects look pretty grim because he's
But
going
there
to do
comes a
what,
time where
Puppet
Herodotus
Drew
is
is,
in his quiet.
he'll take some more leadership as they screw him over,
He jumps
and
from
that's
highlight
part of
number
what
3
we're
to
going
highlight
to
number 4
repeat
in
it
Cyrus's
every
life.
Tuesday.
In 1 second,
I mean,
if you look
Robert,
at the actual
you
dates
left
of
the
Long
Long
you'll
Beach
see that
mess.
there's like
The
9
way you
years between
handled
highlight
that
number 3 and
George
highlight
Floyd
number 4.
riots
And
in
9 years when
2020
Cyrus is, well,
disgrace and a disaster.
marketing and branding king of the universe.
What
What the heck was this guy doing for 9 years?
Through all the times, I mean, they had all the articles written for today, just waiting for me to say what I said. And it was comical, listening all the history that they just
And it's this piece where first Cyrus has the Babylonian god saying it comes
of
with
the
him the whole
board,
way,
and
and then he
that they're
introduces himself as this
untouchable
new
and they're
guy.
beyond reproach.
Again, dropping
And so it's the members of the board,
I came because he took my hand, right? So you're legitimizing your tying it into the age-old power structure, basically saying you can't defeat
Watch, this is the thing that does it. Just a ton of this fucking shit.
the kingship to the people that Mardo wants to have it. You can see that the same is true in a lot of the other religions that Cyrus is involved with. This is why a lot of people think this whole propaganda tolerance thing is much more of a political movement, because look at how it helps him politically in a way that, by the way, he could not have foreseen. It made him immortal.
and that's the one that gives them the right to remove the check.
Cyrus Alexander. Like the translation from the Bible, he used it in the same way that the Cyrus cylinder says the Babylonian god Marduk took Cyrus's hand and he was swept away all the opposition. This is what the Israeli god Yahweh did. Thus says Yahweh to his appointed, to Cyrus, whom he has taken by his right hand to subdue nations before him, and strip the loins of kings, to force gateways before him, that their gates be closed no more. I will go before you, leveling the heights. I will shatter the bronze gateways, smash the iron bars. I will give you the hidden treasures, the secret hoards, that you may know that I am Yahweh.
Really? I was on the river.
So once again, Cyrus has these
But
gods on his side.
when I like felt like my soul was like 2016 in the summer. Anyway, but I remember my grandfather told me we would be driving or on the river, and he'd always point out this one house and said, I had a friend who lived there. He was a bootlegger, and he used to be able to take a boat from the ocean, Atlantic Ocean, basically, if you wanted to St. Lawrence Seaway to, he wouldn't do that though. If you needed to though, you could to Lake, Lake Erie, Lake Ontario, Lake Huron, Lake Ontario, Lake Huron, Lake Erie, Lake Huron, Lake Michigan, down the river, and he goes to the river and to his house, really right there. You could also take that from his house to Canada from that waterway. And we're like, wow, you can get to a lot of places there from that place. Oh. Chicago, you can get to town. Gulf of Mexico and Atlantic Ocean. So Mississippi, St. Louis Seaway. Also, big loops.
From the old temple in Jerusalem, Solomon's temple. Now Cyrus was to build Solomon's temple. And you pay for it out of the king's treasure. And you bring back all these things that are still around and restock the temple with them. And then you send the people who have been deported back home.
It's like 13 days. 11.
Now here's the thing. This reconstituted, area that will become a satrap, by the way, does not have its political freedom. They're not going to be the way they were, when the Babylonians and Egyptians were arguing over them. But you got to see that they're pretty darn far ahead. They went from a people that might have died out religiously. In fact, the book I have to place aside, which is one of the top most 100 influential people of all time, says that that's one of the things maybe credited with. The fact that if he doesn't do this, there's a chance Judaism doesn't continue long. In this case, he builds what's known as the Second Temple. And if you want to see continuity, the wall that is still one of the holiest, if not the holiest sites against the Temple Mount. People overlook, but it's a part of the Temple Mount. It is the famous Western Wall. The Western Wall is a Roman-era addition to the Second Temple, which Cyrus, allegedly, according to the Bible, paid for and authorized. It's so interesting, isn't it, to consider how connected the stories of the ancient Romans, the ancient Persians are to the ancient Jewish folks, especially considering the current antagonism between, as late as the 1970s, the Shah of Iran was touting this ancient closeness between the peoples in their relationship.
24-hour
not for
campaign.
the aging versions and erroneous, there's a chance they would
political aid to LA
use
County
today.
Supervisor Sheila
And
Stewart
depending on
and
when it
daughter-in-law
died out,
Valentine
is
to
a
the
very
council
patient
event.
aging
Rothschild State will take a seat on the LA City
sprouting
Council
off
where
that
opponent has
branch. We
conceded.
had
Long Beach
Christianity,
City
probably
Councilman
would have had Islam. In other words,
Richard
if
Fitz
Cyrus
and
the Great
Rick,
actually
that
did do
city's next
this,
mayor,
and
and the
he had
world
never lived
population
to
is
do
now
it,
almost
what
8
would the world look like
billion.
today?
We're going to go
The
to the
thing that says in
15, and
most
we are
influential
going to
people
go
of
check
all time
in
that I
with
thought was
two
interesting too.
KFI in the
Many
sky
of the
next.
people that get credited as being
I've
very
got a
important
life source
and
full
dynamic
water
and
system. It runs
instrumental
and it's a
human
2.5
beings in
years.
terms of their effect
And
on
now we have
history
fresh,
did something
delicious
that would
water
have been
from
done
every
anyway.
faucet in the house.
Might not have been done at that time or that
It
way,
kicks out
but a
all
lot
the
of this
bad
stuff would have
stuff
happened. Someone else
that
would have
makes
discovered
water
the light
taste
bulb.
bad or smell bad.
You know, if they thought it
Or
likely
taste
that if
strange.
Cyrus the
Something
Great
gets
had never
slimy water.
none
It
of this
filters
stuff.
out the chlorine and the other
He was
contaminants,
a
retains the healthy minerals.
you can't draw
Your
the specifics of
skin
how
will feel great,
you can sort of look at
and
what
you and
you've
your
done.
family are going to
If
feel
the
healthier
airground's
and
right,
more
you have to assume
energetic.
that there was a lot of foundation bubbling
One less
up
bottled
under the
water.
surface for Cyrus to work with.
Maybe no bottled
This
water
is
at
still
all.
a pretty incredible.
The life source system is maintenance free, no filters to change, no salt. Like I said, no bottled water. They install it, you forget about it. And here's their best deal
In
of
the
the year.
530s,
For a limited time, life stores will pay your sales tax. They will pay your sales tax if you call now. Zero tax. Huge savings. Call 800-803-2696. 800-803-2696. LifeSourceWater.com. Taste and feel the difference.
Southland weather from KFI sunny and windy tomorrow. Highs mid-50s to mid-70s. This report brought to you by $1 breakfast deal. We're going to the 15 in Ontario. The southbound side, which is very slow moving with the lanes heading away from the 10 freeway. And that drive remains slow and stretches all
Here
the
we
way
must leave
towards
Cyrus, for suddenly, and without warning,
moving
our
to
information
Verona.
comes to an
We've
end.
got Michael O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
200
Wake up
years
drive for the
after
91 in Anaheim Hills. 91 westbound. On the break there from the Imperial Highway over to the 55. And it's even tougher on the 91 eastbound. That is building up at about 3 scale. First, right up the Green River. You just go tap for a minute or two, and you're back on the face. Through the 15, really on and off the riverside from there. Michael O'Brien, KFI at the sky.
Herodotus is a story of how he dies, and I love the fact that Herodotus goes to
Right now,
the
it's
trouble to point out that he's heard several different versions of the story, but the one he's going to give is the one he thinks is most likely.
for just $3.
Maybe it's just how
That's a good way to
Big
feel
deal.
even greater breakfast. Limited time only, participating U.S. venues during breakfast hours.
most
This report is
exotic,
sponsored by the San Bernardino
interesting,
County
movie
Transportation
like
Authority.
elements to
And
it. I
tonight,
can imagine. I can't imagine he left a better version on the table, so we're saying, no, no, I just don't. Because the one he used is so awesome. Now, is it believable? That's the problem here. Nobody knows what's off the top of my head. If you ask me what percentage audience have a general idea of Herodotus' story, I'd say it's like 80%. Most of them don't believe details, but the broad idea. In 530 BCE, Cyrus the Great died somewhere out in the steppe area, as Herodotus said. Details.
Company I have trusted to put solar on my own home.
About 20%, I'd say, the historians though think he died a completely different way. Some think it was different tribes, and Herodotus says different areas. Others think he didn't die that way at all. Xenophon, writing a couple centuries afterwards, will say he died in bad, peaceful. So there are some historians who argue that too. In Iran, it's generally, I think, a higher percentage of historians that think he didn't die the way Herodotus says. But in part, you can understand why you'd be a little skeptical. It's just too darn interesting where Herodotus does it. You can see, the admonition that I got when I was starting to journal this morning is that you tell what really happened in the most interesting way possible. What happens to an admonition like that? There's no way you could possibly know what really happened. But you have to tell it anyway. What are your standards that you're pretty much left with the most interesting way you can? That would be right. The story is Herodotus tells it involves this toast you're going to end up leaving his theatrical presentation with a deeper message. Again, the deeper message may or may not be true. Herodotus couches the story now with the idea of overreach. Maybe the idea of absolute power, corrupting absolutely. And before we write this off, as many historians do right away, because it's just such an obvious message, remember you can read that piss about Hitler, with the absolute power turning you mad after a while with Alexander. You can make that case. I guess there is no figures. where this is both a motif because it's recurring and you see over time, but it also happens to be true. After years of being Congress got full of himself from those, but that's the way this is portrayed. There's going to be an object lesson here, and the person is going to stick it to Cyrus and teach him this lesson. But you have to think of like an Amazonian queen. This isn't some woman who's walking around in velvet. You don't want to throw her in a fan. This is a person who probably once upon a time was a king.
And tomorrow in the 9 a.m. hour all the way through 5 p.m.
How did this woman
Well,
really
in
exist?
another chapter from the world of home warriors, people for a perfect world, we mentioned last week that the city of Berkeley, California was considering ending the right on red you do every day in your car. And have been doing for quite some time.
Unless you can
Back
say a
in
couple
the
of one,
70s,
it wouldn't have been outrageous to think of her as a
the whole
female.
energy
Because these tribes actually had it.
and all that, and the whole way they tinkered with their black cloths. And they also thought that it might save energy if people could break and then take a ride on the red when it's clear. Because you waste a lot and sit there at the light. You waste a lot
Also,
of
the
gas
tribe she was supposed to
waiting for a light
lead
to change when you have an easy right turn. You can make out of the right lane.
something called the
So
Massacre
eventually in
message time.
1975, they required states to permit light signs on red lights in order to receive federal assistance for mandated conservation programs.
Herodotus in his writings, he has to say
Fast forward to today, and there are a couple of places. New York City quickly didn't allow it because New York City on its own problem with volumes of people in cars. But Washington, D.C., they have a pilot program that is banning
probably
the red lights, so the right on red. And now Berkeley wants to follow that.
ranging on the
And
scale.
all-star columnist of the El Segundo Times, Robin Carrion, has taken up the local cause. How do you miss in Los Angeles? She is like a human version of
There's little
Berkeley.
fighting signs.
Isn't it? All sorts of dumb, pointless opinion. Like Berkeley has a lot of dumb, pointless laws and rules. I mean, it's nonsense. What is it? San Francisco, San Jose, and over Michigan have also taken steps to perhaps outlaw the right on red. And of course, this comes back to vision zero. European idea that was adopted by Dopey Mayor Eric Garcetti that someday in the future, no one will die on the road. Not in traffic crashes or pedestrians or bicyclists. We are going to get the down to zero. And instead, they got an increase. And you know why they got an increase? Because there's so many homeless people stumbling around in the dark. And homeless people being run over. There's homeless people getting run over. I know there is, but they're responsible for the increases. Yeah, that's what I think. They're whacked out of drugs, whacked out of booze. Most of the time, you get people in the dark. Who's out in the dark, stumbling around in the middle of the road? Who does that? It's trucks and homeless people and drug addicts. I think of that every time I'm on the freeway, and now they put up that signboard that says, watch out for pedestrians. I'm like, pedestrians? Why? Somebody may have had their car pull over.
If you don't know anything, you just try to make the best story.
Over the freeway, man, that could be crazy homeless people. And of course, it doesn't occur to Robin and Marion, some little tiny baby Brandon,
Basically,
that
proposes
maybe
marriage
you
to
have so many people wandering around the streets, they're the ones getting knocked over by cars. No, she thinks it's people making a right on red. She just finds it so horrendous and dangerous. I think if any driver with kids and anxiety, light turns red as I approach the right turn. There's a lot of information to absorb. Is someone crossing the street in front of me? Is a cycle coming up behind me on the right side of the bike lane? Are the drivers who are stuck behind me getting attitude because I haven't turned yet? Why does this all feel so intense? What is neurotic? What is neurotic? What is the right turn?
I know what she's saying.
like the voice of avenging karma.
When I see a sign prohibiting on turn,
Teaches
I
Cyrus a
release
lesson.
one less
So her voice
in my
and words that
lifetime
Herodotus
will be
puts in her
wow.
mouth from the screen
You
reader show
are
designed to set this idea up, right? You should know what you don't. You know you're going to get what's coming to you. Here's what Herodotus says. This isn't to celebrate.
I just stop, look, and make the right on red. There's no need to have any
King of the
thoughts, no
Medes,
anxiety.
I invite you to abandon this enterprise, for you cannot know if in the end you will do what you want. Rule your own feet. I tried to bear the sight of rolling mine, but But of course you will refuse my advice, as the last thing you wish for is to live in peace. Listen then, if you are so bent upon trying to strengthen against the Massachusetts, give up the laborious task of building that bridge, and let my army withdraw 3 days' march from the river. And then you come over yourself, or if you prefer it, retire the same distance yourselves, and let us meet you on your side of it. This barbarian warrior is basically saying to a guy who's titled once king of kings and king of the universe to come and get him, or I'll come over and take it from him. That's a pretty strong female character. I was thinking of these eroticism titles pro-feminist, right? But he's not looking for a good, strong female character.
That's what it is.
Another reason maybe that would play well.
Always gotta blame
Maybe
the
some
driver.
of the people in his audience do.
If you
It would be
can't
good
see
to have a character that they
two-ton
both
vehicle
relate
coming
to
at
and
you, I
share.
don't know what to tell you. Just
Finally,
walk.
it might just be indeed. And the manliness of the Persians, right? Here's the greatest king that Asia has ever produced. And he's about to be beaten and killed by a woman.
Basically,
Nonetheless, in the story, when she says, you know, do you want it over here and you want it over there, Cyrus and his generals and whatnot sit down and have a conference about this. What do we do? Which choice do we take? All his advisors say, let her come to our side. One advisor, though, says, no, go over to her side. That advisor is our old friend, the king of Lydia Croesus. Instead of being killed, Herodotus has him go into the story sort of acting as advisor to Cyrus all the way through. Croesus' advice is totally different. First of all, he says you can't let her come over here and get rid of the Herodotus woman. It would look terrible. There's another thing. He says go over to her side. And then he says, and how about we do
You can go this way. This is what it was.
Cyrus, that they should essentially do the same
Intro
thing
scenes
to
were
these people that the Medes did to, you know, these people and their cousins and generational form in the story. And I'm all drunk and we kill them.
They don't
I just
step
don't
up for a
look for
solution like that.
exception.
They have to people
Have this
pretty right on
Croesus
that.
tell
That's all down.
Cyrus to do this way.
Robin and Carrie excessively down.
Here then is my advice. Cross the river, advance to the limit of the enemy's withdrawal, and then get the better of them by a piece of strategy. I've heard that these people have no experience of such luxuries as the Persians enjoy, and know nothing about the pleasures of life. Let us take advantage of this fact, and set out a banquet to our king on the most generous scale, with a great many sheep slaughtered and dressed, all sorts of other dishes, and bowls of strong wine in unknown quantities. Then when the banquet is all prepared, he says, let us march back to the river, leaving only a detachment of inferior troops behind. Unless I'm very much mistaken, when our enemies see all those good things, they will set to work upon them, and that will be our chance to distinguish ourselves by a bold stroke.
I just added that to my repertoire.
Again, got a recurring motif for us that just day.
It's a flashing light. They have
But in
an
the story we're told,
Yeah, I'm living on the edge.
a third of the army shows up,
Taking your chance.
kills the inferior troops, sees all the food and wine, proceeds to get very full and very drunk, and then the Persians come in and kill a bunch of them, capture some others, about a third of the army, according to Herodotus. Included amongst the prisoners a general, who also happens to be this barbarian queen's son. So now the scenario Herodotus is playing with his movies turned into a incredibly chess match across Cyrus decides captured a major piece of the
I jumped into that
So
immediately.
she issues one of these. I'll let you go now. If you
It does not. John will take that
kinds of
for
speeches from the army's transmission.
miles.
When Jemima learned what had happened to her army and her son, she sent a herald to Cyrus with this message: bloodthirsty Cyrus, do not gloat over what is happening here. You Persians indulge yourself with the fruit of the vine, with a madness, so that the wine descends into your bodies. Ugly words flow up and out of you. By such means you have tricked me, and you've taken my son prisoner, but not by supremacy in battle. Well then, I urge you to follow this advice. Return my son to me, and despite the damage you have cunningly wreaked upon a third part of the army of Massachusetts, you may leave this land unharmed.
The safety of the
If do not
community
do
depends
this,
on him
I swear by
succeeding.
the sun,
The
the Lord of
welfare
the
of every single
Maskatide,
person on
that I
the
will
earth
satisfy
depends
the
on him
thirst of
succeeding.
blood.
Illinois
Satiate
officials spend the next 2 weeks visiting every station around the county to
once
face
Cyrus
diversity. He also announced
this
his new
interesting
personal
power.
Twitter account.
Chess
News is brought to
piece.
you by Teaching Accident Attorneys. The
Doesn't get the chance to
Transportation Department
decide.
says it has fined international airlines millions of dollars and made airlines refund passengers whose flights either canceled or delayed.
He
ABC
beseeches
said it
Cyrus
also
to
one of the airlines asked KF was based in the U.S.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says they have been flooded with complaints from passengers about this since the pandemic started, and they're going to hold these airlines accountable.
Buttigieg says many of the refund applications people can file a complaint. The Transportation Department potentially get their money back. It recently ordered Frontier Airlines to pay $222 million to refund customers on top of the $2.2 million fine. And the Ventura County Fire Department is using a new tool to measure millions of gallons of
That's
water
with all the
per
forces
year.
she possessed.
the best ones to cheat. The laws are too low. Fines are too low.
According to the information that I have, the engagement began with the two armies coming to a halt within range of each other and exchanging shots with bows and arrows until their arrows were used up, after which there was a long period of close fighting with spears and daggers, neither side being willing to retreat. Finally, however, the Maskatide got the upper hand. The greater part of the Persian army was destroyed where it stood, and Cyrus himself was killed. He'd been on the throne for 20 years.
Collection point. That's correct. While you're spraying the water in
course.
That's correct. Compost USA built this new apparatus. It says
Like
it's
how-
rolling out the first
Don't
part in
make me laugh.
2018. This made a
That's
big
correct.
push to
We got it.
millions
That's
of
correct.
gallons of water. In Camarillo, Steve Gregory,
Yes,
We're going to go to the 605
A little
next.
pump.
Add some color to the story.
If your teeth are rotted and
Queen
decayed,
Timorous then filled a wineskin with human blood and searched for the corpse of Cyrus amongst the Persian dead. When she found him, she thrust his head into the wineskin, and as she thus abused the corpse, she declared to it, I am alive, and have conquered you in battle, but you have ruined me by taking my son through guile. Well then, just as I threatened, I will slake your thirst for blood.
And they have favorable competitive terms that will not be blocking your payment plan and get
The Persians are surreal
the smile transformation you deserve. You call Hunting Dental at 888-640 SMILE. 888-640 SMILE.
Southland weather from KFI. Sunny, windy, and
It's so dark.
highs mid
Only 5
70s
degrees.
for Metro LA, low 70s in Valley, low 70s in Inland Orange County, mid
Turkey down by the Red Sea to the
it is low on the 605 and low 70s. You are looking at the northbound side, and this drive is just really loading up, getting away from Coachella. And it's moving very fast all the way to the 10 freeway. That's really tough. Now we've got Mike O'Brien. He's president of the drive in Santa Monica, KFI in the sky.
That's what it is on the
Such
10.
lofty
Setting
heights
down, loading up
see
the
after being this huge
food
vacuum.
lip city of the downtown Los Angeles with us. Loosen up for just a little bit. Back on the brakes up ahead, city sheriff, on and off pretty much into West Covina. Now the 60 is going to be much better. 50 eastbound, you're on the brakes here for East LA interchange over the World Beach Boulevard. To the south of the bit, and back on Roland Heights into the verge of the 57 and Dinosaur. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
In Malibu, this is southbound lanes of Pacific Coast Highway, backing up all the way from Carbon Beach as you continue right towards the area of Moon Shadows. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I really like that.
Introducing Spectrum One. Get the Spectrum Internet with speeds of 300 megabits per second. Advanced Wi-Fi with best-in-class security and privacy. Spectrum Mobile with unlimited text and data plus nationwide 5G. Get it all with Spectrum One. Spectrum Internet is Wi-Fi and Walmart. Spectrum Mobile unlimited for only $49.99 a month. Visit Spectrum.com or Spectrum store today.
What is that? How is
Eligible
this?
residential
That's it.
customers only. Service not available in all areas.
Remember.
Restrictions apply.
What did he call though?
Of this last American tour, so why? Of the United States live event, November 20th at 11 Eastern. Disney Plus.
It's been a couple of years since I started sharing my advanced hair story with you, but some of you are still facing hair loss. Don't settle with balding if you
He's very, very nice. Both of those guys were top shelf individuals. Men, I love them. Really, yeah, it was really hard to believe. Very, very Martin and Amanda, I love them both very much. I love all those guys. I would say they're all the hardest fucking people, and for nothing and no fucking benefits, nothing. They work overtime. They work. They work. It's really cool.
Regrowing your hair where you were once balding is absolutely life-changing. Schedule your free consultation. You're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts.
Like them? Very much so. They just, I can't say nothing about them. I can't say anything negative about them, and I can't say, I really like that drum. Why? One of my favorite drums of all time. I was a controller, which is an accountant, but I didn't know that when I first got there. I just didn't even know what an accountant was. I just got the job. I was at the library, and I called this woman at like 8 in the morning. And I was like, this one's nuts. She put her fucking telephone number on Craigslist. You're fucking nuts. If you do that, you're desperate as fuck. So I'll call her. So I'm desperate as fuck. And she's like, do you know anything about QuickBooks? I'm like, about QuickBooks? She's like, do you know how to transfer QuickBooks Desktop to QuickBooks Online? And I said, I absolutely do. Why? Because I had, not 5 minutes before, watched a 3-minute YouTube video on how to do that. And so I was like, I know exactly how to do that. And she's like, oh, wow. Okay, well, can you meet tonight at 6 p.m.? I got the phone all day. Sure, 6 p.m. So I go to meet at 6 p.m. in a suit and tie, and she's like, I don't have time for this right now. And she's like, can you come back later? And I'm like, I got a class at 7. I had a commerce class. So that I could be back at like 8:30 p.m. And she's like, go for it. And so I remember this was like, okay, this is going to be a weird job if I'm going to be going in at 8:30 p.m. after commerce class, but they understand that I have a class, which is really nice of them. They were like, no, if you have a class, that's fine. Go. That was year first. And they understood. So I was like, okay, well, I went to class, and then I went back, and I had like a 2-hour interview with them. And what got them? It was like, I kept, they're like, well, why should we hire you? Why should we hire you? Why should we hire you? And I was saying all the right things, but it's like, you still don't know what they're going to say. And I finally said, I don't know, I said something that I remember clicked in both their heads, which was like, it was something like, you will never have someone who cares more about your business than I do. But it was also something like, if you don't choose me right now, you are making a massive mistake. And at the end, they were like, no, we think we would be if we didn't take you. And so they were like, well, how much do you want to make? And I told them I wanted what I was making. And I went in the next day, and I was so rigid in this job. I would dive in at Beth Jacob every day, and from 6:30 to 7:40, and then 20-minute drive or so. Though this is the cool thing. I could take one of two routes to go to work, and I could take the freeway and be there in like 7 minutes, or I could take what I call the back roads, which is like suburban, and it would take like 20 minutes. And so I'd take that back road, get at work right before 8, and I had a suitcase. I put my a briefcase. I was briefcase. I bring a briefcase in. I carry this briefcase everywhere, and half the reason why I got this job is no one carries a briefcase anymore. Maybe lawyers. And I'd come and I carry this fucking briefcase everywhere, and everyone would, what in the fuck is in this fucking briefcase? This guy is carrying his briefcase everywhere. It's like when you're handcuffed to a fucking briefcase, basically. Really? Yeah. And what was it? I always had their numbers in it, so I always knew exactly. Not to the moment where we were together, but at least that day I knew exactly what was in the bank account. And if we wanted the moment, which we would check all the time, it was right there on the computer. And there was a Chabad family that right next door. That's their book. Boy in the box. Gotta get that. Comes second selling children's book in Israeli history. I have it first, but we haven't that. And it was really nice just to see them every Shabbat. And it was this weird part of like this weird area of Judaism. It was definitely Jewish. Why? And we were exchanging gifts for Purim and wishing each other Shabbat Shalom, all kinds of stuff like that. And there were like 3 of us, and in this weird part of Santa Ana, California, and they had a recording studio. Shout out to Orange County Recording Studio. Holy the fuck up. I was like, but Aesop is their son. He's really nice. He's in love with this girl. He's like really in love with her. And he doesn't know she's Jewish. And I told him that she was. I told him that she was. I went to him and I said, "You're in love with this girl." And this was more recently. That was like, I don't know, years ago. This was within the last year, and it's on camera. I said, "You're in love with this girl." I hadn't seen him in years, and I went there, and I was like, "Hey, I know it's been a long time since we've seen each other, but you're in love with this girl." And he's like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "You're in love with that girl, and you can't marry her because you don't think she's Jewish, but she is. She just doesn't know it. She is matrilineal. What if I told you that?" Like, I came into his life and told him that this woman that I knew with whom he was in love, but he could not marry. And I was like, "You can believe me or not," but I told him that you know how to live a Jewish life. You should ask her out. And why did I know he liked that girl? He was in this music video with her. This really good song. I don't remember the name of it or anything, but I just watched, like, I didn't have a lot of time to watch his whole album. Well, it was all music, but he had 1 music video on it or something like that, maybe 2. But the music video was really good. It was in like Huntington Beach, so I like recognized the place. He looked like he was having a lot of fun with this girl, and you could sense it in the video. And I just had always had this weird feeling about those two, and because it was weird, it was like, "Hey, stop! This isn't the kind of girl with whom you should be. You know that, and he knows that too." But because he's a pretty religious man, and to some extent, religious on the outside. Like, that's the thing. Half these motherfuckers with these beards and these fucking.
You don't do the trail. If you're eventually going to go to court, leave a trail behind.
Talito, who are wearing them all the time and shit. I mean, half those guys are outside because they're smoking cigarettes, and inside they're beaten up. I mean, they're normal people in this. They're just dressed this way. It's almost like They're just stuck in there. I'm not saying he is like that, but he probably is. Really? Anyway, no, I'm just saying the other. But anyway, so, but the other thing, this was the weird thing. I said, "Where's your mother?" When I told him this, it was like I was a fucking angel. And I was like, "Where's your mother?" And he's like, "Here, let me go get her." She's like, "Oh, how are you?" And she always used to come to the rabbi, rabbi. And I said, she even brought a rabbi to me, Rabbi Berkowitz. It becomes really big. Chabad of West Orange County. He came out. Why? Because he wanted to see my tefillin or my tzitzi, and I had a certain kind of tzitzi. Really? Yeah. And he's like, who says you can wear the? He's like, your tzitzi are colored. I said, I know. They're blue. And he said, how do you know what color? And I just said, my rabbi wears blue tzitzi. And he has this guy in San Diego who knows what fucking fish. He's like, yeah, it's from a fish. He's like, okay, so you know it's from a fish. I was like, yeah, it's some kind of dye from a fish. He's like, oh, okay. So I'm like, yeah, so it's something like that. He's like, but I didn't say that was the color. It's not. That's a different thing. That's on a talus. So what did you have? I just had something that I had from where I had ordered it from Amazon. But I liked them because they were a color. Everybody has white. But nobody ever says that it has to be white. I was the first person, really. I mean, I guess people might wear these on a talus, but no one wears them. You can't wear it. But I had colored tzitzi with like a blue string in it. Really? Yeah. It's like a royal blue string. Really? So she had never seen this before because I invented it. So she brings a rabbi in. And I talked to him. Very nice, and he came up and he looked at I was like, you want to see my office? He's like, sure. Comes in. I've had did you have a mezuzah on the door? I had like a piece of tape or something. I always do that if I have a piece of tape, but he could see there was something on the door, and I just showed him it's a real small area. And they had a fucking camera. This is how work is in the future. They had a camera right here over my head. So I knew there's no fucking with this. No one is. I'm not going to be able to fucking say. So I was all on camera, and it didn't fucking matter to me in that job. So what? Well, I was pretty smart, and I could take the laptop and put it up against this bookshelf. And, well, when I took that job, the girl who took the job just was like watching Netflix all day. I'm like, you watch Netflix all day? She's like, that or Hulu. I'm like, what? You watch it all day? She's like, yeah. And I'm like, you work overtime on these people all this amount of time, and you're just watching Netflix and stuff? And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, and you don't have a moral issue with that? She's like, no. She's like, they need me, and I'm here when they need me. And so I realized they were pretty relaxed when it came to that. But here's the thing. They knew she was doing it, but they didn't have the balls to call her out on it because they didn't need her. They didn't have anybody else who would look at her. It was like she had a whole bunch of knowledge, and she became almost irreplaceable. They really needed someone that was smart, could learn very quickly from her, and then they could terminate her because they wanted to. Why? I would say, and I think she probably get that job back. She was disrespectful. I think she would like tweet about the owner of the company with pictures of her. You can't do that and keep your job. Really? Yeah, but not just that. That's the small things. The big ones were it's time theft. It's really what it is at the end of the day. What? She would work like 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., which is a lot, and work all kinds of overtime. And then say at the end of the day, well, I worked 35 hours of overtime this work, you can pay me for 20. But did she really? She sat there and watched Hulu and Netflix when she could have done that at home, but she wasn't doing anything from home. So was she there? Yeah, but they didn't need her. They weren't even on site, and they didn't need her. So it was like she knew when she could go home. And I, with them, when I first took the job, I was like, oh my God. They had someone train me, and she was the one trained. And I said, she's just stealing your time, basically. This job is like a 4-hour job. It's not that hard. And there was another element to it that was like 2 hours, maybe a maximum a day of helping. So I also managed Johnny Carson's bartender's finance. I was Johnny Carson's bartender's account. I still am. Really? They never rehired that position fully. Really? No. So what? Johnny Carson had a bartender named Robert. Do you know him? I don't want to know him. Really? Yeah. Why? But you were his accountant. I know. So you didn't know him, but you were his accountant? Yeah. Wait, you were Johnny Carson's bartender's accountant. How does that happen? At the same time, you're in control of her business. Well, that's the funny thing. So when I get this job, I call her on the phone. So I'm talking of like I know accountancy. I don't know anything about accountancy. Nothing. I'm looking up what does accounting mean. I had no idea. No fucking clue. The owners of the business, one of them was a self-made man. The other person had an accountancy degree, and I was able to bullshit my way in this fucking interview like Frank Abagnale. And I answered all the questions correctly. They didn't test me too aggressively on my accountancy knowledge. I had on my resume, and I had left my previous job on my own terms because I wanted to move, and I did. I moved here. I moved to this room, but I knew I couldn't do the commute, and I wanted to be here so I could live in Irvine and be very religious. You couldn't do that in Long Beach, not the same way. I did live in walking distance of a shul. Chabad of Bixby Knolls. Really? Bixby Knolls is one. It's really nice. Oh, Bixby Knolls is so cool. Really? They have this like campaign, sign campaign. Bixby is, those become big. Those fucking things on sign poles. Like here, it's University of California's #1 school for the American dream. I used to see that and be like, I'm gonna try to fucking push it. Anyway, I used to look at that on Shabbat. Really, I'd walk home and I'd see that. It's a good place for all kinds of things.
Elements succeeds over a couple days to sign the piece.
And then funnel it to validate it without it showing up in a database for anyone to notice. Because when you, especially with fiction,
Dude,
it's supposed to be
you're not confusing.
how
So,
the money is
what?
flowing in and out. Well, he had his own like secret channel. He
Cookie closer. So I bullshit my way in this job. When I got there were 2 other accountants. What fucking? I was like, what fucking? What is this? The office? Like the office as the American office, even the British one. You wouldn't have a full-time accountant there for such a small branch. That would be held at done at a corporate level. But yet they've got Angela, Oscar, and Kevin, all 3 full-time accountants. So I get there, and I'm accountant extraordinary. There's another accountant who's a controller, and then there's a third accountant. Shout out to her, Michelle. And I get there, and the first day, I'm like, I don't want to show my hands. I'm like, shit, there are 2 other accountants. I'm going to bullshit my way. And now I'm their boss. Really? Yeah. I'm like, oh, shit. So somehow I got to get rid of these people. Number one, they showed me what was in the bank account. It was like, I have more money than that. They're like, oh, yeah. It'll get better at the end of the week, but we operate with, like, very little. For business owners, they would operate at, like, with, like, $4,000 in cash, like, total of their account. I mean, that's not a lot of money at all. And they just had to get loan after loan after loan after loan. It was just this perpetual state of chaos. And when I got there, they had, what were these things? They're terrible. It's being that come out every single day for a loan. Anyway, you'd have to put up your house for it, all kinds of stuff. I don't think they did, but they put up other people's houses, and that's when I left. Why? I had a moral issue. I knew where this business was going, and that it would bankrupt itself because of its interest. It couldn't pay back the interest fast enough. So what? Well, I had an opportunity, a couple opportunities at the same time, 3 opportunities at once. Post office, being another company, being managing director. Wow. Anyway, are you done? So I was there, and no offense to those people who were there. I think well, immediately I knew I wasn't going to fit in because they're like, so you're Jewish? I'm like, yeah. And they're like, so you do all the Jewish stuff? I was like, yeah. So they're like, what does that mean? I'm like, I keep kosher. So they were nice. They wanted to invite me out to go to places, but it was like, I keep kosher. I don't go to those places. And which causes a lot of issues. Oh, dude, no way. Reyes.
Politician that I met early on, they told me, well, you could be a reformer, or you could be a realtor. At the end of the conference, he had a way to choke down his wife.
So, you know that guy? Yes. He's the one, I know one creator. Really? Yeah. Why doesn't he help you? Did you ever help him? Fuck yeah. He would say, the rabbi is the nicest. He looked out for me and my money better than I looked out for me and my money. Really? Yeah. Why? I just basically told him, once you get your fucking check, make sure that thing gets cashed immediately. Really? Yeah, you don't want to give it a lot of time because they can always put a stop pay on it. And if they don't like your work or something like that, make sure you get that money cashed immediately. And did he? I told him that the fastest fuck, I'm like, this is the closest branch you want to go, yada, yada, yada. Really? Yeah. And then what? Why'd you leave? Well, I wanted to be religious. I was going to be able to. So, yeah. Why? I worked for the most difficult boss with him to ever be religious, basically, who you wouldn't sue over it. Really? Yeah. I mean, did you? No. And would you? Other people would. I didn't. Why? Like, I just understood the circumstances, and I'm just not that kind of person. Really, yeah, I mean, and it isn't to say I didn't make arrangements, but they were very difficult, really. And I always felt guilty about it. That isn't to say I still didn't do it, but I mean, I was working really hard, so it's not like I didn't deserve it. But I worked an entire year on Sundays without getting paid. Really? Just to get this business going. And did you? Yeah. Did you hate working? I did it just to keep a job, basically. I mean, I knew I would have been able to keep a job, but so what happened? I won't go into all these stories right now. But the one that getting it as an accountant, I love that job. Really? Yeah. Well, why didn't you keep it? The business wasn't making money, and it was very difficult for the business to make money because it had so much debt. And whenever they'd have any money come in, it was great. That went to the debt. So it's hard to start a business, and if it does, is it debt free? If it's not, it's like I'm not saying that it's not a good option, but you have to know your numbers. So that was the thing. At least when I worked that job, well, so I was there with like the two other accountants, and I remember seeing what they had in the bank account, and I go to the one, that's it, and they're like, yeah, and I go to the other one, who is a little more experienced and an accountant. I think she was a CPA. I was like, you mean to tell me? And it wasn't like I went there and I was like, you guys need to go because I need to defend my territory. It was not like that. They'd understand it. And they were even like this. They said, you left the business to come here? I was like, yeah. And they're like, I mean, essentially, they're like, well, can you go back to that one? I'm like, wait, why? They're like, this business doesn't have more than 2 weeks. And that was the thing. I wanted to be able to pay them whatever we owed them and get them out of there, because to me it was just extra debt. And so what I very quickly within the first 2 days knew exactly how to do that job, and so then it was about, they got rid of one of the people who didn't work there full time, but it was like she was very expensive. What was she doing? They were going through old receipts from like 2 years ago to see if they hadn't been charged, and if anything hadn't been charged on them, they were going to ask these people for money for like 2 years ago. And it's like, okay, we can do that, but you're going to kill your reputation. This county is only so big. You can't be like, yeah, we need more money 2 years after somebody had a wedding. It's not a personal person. It's not going to fly. And so it was like, you're not going to get any money. So what? Well, immediately I was like, oh my God, I'm fucked. Why? Because this business doesn't have any money and they're going to close. I've never seen a business close. Normally you don't take a job and then close the business like within a week. But I could tell. They told me, you need to go back to from wherever you came. Not like you're a bad person. No, they had a job. You just jumped into a fire. I don't know if you were in a frying pan, but you're now in a fire. And it was like, oh, you're right. Why? Well, it was like, shout out to this girl I knew named Victoria. She's really pretty good gal or something like that. Really cool. Yeah, shout out to this gal. She's really good. She's very good. Yeah. Are you done? Shout out to Gregory Chowski. Yeah. Is that the end of your story? No. So what? Well, I just was like, this job is not gonna last long. Now this sucks. I'm gonna be working here, and it's like, I know what I need a week. I was like, say like 1,000 shekels, and there are like 30 people here, and they have 4,000 shekels in the account. This isn't gonna work. So it's like, how do you expect to make more money? And that's the thing. They had this strange relationship with this guy named Bob. He was like an angel investor, so to speak, but not, he's getting fucked. So Bob was Johnny Carson's bartender on the Tonight Show in those days, in Burbank and all that. The highlight of the fucking, I think the highest time of the fucking Tonight Show this man, Robert, was his bartender. And Robert doesn't drink. But he's like the best fucking bartender in the world. But we could give him that fucking award. Why he's Johnny Carson's bartender? Does it get any bigger than that? There are guys who are like, oh, I was a bartender at Studio 54. I was a bartender at the Whiskey A Go-Go. That's all cool. That's great. But you weren't like the personal bartender of it. Frank Sinatra did not have a personal bartender. Really? No, he traveled too much. But Johnny Carson didn't travel that much. He was always here. Everybody came here. So what? He had, I mean, maybe at times Johnny Carson, Frank Sinatra had one, but he always drank the same shit too, which was Jack Daniels #7. So it was like on the rocks. But yeah. So it's pretty easy. If I know his fucking drink, then it's not that hard to be his fucking bartender. And I can make it very easily. So is that the end of your story? No. So Bob had money, but not a lot of it. What did I say? He had properties and things. He made a lot of money working for Johnny Carson. A lot. Enough to buy some property in Orange County, which over the course of time turns out to be a lot. To some extent. Enough to buy property and then have renters and then be bringing in some money on those properties. So Bob was making money that way, and that was taking care of Bob. But it's like, well, why does Bob give a shit about these people? These two people. Why would he give a shit about these owners of this business? So here's what happened. Bob had Johnny Carson's, and this side I understand. Bob and I have never spoken really yet, but I know everything about it, from his driver's license to his bank account. But why didn't you ever? Bob has a lot of, I'll just say, dirt on Hollywood. And I don't want to be a part of it. So yeah, I was his accountant and I handled all his books, but I don't want to have a personal relationship with him because there's like a criminal underground of Hollywood, and he's got a lot of dirt on it and these people. So, but in my opinion, well, so I didn't want to be connected to that. I didn't know all that at the time. I was just like, it was just like, we don't. I remember they told me, like, so this is what my day would be, and I loved it. That's the thing. I'm still his fucking accountant. I love it so much. Have you seen him? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we've been at events at the same thing. We were at a cookout that they had, and while I didn't eat at it, keep kosher, that's like especially done. It's at it, but I remember the owners of the business were like, "You're a religious person. You don't want to get yourself into that world." And okay, so a little bit beat off of them. Anyway, but they were perhaps. Whatever the fuck that was. Anyway, so, but I go to his house every day, and I get his mail every day. So this was what you would do, and I really loved it. I can't say no. 3 days. Well, they told me every single day you go to this person's house and get their mail, and you pay their bills, and it was like basically on a ledger when you pay what, and it wasn't all accurate, but it was like a pretty good start, and then what? And so, like, he had business that you would manage in addition to the management of this business. Now, when I saw that, it wasn't that much more work. And I remember thinking to myself, you don't have to come here every single day. He doesn't have that many bills. And so I remember telling the owners of the business, I basically was blowing the whistle on everybody, basically. You're getting stolen from here, you're getting stolen from here, it's just time. Like, they don't need to be doing it. And here's the other thing. They used to charge for gas and mileage, and I never charged for gas. I had a hybrid car, and even though I drove every single day for them to the bank and stuff, I never charged them for gas. The only thing I charged them for at the end, very end, I charged them for mileage because that was an agreement that we had. Even though we had gas as an agreement as well, they didn't have a lot of money, and I knew how people would be with them with gas and nitpick them on shit. And it's like, no, I won't charge you on gas. Had I, some of those, I mean, that would have been much more expensive because the gas was killing that place. The gas that they would spend in fuel to go to a bunch of non-environmentally friendly trucks to drive from Orange County to San Diego County or Ventura County or San Bernardino County or Riverside County was ridiculous. So here's what killed the business. This was just weird. I don't know how you have I don't know how you do it, frankly. It would have to be a thing that, like, there'd be like an app. And actually, my friend wanted to do this. She's like, the owner of the business, she's like, so you built an app? I'm like, yep, on iOS and Google Play. I've done it on the App Store and Google Play. Basically, there are other app stores. There's a Microsoft store, and there's like used to be a BlackBerry store. There's like an Amazon store. Those aren't anything. These are the big two, and I've done it. There's nothing else in comparison, basically, to that. The other shit is the same stuff. It's just clicking a button, putting up your fucking art, putting up your file, typing your fucking description. It's all the same shit, and I've done it on both. So, she's like, well, I have an idea for an app. How much does it cost to make an app? I'm like, at a minimum at that time, it was $120,000 at a minimum. And she's just out of her reach. And she's like, oh, well, kids do this all the time. It's like, yeah, but to market it is not even included in that. But like, a kid can build an app, yeah, using someone else's framework. Yeah, they could do it on their own too. But can they do it to the point where it's usable to the general public? No. Really? There has never been one child who built an app on their own and published it on the App Store and made money off it. Why? You have to be 18 to publish on the App Store. So they had to have a parent at some point. So if you ever hear these fucking stories of, we used to hear them. These kids, that was the dream. Is fucking, when the App Store came out, it was like, when the iPhone came out, basically around the same time or a little thereafter, and it was like, build an app. Oh, an app can do that. And fucking, you're going to make $1 billion on an app. And I mean, when I moved out here, it was like, this is too good to be true. I'm going to be an app entrepreneur. And you know it, you fucking work hard enough at it, and you're an app entrepreneur. So then what? So I said, well, what's her idea? It's a very good idea if you could do it correctly. Which basically, you hit a button and a party comes to your house. So basically, I don't have this stuff for a party right now, but I could go and click balloons and a keg and soda and streamers and a banner and type my little banner in there and press order. And put my time. I want to have a party on Saturday night from 9 to midnight. I need to set up and take down set up at 9, take down at midnight. It's going to be 3 hours, and then what? And I hit order. And basically, as a working person, I don't have to do anything for this party. They will set up and they will clean up and they'll take care of everything for the party, and then you just get a bill. Well, it sounds great. It's much more difficult to do. Party planning is one of the most stressful things. I mean, and wedding planning especially. And so, I mean, I've done it all. I've done accounting for it. It can be complicated. I will say this. Well, anyway. So what? Well, about being Johnny Carson's bartender's accountant. So I paid his bills every single day, made sure his water was on, his power was on, all these things. And then I also made sure that all the rent that was coming in from his properties was going into his bank account. Did you ever embezzle or anything like that? No. Never. And could you have? To be honest with you, they had someone embezzle on that business before. That's why they had a camera here, and they were very, very cautious of everything. It's funny. You need a business to have money to be able to embezzle from it. This place never had any money, so it would be like we had $4,000. Now we have $3,800. Where did that $200? I mean, it wasn't. Did I ever think about it? Yeah. I always think about the alternative, because I was looking out for the business. What if somebody's doing this to us? Looking at from our perspective, and could I do that? And what positions? I'm always trying to look at the opposite. So yeah, I thought about it in every position. Really, absolutely. Thought about burning the business down. I thought about lighting myself on fire at the business. I think about different scenarios. I'm like an imaginary person. Not imaginary, but I'm a person with an imagination. So I think of different scenarios. Anyway, not that I would do any of them. I love that business. I prayed for them as hard as you could ever pray for your former bosses. Really, yeah. And so anyway, but I went back. Well, so after leaving that business home, I went back not long ago. It was like a year ago to there, and I told Asaph, you're in love with this girl, and he's like, yeah. How the fuck did you know that? And like it was, and I'm like, where's your mom? She comes down, and I'm like, you have some kind of connection to the founding of Israel. It's just like a thing I knew in my head. It's like it came to me in a dream. There's two things: that he loved this girl, and that I said, someone in your family is really, really connected to the founding of Israel. And she's like, yeah, my dad was a general, and like ran up against like Golda Meir or something like that. They were like rivals, and I was like, huh. I had no idea how I knew that. I hadn't seen them in years, and I just randomly went to their house one day and said, you're in love with this girl, and your dad was really instrumental in the founding of Israel, and I don't know how I know this. And I was like, that girl's Jewish. Why? I just you say the rabbi told me. Yeah, that's the rabbi. Anyway, so interesting thing.
The drive in Corona, on the 91 with east out the way by the Van Line, making the 57 freeway, all the way to Green River.
Was that the end of your story? Oh, since it's crashing. No. So did they get rid of the other people? Yeah. And how did it go? Well, I was like, it's going to be really hard to get rid of that person. And they're like, no, we know. That's why we needed you. We needed someone on who we could rely. And they're like, you're not going to leave. I said, I'll give you a year. And when I would always tell a business that, they'd always be like, you're going to leave. And I told every business, I'll be there at least a year. And were you? Yeah. Why? Because I told them I would do that. Because whenever I go to a business, they realize, oh my God, this person is a game changer. I cannot let them go. And so they're always like, you're going to leave. And they're always worried that I'm going to ask for more money. And did you? Yep, right away, ask for more money. Ask for 1 penny more. Why? Because it was more than I was making at the other place. So in my own head, I could say, I've only ever gone up for money. I've never taken a job for less money. And I've only increased. Is that true? Yeah. Would you take a job for less money? Absolutely. But well, why didn't you? Doesn't make any sense. Anyway, so at the end of your story, no, I gotta fucking say this. Has anybody seen them? I have a bite on my fucking finger and on my leg that hurts like a motherfucker. A momager is a word invented by what's that bitch? Kris Kardashian. She's telling everybody now she invented that word. Cool, momager. Are you a momager? One of those cameras, like my PJs. With juicy on my ass, red and pink on my ass. Juicy Couture becomes so big, women just start wearing Juicy Couture to like shul. Really? With Juicy on their ass. It's very expensive. It's like super comfortable. Why couldn't you wear it? It says Juicy on the back. Okay, it's the name of a brand. Let's not freak out over it. Why? What's wrong? Why can't you wear Juicy Couture to shul? Why? It's not like, I mean, even for the most modest of people, it covers. It's like it's loungewear basically. It covers you, so that's no issue. But it says Juicy on the ass. Okay, let's get over the fact that it says Juicy on the ass. Yeah, it means your ass is juicy. If it said Nike, which people wear, people wouldn't see it as victory, like you fucked a butthole. No one would see it as that, even though Nike's like Greek god of victory. So Juicy, but it says Juicy. Okay, I mean, fine. I'm not getting in the way of that. You could be as someone as I would be. This is how I would do it. Really? I'd have Juicy, and then I'd put duct tape over my ass where the Juicy be, and then it'd be like, okay, assholes who would be like, oh, this is Juicy. I don't want you to be offended, you fucking modest fucks. But I want to be comfortable, and this shit is super ass expensive. So, but yeah, I got duct tape on it. Why? Just because duct tape is on it doesn't mean that it is cheap. It just means either something happened to it, or it's a temporary fix for something. And what would be the temporary fix? Eventually, everybody would be fine with people wearing Juicy in a fucking shul, and they could rip off their fucking duct tape, and it would be no big deal. Like, oh, people have been wearing that for... My grandmother wore Juicy in a fucking shul. My bubby used to fight for women's ability to wear Juicy in shul. She was one of the first people to tear off duct tape off their Juicy Couture pants. And she was a GILF. She was rated GILF of 5786 of her shul. Really? Yeah. They started it at 5783. Really? Oh, I'm sorry. GILF of this shul. Hey, Conway's on. With this guy. Getting big during Mr. Mo Kelly. No, getting big during this guy. Who's this guy? Mark Thompson. I'm allegedly in a fucking cemetery yelling, I want this guy to be the voice of fucking my Robinson's Incredible Wrestler. And that other guy, whatever his name is, Steve Gregory. I want that guy going, Steve Gregory, clarify. Really, yeah.
And what is the cool thing? If you have a keychain, a frosty keychain, you get a free frosty every time you buy something. Is that correct? Yeah. That's Dave Thomas Foundation.
That's a smart move. Why? People will just have that fucking frosty thing. You always get a frosty at fucking Wendy's. They're Wendy's, the small ones. Anyway. Really? Yeah. Fuck this shit. Ever go to a McDonald's and be like, yeah, I'd like a small orange juice? And they're like, oh, yeah. And they come out with this new kind of size that's like, or you actually back in the, you're like, yeah, I'd like a large orange juice. And they're like, okay. And it's their small cup. And it's like, oh, no. I said large. Oh, okay. Actually, I think it was a medium. I think their large for orange juice was a medium. Their medium was a small. And their small was a tiny cup. It's like, no, you assholes. It says large. Oh, yeah. We use all the same cups for everything except orange juice. It doesn't say that on the fucking menu. Anyway, I was like 6, and I was pissed off about this one. Not saying I ever drank there or ate there. I just happened to know that menu like a tattoo. Tattoo's a thing. Captain Morgan tattoo. Really? Yeah. Tattoo and Dr. Pepper becomes the drink. It's very good. Really? Yeah.
time I fly,
Why?
I get everything right. Everything is hot, and man, they roll that dry.
It's like a bunch of spices. It's like it's very smooth. Really? Yeah. Ever have anybody say I'd like a tattoo in Dr. Pepper? No. But if you do, you can thank me. I invented that bitch. Is that the end of your story? No, I love that job though. I can't say enough. Why? My life was so rigid. I would awake every day at 3:30, 3:30, between 3:30 and 3:33. Why? When you're getting up that early, it's like you can just choose your time. So I'd be like, well, 3:30 is early. 3:33 is though. When people would ask me like, "What time are you awake?" I'd be like, 3:30. Like that's old. That's early as fuck. But if you say I awake at 3:33, they're like, "Oh my god, that's early as fuck." Why 3:33? That's always their first fucking question. Why 3:33? And it's kind of like when you are awakened that early, you get to choose what. You get more reaction when people ask. You say 3:30, they're like, "Damn, that's early as fuck." You say 3:33, people say that's early as fuck, and why 3:33? Really? Why did you do that? I don't know. It's just all the fucking things with 3:33, and but usually I would end up. Actually, I would wake up at 3:29 and listen to that instrumental. That like morning sonata or whatever, fucking Brahms or something. No, that's anyway. Whatever that. And then I'd listen to "Good Day Sunshine" by the Beatles, and then it's like. Anyway, and then that's how my fucking day would go. And then what? Then I'd have Moda Ani go on immediately. So I'd take Moda Ani, and then what? I wash my hands, and then I would put on clothes. I'd go for this little run from just down the street. I couldn't go on a long run because I was, keep in mind, I was going to get to LA County all in the morning, which is ridiculous. This was a ridiculous fucking thing to take on every single day, and I did it. Oh, no. Hold on. I did do LA County. No, I'm wrong. I did that too, but this is when I was in county. So then what? Whether I went for a run or not, I don't know if I was running then at that time. But then what? I would all the same stuff about 3:30, all that shit. Then what? Well, a lot of times I would be ready to go, showered and everything by like 4 or 4:30, and not have anything to do. So I like to read the paper in the morning, or like the internet, and I would like to see what's going on in my hometown, and my homes are the hardest, so I like to see what's going on in my hometown. So I'd read like the Orange County Register, and maybe what's going on in Pawnee, other shit. Then what? I then would go to shul at 6:30. Really? Yeah. So when I originally, it was so fucking funny. I originally was there. How did you start going to shul? It was funny. The week before, I went back to, if you ever hear these, you fuck. I picked you guys really, really hard. I'm like ugly duckling. The like. I'm like Mashiach outside the gate. Really? Yeah. It's hard to get in there. It's like a fucking prison. Really? I mean, it's really nice, but it's like, I would try to break into a prison. It's very difficult. There are like 3 walls, 3 layers of walls. Trust me, I thought about this all the time because I'll tell you what. To go in there and hurt anyone? No. I have to go through all that. Yeah, everybody goes there. Their security service is really tight. But what? I went to a different shul and became very close with the rabbi there, but they didn't have daily davening, and I wanted daily davening. I wanted the whole kit and caboodle of what the process is, and so I remember my life was really organized, and then it was like, well, I wasn't ready for this, but it was like you're ready. I had been donning tefillin on my own for a year, every day, and doing like I was really, really rigid in my observance. And I moved out here. Now that was one I really liked too. I had this morning routine in Long Beach that was better than this one. Time out on this one. So I'd be in Long Beach. I'd awake every morning at what time? That one wasn't as early. 5:30, and I used to awake to my own jingle on the radio, which was surreal. I would hear my own words and my own bio on the radio when I was working at this business. It was surreal. I'd awake to my own jingle. If you've ever done that, awaken to your own art, or like literally from the start of the day, you know the world is somehow affected by your art. It's really a powerful thing. But then it was interesting, but it was like no one knew about it. My family didn't know about it, but it was very interesting. First person to ever hear one of my ads that I knew outside was my rabbi. Really. Yep. Anyway, what my ads were. And I say that a lot. I never owned a business. Wasn't my idea. I created the app, helped to create the app, but I was a major creator. Really, meaning, hold on. There's a founder of the business. I was not a person, and there's the person who originally wanted to make it. It was already there were already apps like this. So, and the on-demand car wash industry has been a thing for 100 years. Mobile car retailing has been a thing for 100 years. So this wasn't anything to make Uber a car wash. But we did that. But what did I do? I was the person who created most of the app, and I can say this. Why? When I got there, it was only going to be an on-demand app, and they can say that. They would say that, and that was it. And it wasn't even finished from that perspective. So I would say, arguably, the app was maybe 40% done, then 45% done of what it became. And then I got there and I said, this is fine for on-demand, but people want to schedule their washes. They're at work, and they want to wash at noon on their lunchtime, or they want to lunch after work at 4 or 5. But they don't want to wait around till 5 o'clock and hit the button and then have the guy come, whether he comes or not. They want at least to be able to schedule their wash. There was wash now or wash later is what I invented for this app. And it was like, yeah, maybe people do want a wash later. And so that's what was invented, the scheduling feature. So I could say that scheduling feature was at least 60% of the app, at least. And so when I say I'm a major creator of that, I'm the first person, I guess, if I wanted to say, to create an on-demand scheduled car wash app. Really? Why? There was a scheduled website. That's like autodetailing.com is one, and there's some other websites. And I'm sure they get an app and they become really big, but in autodetailing. But and I'm the king of autodetailing, really by far. Why? Because I'm the person at the end of the day, when there would be an issue at a car wash, I'm the one who would argue on behalf of the organization through appeal, through arbitration. Nobody else argues whether your fender had a chip in it before the wash or after the wash. And they just change this in the app. This is another thing I changed the app. And there's a big loophole in the app. And I argued with the owner of the business. Really, he's short-sighted on some things. And this was one of them. He never did a before picture. It's like you want a before of your car and an after of your car. Before and after since the dawn of time. It's what it is. It's about befores and afters. And I would just say, you want it before. The app was just, and he'd be like, oh my God, I'm embarrassed to even know that I was that short-sighted. Really? Yeah, he figured it's a lot more data and things like that. But that's the most important part of the data that you'd want. This is what your car looked like before. This is what you look like after. Firstly, as a user, I'd be like, oh, wow. And we even talked about it. It wasn't to be able to do emojis and shit on your car and upload that to Instagram and all that other bullshit. It's hard to do. I understand what it is from every aspect of technology. I've helped to start businesses. Really? Yeah, because I helped to start that business too. It was established, but when it really started, ask anybody there. It got serious the day that I walked in the door. Really, I came in a suit and tie every single day at some point. And not immediately. I was wearing the brand for a while, for like a week or two. But I mean, it was like I realized if I take this very seriously out here in California, these people will take it very seriously. And if I bring an East Coast mentality, like a traditional mindset to these people, we could get really far because California just has so many opportunities. And these people are, they need to be a good team. And it's like, here's the thing. I couldn't build a team there like I could from where I was. And I told this to employees too, because they'd always be like, you're a really good boss, but we don't do enough like as a group. Or I remember I wasn't involved in birthday celebrations. I was so bad about this. Why? When they first would have birthday celebrations, I asked the owner of the business, to have a cake or something like that, can I at least be in there for that? And he didn't want me involved. He did not want me involved in the personal life at all of anyone's business. So I wasn't. He didn't want people to be friends or anything like that. And so it's hard. Like from where I was, it was much more about teamwork. Everything was about the team. Really, everything.
But where I leave this part out, this is the more dangerous part. This is right. Who cares now? I have my YouTube show. I don't give a damn. The Mike Thompson Show. Please subscribe.
Do you like little boys with little kids? No.
The deal is that Channel 11 was purchased.
Do you? No. I mean, I like them as humans. Children, yeah. Really? I'm the guy who has evidence of myself screaming outside my shul. I like 45-year-old women. Yeah. Why? Well, I never saw you there. Really? No, they're all mistaken. Really? I'm telling you, I saw 4 women when I was there. I was there 666 straight days. We're talking about what? I was. So I would walk to shul every single week and with my friends, and I'd go many times to their house after, and one time we were walking to their apartment, and it's very complicated. I don't understand the whole story until it still is. There's a non-disclosure agreement that was signed, and everyone in that fucking, if anyone in the shul talks about it, they're at risk for $1 million NDA. But here's the thing, I'm going to make $1 million look like bullshit, and these people are going to scream about what happens when I'm done with it. Really? I don't know what happened, but they won't. They're fucking super religious. They just won't. But I'd be like, you used to fear $1 million? If I don't go there and you motherfuckers don't tell me what's going to happen, I will put every one of you $1 billion in debt.
I've never watched it. He watched it for that. Yeah, I mean, it was weird. It was on Twitter and on social media. You had like
celebrities saying, have you seen the weather guy in LA? He dances Judy Kimmel with a big spinning on it. He's on Fox News. It was really cool. Yeah, it was going to be part of a little phenomenon over there.
All right, so there are Santa Ana's coming, right? But what are the Santa Anas? Why is it dry?
Because it's an offshore wind, so when the wind and the air moves over the ocean, it picks up that ocean moisture and brings it on shore. Like when the air moves from the land toward the ocean, it's not going over the ocean, it's going over dry land. The air mass just dries out, and so you have, the worst conditions for fire.
And it comes down to 5 freeways. They go 14 and 5 feet. Those Santa Anas come right down to like a bowling alley. I think it's what you used to call it. And man, it knocks everybody out.
Yeah, it's in some of those gaps, you'll get the air being squeezed and it creates an even greater velocity. So yeah, it's scary, man. And when you lost your neighborhood to fire, by the way, the minute it gets windy at all, you get freaked. We've got like serious PTSD from it.
Yeah, that must be horrible. Like when you hear the wind is picking up, even where you live, you must have flashbacks.
Yeah, you just can't sleep. So I'm quite sympathetic to all of us today. All of us get anxious, but I'm just thinking for the future it's rough.
Yeah, and so the fire danger is going to be especially high this week as well. Longtime Senator Rita resident Alex McLaughlin knows when the wind starts howling here, it's time to be proactive. So you want to make sure that the house doesn't have any breezes that can blow into the home, so we cut the station back. But even he is a great example of what not to do. Has room for improvement. With street signs blinking, flags flapping. Fire danger is always a concern with winds whipping like this. However, we did get rain, so it's all pretty damn still. Nevertheless, if there is a significant fire, it could be definitely pushed away.
This could be horrible. So all you firefights out there, relax. Don't get crazy. This is a question. I have a question for you. Whenever I watch the news, I'm a big news guy. Every single station all the time.
But it's always uncomfortable when the anchors are doing the story and they'll say something like, oh, Wendy's can be a big part of the Catalina Club. So if you go to Wendy's, you can donate to the Catalina Club. Speaking of Wendy's, is there really going to be that waiting in line, Carl? It's always uncomfortable to throw it to the weather guy. They always have to sort of mix in whatever they're talking about.
Yeah, the transition. Right. It's horrible. I have the worst transition in the history of my career. I was doing it for decades. Okay? The worst transition I had was in San Francisco as a weather guy. And the anchor, there'd been a little whale, baby whale that was rescued, and they gave it a name.
Oh, wow.
Okay, little baby Bubbles. So Bubbles the whale was rescued. And they, you know how this is, how the city and the papers and the newscasts lead everything with it's been 4 days since the little baby Bubbles was rescued from San Francisco Bay. Okay, I don't have anything to say.
Sometimes they
might just say it's going to be touch and go with little Bubbles. So for that, before that, then the little Bubbles died. Okay, yeah. So it's the lead of the newscast. Little Bubbles is dead. Okay, yeah. We're living in a choke up. And they do the newscast, with that leading, and they get to weather about 20 minutes in. And there's a happy story about the release of a seal from marine land, or whatever, I think it's called marine land. And you see the little seal that they also rescued. There's also like got some plastic thing caught in. They release it, you see it eagerly jumping back into the ocean. Okay, so it's a good story. It comes out to me, and the two anchors, you see it, it's a 3-shot.
There was a district in
And he
Medina,
says,
rock out by me, and there he went.
that's such
After
good
that, I
news.
sent an army in pursuit. Frailties were seized and lit.
To the
I
news
cut
that
off
we
his
gave you at the
nose,
top of
ears,
our
and
show.
tongue, and I put out one of his eyes. And my gate was kept back, and all the people looked at me. After that, I impaled him in the back, and in the more prosthetic bed, I hanged the man who was and executed his
Why
nose.
can't you get baskets?
I hung
I
there
wish it
for
from my
inside
gift back.
the
Personal.